Dreamscape presents Weird Tales, issue number 365, edited by Jonathan Mayberry, narrated by a full cast. The Eerie. A lot has happened in the world of weird tales since our last issue, but let me give you a bit of backstory. Weird Tales, literally the magazine that never dies, was brought back to life in August of 2019. I was brought on board as editorial director, though I actually edited the issue. The previous editor, Marvin Kay, was ill and has since passed. Having edited a number of anthologies in the past, I felt ready to take on the challenge of helping to revive a magazine I pretty much worshipped as a kid. We put out a killer first issue, chronologically issue number 363, filled with all original short stories, flash fiction, and poetry. And we had every expectation of publishing 3 issues every year. But, as the saying goes, life happens. Long tale of woe best shared over old whiskey and not here. The shorthand is, COVID is no friend to the magazine trade. Our second issue did not come out until the end of 2020, and by then there was no part of the world that was not affected by COVID. The second issue, though, was a corker and a personal high for me, as I was now listed on the masthead as editor. My old mentors and friends from my teen years, L. Sprague de Camp, Ray Bradbury, and Richard Matheson, would have loved it. From the creepy cover by Lynn Hanson to the incredible stories and poems by writers of all kinds, it was something the whole Weird Tales team was proud of. Oh, and around that time, we all thought COVID was on the decline. Ah, optimism, you fickle trickster. We did not publish an issue in 2021. However, that doesn't mean the Weird Tales crew was idle. No, we were not overeating, binge-watching, and falling into the social isolation malaise. Our executive team spent all that time working on a big secret project, and late last year we made the announcement. We formed a partnership with Blackstone Publishing for something long dreamed of but never before a reality, a Weird Tales novel imprint. Over the next 5 years, the plan is to publish 50 novels, 10 per year, including some cool anthologies. Along with that, Weird Tales is back on schedule. This issue would have been published late in 2021 had COVID, Delta, Omicron, and I think Voltron and Decepticon too, shoved it into 2022. And here it is. We are far along in developing the next 3 issues that will be released according to our new schedule of spring, summer, and Halloween. Unlike my first 2 issues, those installments will be themed: swords and sorcery, cosmic horror, and occult detectives. But let's talk about this issue. It's unthemed, with stories of all kinds that will delight and, I believe, unnerve you. Issue number 365 features killer short stories by Heather Graham, the New York Times and USA Today best-selling author of over 150 novels and novellas, whose works have been published in approximately 25 languages and has had over 75 million books in print. Alma Katsu, an internationally award-winning novelist of 5 genre-defying works of historical, horror, paranormal fiction, including The Hunger and The Deep. Priya Sharma, a doctor in the UK whose short story collection, All the Fabulous Beasts, and novella, Orm Shadow, have each won both a Shirley Jackson Award and a British Fantasy Award. Maurice Broaddus, the resident Afrofuturist at the Kepra Institute, a middle school teacher and librarian, and the author of over a dozen novels and 100 short stories. Yvonne Navarro, the Bram Stoker-winning author of over 20 novels, including After Age and Final Impact, as well as novels in The Aliens, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and Supernatural licenses. Fran Wilde, the Nebula and Compton Crook winning author of the Bone Universe series, The Jewel and Her Lapidary. Jake Bible, a Bram Stoker Award-nominated novelist, author of 60-plus novels of various genres, a professional audiobook narrator, and the host and producer of the podcast Writing in Suburbia with Jake Bible. We have stinging little bites of flash fiction. Jacopo della Quercia is a scholar with Humanities New York, author of the great Abraham Lincoln Pocket Watch Conspiracy and License to Quill. Gabby Triana, the award-winning author of the Haunted Florida series, YA novels Wake the Hollow, Cake Spell, and Summer of Yesterday. Bill Spangler, who has been writing comic book scripts, both with original characters and media tie-ins, since the heyday of the direct sales market. His best-known works include original stories set in the worlds of Robotech, Alien Nation, and Quantum Leap. Brilliant poetry by Anne Walsh, a poet and story writer who has been shortlisted twice for the Newcastle Poetry Prize and the ACU Prize for Literature in Australia. And Jesse Wolfe, a short story writer and poet. Her first collection of original poems, Monstrum Poetica, was released summer 2021 from Raw Dog Screaming Press. And that is a hell of a lot of talent right there. No spoilers from me about what these stories and poems are about, because the fun is in the reading. Or, if you're enjoying this issue on audio, it's in the hearing. Either way, you're in for some very, very weird fun. Enjoy and stay weird. Jonathan Mayberry, editor, Weird Tales Magazine.
Her Happy Place by Alma Katsu. Sherry didn't know where this idea came from, this sudden desire to buy an Airstream. She'd never wanted one before, never even entertained the thought. Then, one day, she was having dinner with the neighbors, Jim and Eileen, listening as they told her that they were going to get an RV. "When I was a kid, my father turned our family van into a sleeper and took us to national parks all over the country," Eileen had said over ham casserole and lima beans. Her father had just passed away, and it seemed to have left her nostalgic. "It's a retirement thing," Jim said as he chased the last lima beans around his plate. They had both recently retired from their jobs, thanks to the money Eileen had inherited. "You have all this time on your hands, and you think about all the places you've always wanted to go, all the places you've never seen. And suddenly, a camper makes sense." Sherry had recently retired. Her husband Phil had retired 6 months earlier, which he'd been forced to do when his shoulder gave out and he could no longer lift heavy boxes as his job required. Both were barely 60, which most people seemed to consider a bit young to retire. The more she'd thought about it, the more retirement made sense. They could start the next chapter of their lives. They could afford it, so why wait? "Doesn't that sound like fun?" Sherry said to her husband after Eileen and Jim had left. "I've always wanted an Airstream." When Phil gave her a confused look, she added, "You know, those beautiful silver ones? They look like airplanes without the wings." "You were never interested in camping before," he said in a slightly accusatory way as though she was trying to trick him. "It's not camping." Camping meant staying in a tent, sleeping on the ground, wallowing in dirt. That was camping. "We've talked about traveling, but this way you bring your home with you wherever you go. I like knowing where I'm going to lay my head at night. Besides, it would make it easier to take Kiki, their aged, half-blind miniature poodle mix. It wasn't always easy to find a hotel that would take pets." "If you wanted to travel, why didn't you say so? You've always wanted to go to Paris, haven't you?" But Sherry knew that would never happen. Phil didn't like to travel by air, but he didn't mind driving. He was used to being on the road from his job as a rural route carrier. He seemed to miss being able to drive and think. "Getting away from the idiots at the post office," was what he'd said at the time. His back and knees had been bothering him, but it was the torn rotator cuff that made him file for retirement. Truth to tell, Sherry was getting a little worried about her husband. Since his retirement, he never seemed to leave his recliner. She nagged him about finding a hobby, but he ignored her. He was turning into an old man before his time. Camping could be his salvation. She started to spend more time with Eileen and Jim after they bought their camper, eager for tales of their weekend adventures. "I call it my happy place," Eileen had said to her with a wink. "You can get away from all the everyday stuff. You know, once you retire, the kids think you exist just for them. They expect you to babysit the grandkids at the drop of a hat. They start stopping for dinner on weekdays. My Tony thinks I'm supposed to do his laundry like he's back in college." Sherry thought of her daughter and daughter-in-law, often coming over at the last minute to ask her to look after the grandkids. The calls from Phil's aged mother to run errands, or mow her lawn, or clear the gutters. Funny, Phil's mom was the same age as the widow who'd sold them the Airstream, yet Sherry couldn't imagine her mother-in-law being half as independent. Sherry started watching YouTube videos to learn the ins and outs, such as the difference between a motorhome and a travel trailer. Motorhomes had their own engines, while travel trailers were non-motorized and required a tow vehicle. She memorized the steps needed to hitch a travel trailer to their truck, how to navigate 40 feet of vehicle through traffic. That part seemed particularly crazy, but if Eileen, who was only a year older and had had a few accidents in the time they'd known her, could drive a camper, Sherry was pretty sure she'd be able to do it too. Soon, she heard 2 other couples in the neighborhood were in the process of getting campers as well. "It's retirement," Jim said over the barbecue one weekend. "It's like something goes off in your brain and you want to hit the road. Do all these things you couldn't do before." These 2 couples were further along than Sherry, which made her envious and anxious. "It's getting to be really popular," one of the other wives at the barbecue said, "because the population's aging. All those baby boomers wanting to see the country before they're too old." Sherry thought about the couples in their little cul-de-sac. Nearly every one of them was retired or counting the days. She didn't want to be left behind. It seemed like her last chance for an adventure. She got Phil to go with her to an RV show in Pennsylvania. "Biggest RV show in the country," the banner boasted over the gateway to a sprawling expo center. And it was there she saw what she wanted. The Airstream sat like great silver lozenges in the sun, blinking and winking at her. "These are the Cadillacs of travel trailers," said the salesman who approached her as she walked in a daze among the sculptural campers. There was something wicked about his smile, like he was selling her a drug, like he knew he was getting her hooked on something that would ultimately be no good for her. But how could that be? It didn't get more wholesome than camping. Everywhere she turned at the expo, there were advertisements featuring happy families in matching flannel gathered around a campfire, or kindly white-haired couples smiling at each other behind the wheel. She looked particularly long and hard at the pictures of those white-haired couples. The Airstreams were beautiful inside, too, sleek and streamlined, but with plenty of creature comforts. Thick mattresses, flat-screen televisions, a bathroom with a shower. Well-made and sturdy. The kitchen cabinets were nicer than what she had in her house. She'd walked through Eileen and Jim's Winnebago and hadn't liked it. Everything felt cheap and poorly made. The average camper fell apart in 5 years, the salesman had told her, but Airstreams were different. They lasted generations. They'd be able to pass it on to their kids. As she ran her hands over the smooth aluminum, she knew she wouldn't be embarrassed to be seen in one, to tell her family what they were doing. The price tag, however, made her balk. She could not ask Phil to spend this kind of money on a hobby. On her hobby. They had money put away for retirement, but they were not rich. At least he had no expensive hobby competing for their leisure time. Phil wasn't a sailor or a golfer, didn't lust after sports cars or motorcycles. She had managed, over the years, to put aside some money. With interest, it came to about $50,000. It was not quite a secret from her husband, though he didn't know exactly how much she'd saved. He'd agreed a long time ago that was her money and that she should spend it however she liked. Still, that wasn't enough to get a new Airstream, not the model she preferred. She'd barely be able to afford the smallest one. But Phil wouldn't like it. He was a big man and tall. She didn't want to let her dream die. The next day over coffee, it actually made her chest hurt to listen to Eileen as she talked about their preparations for the next trip, a whole week in a state park. "Buy some other manufacturer," Eileen sniffed. Maybe she was a little sensitive about the brand thing. "You can get something for half the price of an Airstream." Sherry didn't know how to tell her that she couldn't do that. In her mind, it was the shiny aluminum bullet or nothing. It was like she was bewitched. That was the way with Airstreams, she'd heard. They cast a spell. "Buy used, then. I bet you could find something with a little digging," Eileen said. eBay made it ridiculously easy. There were a number to choose from. Large and small, old and new. The retro style of the older models was appealing, but Sherry didn't want to take the risk. What if it broke down? One ad in particular caught her eye. It was less than a 3-hour drive away. It wasn't the model she'd had her heart set on, but it was only a year old, and the owner was asking less than half the price of a new one. Sherry pored over the ad, eyeing each photo carefully, but could find no flaws. Certainly, to be that cheap, there had to be something wrong with it. An elderly woman answered the phone. "The trailer had been my husband's dream, but he passed," she explained. Sherry talked Phil into driving up the next day, afraid someone was going to steal it out from under her. She transferred the money from her CD into the checking account, and she'd had the checkbook in her purse. She hadn't mentioned that last part to Phil. He'd think she was rushing things, but she knew he wouldn't want to make the long trip a second time. Her pulse quickened as they pulled into the woman's driveway and she caught a glimpse of the silver trailer. It was parked beside the garage, surrounded by artifacts of suburban life. A lawnmower, lawn chairs, a stack of cinder blocks. It was covered with pollen, its curtains drawn, as still as a patient in a coma. Obviously unused and unloved, which seemed a terrible shame. The woman stood off in the driveway while Sherry checked it out. She pushed back the curtains and let the light in. She was alone, Phil listening to the ball game in the truck. She ran her hand over the smooth laminate surfaces, touching and testing everything. The mattress was firm. The fancy color-coordinated throw pillows still in plastic. Beneath the staleness of air that had been shut up too long, it still had that new car smell. She couldn't find a nick or a scratch. It seemed perfect. Perfect. Standing in the center of this cozy space, she felt happier than she had in a long time. What's more, she felt safe, protected. Oddly, it felt like home. "The water tanks are empty," the widow called out from her spot in the driveway. "I had a man put it in storage, you know, but everything worked the last time we used it." Her voice seemed to break a little, and Sherry worried she might be changing her mind. "If anything has gone bad in the meanwhile, well, it would be up to you to fix it. That's reflected in the price. You won't find a better one anywhere." She was right about that, and Sherry knew it in her heart. She stepped out of the trailer into the sunlight. "I'll take it." She was writing the check when the widow placed a hand on Sherry's arm. "Wait. There's something you should know. There's a reason why I'm selling." Sherry was confused. The widow had explained it already. The Airstream had been her husband's dream, not hers. She'd been against it, she'd said, but had reluctantly given in. "You don't have to explain yourself to me. It's a lot to manage on your own." "There's something you should know." The widow cast a sideways look at the travel trailer, as though she was afraid it was listening, as though it might lunge at her like an unpredictable dog. "You see, it's responsible for my husband's death." Sherry blinked. A nervous laugh bubbled inside her chest. How could a trailer be responsible for a man's death? Had the husband been in bad health? The widow easily had 20 years on her, which would put her close to 80. Camping could be strenuous. All that equipment to set up, the driving. Maybe he'd had a heart attack when they'd been out in the wilderness. No medical services at hand. Maybe the widow didn't really want to sell after all. The widow averted her gaze as she recounted her story. It was only the second time we took it out. We didn't make a reservation, so we got the last space. You know, the one no one else wanted. It was on a little hill. Greg was still pretty green at the wheel, but he managed to get it all set up, or so we thought. He unhitched the truck and pulled it over so we could drive into town for dinner a little later. Well, she took a deep breath and squeezed her eyes shut. Her face went pale at the memory. I was standing right in front of the trailer when it slipped the jack stand. Later, the rangers found the tire chocks off to the side. Greg must have forgotten to put them in place. The trailer came rushing toward me. It would have gotten me, too, if Greg hadn't pushed me out of the way. Sherry's heart leaped up in her throat. He saved my life. It would have been me if he hadn't. She broke off. Tears spilled onto her cheeks. He cracked his skull. Never recovered. She looked from her clenched hands to the trailer, then to Sherry. The insurance company said it was our fault. Said we were too old to take up camping. Said it was too much, and we're not good at remembering anymore. There are so many steps getting set up, tearing down. You'll see. But you're young. It won't be a problem for you, she rushed to add, perhaps afraid she was going to scare Sherry off. But I don't want to see this thing ever again. As they drove home, the dusty silver lozenge lumbering behind them in the rearview mirror, she debated whether to tell the widow's story to Phil. It would only give him something to grouse about. No, it was better if that was Sherry's secret. No one else had to know. Besides, the widow had said so herself. They had been at fault. Even Sherry knew better than to park a trailer on an incline. The husband had forgotten to use the chocks, which would have prevented it from rolling. And lastly, she and Phil were in better shape than the widow, and the husband too in all likelihood. They could sprint out of the way. They weren't at risk, not like the previous owners, so there was no reason to give Phil an excuse to find fault with what she'd done. It was asking a lot to take up camping, she knew. It wasn't Phil's dream, it was hers. But if he gave it a chance, she was pretty sure he would come to enjoy it. On Eileen's advice, they made their first trip to a park that was less than an hour from home, so it wouldn't be a catastrophe if something went wrong. But the maiden voyage went as smoothly as could be expected. They hiked around the lake the first day, and that night fell asleep easily, even though the bed was narrower than their queen at home, and she hadn't slept that close to her husband since they were newlyweds. After dinner, the people in the next spot brought their chairs over to the campfire, and they talked easily with complete strangers. Sherry went to bed each night amazed that her life could be so different, especially when she had been afraid nothing was going to change for her ever again. On the drive home, she asked Phil if he had fun that weekend, and was relieved when he grudgingly admitted that he had. Through the summer, they went camping regularly. Sherry did all the prep work, picking the destination and planning the route, getting groceries and supplies, doing laundry before and after, making sure Phil packed the right things. Swimsuit, sandals, medicines. The truck was Phil's responsibility, checking the tires were in good shape and keeping the gas tank filled. Then they'd hit the road early in the morning, travel mugs of coffee at the ready, and Kiki balanced on Sherry's lap. With each trip, Sherry found herself wishing they could spend more and more time on the road. Life was so much simpler. She could forget about all the things waiting for her at home. All those troubles melted away once she got to the woods. She loved stretching out in the camping hammock, strung between trees, to read a book or nap, Kiki asleep beside her. Eating outdoors every night? Her favorite part, though, was meeting the other campers. They were mostly her age, facing the same problems, with the same ambitions. At night, they'd sit around the campfire and share camping stories. Favorite campsites, good trips, the best place for a steak. Phil would talk football with the men. Sherry had come to think of a few as friends as they followed each other on Facebook. The more she met new people, the more she came to appreciate her Airstream, to be happy that she had this wonderful retreat from the world. After a couple months, however, a problem started to develop. Kiki. Even in 2019, you couldn't take a dog lots of places. Restaurants, bars, the trails and national parks, even if you kept them on a leash. It wasn't that she didn't trust Kiki alone in the trailer. The problem was the heat. Campers heated up quickly in the sun. You could run the air conditioning and fans while you were gone, but things were known to go wrong. Breakers tripped, shutting off air conditioners. Other campers told her about phone apps that would allow you to monitor temperature in the camper and send an alert when it got too hot. She installed an app, but still couldn't enjoy time away. She was checking her cell phone every few minutes, and eventually Phil started to complain. If she wasn't going to enjoy being out, what was the point of all this traveling? She had to choose between the dog and the travel trailer, he said. It would be better for Kiki if they stayed home, he grumbled. She calmed him down and resolved to check her phone less often. But every time they stepped away from the trailer when the sun was up, she was a nervous wreck. Then, one day, they came home from lunch in town to find the door to the Airstream wide open. Sherry's stomach dropped. Her first thought was that someone had broken in. Her second thought, following very quickly on the first, was of Kiki. She leapt out of the truck and ran into the camper, not occurring to her that whoever broke into their camper might still be in there. Kiki! Kiki! She screamed the dog's name as she checked each of the little nooks where the poodle mix liked to hide. But there was no sign of her. Sherry had just stepped outside, sobbing, when the door to the camper next to theirs swung open, and the wife came out, holding Kiki. I looked up from the sink and saw her running around outside, the little escape artist, the woman said as she handed the little dog over. Was it Sherry's imagination, or did the dog tremble in her arms as she carried her back into the Airstream? Sherry spent an hour trying to figure out how Kiki could have gotten the door open before giving up. There was no way, not that she could see. The dog was too small to reach the latch. She'd have to take the camper to the repair facility 2 hours from home. Maybe they could figure out what had gone wrong. In the meantime, they'd use a bungee cord or clothespin to make sure the door stayed shut. But that only staved off disaster. The inevitable happened on the 3rd week of August, when they were taking an ill-advised vacation in the Badlands of South Dakota. It was a place Phil had always wanted to see. Sherry found it was getting harder and harder to get him to go out, so even though she knew it was going to be hot, she proposed the trip. The Airstream had air conditioning after all, and there would be fewer crowds because of the heat. So they went. Tragedy struck on the 3rd day. They were doing some shopping in town. The little Christmas shop was a delight, an opportunity to get something different for friends. And to prove to them, too, perhaps, that she hadn't been wrong to get the trailer. All the while, she checked the temperature monitor on her phone. It read a constant 75, a little hotter than she would have preferred, but it was hard to keep the camper cool during the middle of the day. As she was waiting to be rung up, she checked the phone again. It read 126. That couldn't be right. How could the temperature in the Airstream spike 50 degrees in less than an hour? She shut down the app, and every second dragging by like an eternity opened it again. 128. She dropped her items to the ground and grabbed her husband's arm, dragging him out of line. She made him race back to the campground, speed limit be damned. But it was too late. When they opened the trailer door, It was like walking into a bakery oven. The heat nearly knocked them backwards. Kiki lay in her bed, her mouth open and tongue lolling out, dead. The other campers tried to console Sherry as they packed to leave. "You can't always trust the maps," one of them said, standing behind Phil as he hitched up the truck. "Sometimes there's a glitch in the system and they don't update right away." "Now, you tell me?" It would do no good to argue now. Everyone agreed that the air conditioning must have failed hours earlier for it to have gotten that hot inside. A few murmured that it was because of the aluminum construction, that their vinyl boxes didn't get as hot. Everyone said the couple wasn't at fault, but Sherry still blamed herself. Kiki's death upset the family. Phil, who considered Kiki to be Sherry's dog, nonetheless took it hard. And Sherry suspected their children secretly faulted her. The dog died because of Mom's irrational new hobby. Everyone asked if she would get another dog, but she thought it would be disrespectful. And besides, Phil had told her gruffly that he didn't see the point if they were going to continue to go camping. She thought about pointing out that they were about to head into autumn and cooler temperatures. But then Phil would only say that summer would come around eventually and they'd be right back where they started. And he'd be right. She thought of the widow's story. The deaths had to be a coincidence. And you couldn't compare the loss of a spouse with the loss of a pet, could you? Nonetheless, Kiki's death put a damper on traveling. It was inevitable that they'd slow down, Sherry told herself. She'd learned to be happy with one weekend trip a month and a longer trek in the summer. It didn't mean saying goodbye to the Airstream. She'd be able to visit it in the backyard. Maybe even turn it into a she-shed for reading and sewing. But Phil put the kibosh on that, saying it would make their yard look junky. It was sure to be against the Homeowners Association policy. He found a storage facility for RVs, but there was no roof, no cover. As they drove away, she felt terrible about leaving it behind, like they were leaving a beloved family pet at a kennel. Still, Phil had been agreeable about the whole camping thing so far, and she felt bad over Kiki, so she didn't make a fuss. Sherry thought the feeling of missing her Airstream would gradually fade, but it didn't. The months ticked by slowly. Phil didn't seem to miss camping in the least. He fell back into his old habits, getting together with the neighbors to watch a football game, or joining a few friends from his old job for a beer. When she raised the idea of heading south to escape the snow, things came to a head with Phil. Did she really want to spend the holidays apart from her children and the grandkids? Honestly, he couldn't figure out what had gotten into her. It was like she was possessed. Voices were raised over meatloaf one evening, and Phil admitted he'd only gone along with it in the first place because they'd gotten such a great deal, but he figured she'd soon tire of it and they'd sell it. But something had happened to her. She'd lost her mind. She was acting like a child. They had responsibilities. They were parents, grandparents for Pete's sake. They couldn't be gallivanting all over the country. What if the kids needed them? He made Sherry feel as though she'd been thoughtless, selfish. It was a clear, crisp February morning when they went out to the storage facility to winterize the Airstream. They should have done it weeks ago, and she was afraid water may have frozen in the pipes already, but she'd been unable to coax Phil out of his recliner, and she wasn't sure she could do it herself. Phil took care of the car and mechanical parts of the house. Those were his jobs. They arrived in the storage lot with jugs of pink antifreeze, industrial-strength rubber gloves, and the Airstream's instruction manual. Sherry read the steps aloud to Phil, who was under the trailer, on his back like a garage mechanic. Because Phil was so large, and because there was a bewildering array of valves and access points under the trailer, he'd raised the trailer as high as possible. It looked dangerous to Sherry, her giant silver baby teetering on car jacks, but Phil told her he knew what he was doing. He'd even taken the wheels off so he could repack the bearings and rotate the tires. In retrospect, she shouldn't have been surprised by what happened next. Phil was lying on his back on asphalt, complaining under his breath about what a pain in the ass it was to winterize this thing, how spending his whole afternoon out there in the cold couldn't be good for him, cursing at the busted knuckles when he couldn't pry a spigot loose. The whole trailer shook when he jerked, with increasing vigor with the wrench, on a nut that seemed determined not to budge. And then, with a horrible screech of metal and what sounded like a groan, the trailer fell off the jacks and dropped to the ground, pinning Phil underneath. All Sherry could see of her husband were his legs sticking out, like the Wicked Witch in The Wizard of Oz after the tornado. For a moment, she wasn't sure what to do. She tried to lift it, thinking Phil might crawl out from underneath, but she couldn't budge it. She called his name, but there was no answer. When blood began to trickle down a seam in the concrete, she braced for the worst. She tried not to think as she ran to the storage facility's office, hoping someone was in. The doctor assured her that Phil didn't suffer, that the blow that split his skull open likely killed him immediately. But Sherry thought the doctor was just saying that. She remembered hearing on an afternoon talk show that doctors always said something like this to spare the family's feelings, so they wouldn't be traumatized. At first, she didn't know what to do with herself. She was in shock. Her children urged her to sell the Airstream. "It killed Dad! Surely you don't want it around," they said. But she wanted to be logical about it. She'd given it a lot of thought. "The Airstream didn't kill him," she said. "It was his own fault, jacking it up like that. You know how your father can be, always in a hurry. I told him he was taking a huge risk, but he wouldn't listen." They didn't want to hear it, of course. They wanted her to get rid of it. But the thought of being stuck at home alone made her feel claustrophobic. Trapped in this house with all the memories, the photos, the recliner still bearing the Phil-shaped indentation. In the end, she appeased the kids by promising to keep the Airstream in storage while she thought about selling it. A few weeks after the funeral, however, she drove the truck to the storage facility. For the first time, she hitched the trailer to the truck by herself. It wasn't nearly as difficult as she'd thought. Then she drove it home and parked it in the driveway. She chose a spot that she could see from the house. She'd paid a mechanic after the accident to put the wheels back on, get the damage fixed. Everything worked. It was just waiting for her to be ready. She took it out for a couple weekend trips. Nothing crazy, kept to places nearby, a state park, a campground by the river. Even though she was a middle-aged woman, out on her own, she didn't feel threatened or nervous. The other campers welcomed her the same as before, offered her a chair by the campfire. They talked and swapped camping stories the same as before. After a couple months had passed, she couldn't remember ever being happier. When anyone asked how her husband had died, Sherry never mentioned the Airstream. She always said it had been an unfortunate accident. Everything went along fine until summer rolled around again. Sherry's children approached her about taking the grandchildren on a camping trip, a long one. They'd come over all together, sitting her down at the dining room table like it was an intervention. The children were outside playing. Sherry could hear their voices over the chirrup of crickets, the slam of the Airstream's aluminum door, handled carelessly, as the children ran in and out. She wondered in the back of her mind if that was safe, the children playing in the Airstream without supervision. "You know how much they love the camper," her children said to her. "When we talk about you, they bring up the camper. They know how much you love it." "Besides," her daughter added, "if you're going to keep this thing after everything that's happened, well, it's the least you could do. For the family." It seemed they'd had a change of heart since Phil's death. She was glad for it, but there was something else, too. A sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. In the end, she agreed. She didn't have a choice, really. It was settled. 2 weeks later, her children converged on the house, the grandkids in tow. There were 4 of them, so it was going to be a tight fit in the camper. It meant sleeping bags on bench seats, the littlest ones sharing the queen bed with Grandma. It meant stocking the fridge with chicken tenders and Sunny D instead of Chardonnay and goat cheese. Most of the grandchildren were surly, not wanting to be torn away from their friends or dragged across country with their grandmother. They'd rather stay at home, play video games, watch streaming television, activities for which you needed a reliable internet connection, something you couldn't guarantee on the road. It meant camping would no longer be her escape, her special happy place, and that made her sad, made her worry that it might sour her, might be the thing that finally turned her against her travel trailer. But this was what grandmothers did, wasn't it? Parents needed a break from their children. The least she could do would be to help them out. After all, they'd lost something this year, too. They'd lost their father. She couldn't refuse her family. She couldn't be selfish. She had no excuse. "Stow your stuff in the trailer, and then find a seat in the truck. It's about time we got underway," Sherry said to the kids as they came flying out of her house, mouths stained with color from ice pops. With backpacks and rolled-up sleeping bags, they ran single file into the Airstream, the aluminum behemoth trembling slightly under their thundering footfall. And Sherry could swear that the silver lozenge, sparkling under the unrelenting summer sun, blinked and winked slyly at her.
Diomedes versus the Gods by Jacopo della Quercia. I never told you, brother, precisely what we saw in Rome. Those were no ordinary games we witnessed. They were the Colosseum's cruelest moments, and the shade of the darkest spectacle I watched there haunts me still. It was late into the season, when the city's tempers fringe on madness. Our taste for violence was so diseased that it spawned an afterbirth, an infectious appetite for fear. We demanded greater terrors from the organizers of the circus. To feed our frenzy, they summoned surgeons, slaves, and beasts from throughout the empire. When the games resumed, our unabated hunger for unknown horrors was pandemic. I was in the amphitheater with my equals when a speaker unveiled the drama, a retelling of when Diomedes battled and nearly bested two Olympians. A gladiator clad in bronze emerged alongside two fighters dressed as Mars and Venus. After praising Caesar, the immortals lunged at Diomedes as we roared with cheers. True to history, Diomedes sliced the hand off lovely Venus. As the gladiatrix collapsed and screamed, the Achaean turned his bloodied blade against her brother. Diomedes wounded Mars at Ilium, but in Rome, we saw the god of war impaled with his own spear. Our bloodlust leaped as Diomedes returned to Venus, but the goddess went limp atop the sand. Outraged, my friends and I cursed the Grecian king. Then, every gate around him opened. Each trapdoor dropped. Diomedes turned his crimsoned helmet. An unsettling scream ran throughout the amphitheater, and the crowd went silent. Then came the terror. A massive warrior stormed the arena, with a great bull's head atop his own. Bright beads of blood streamed down his shoulders, which had been sewn into the animal's flayed face and flesh. The miscreation bellowed angrily as spearmen forced it forward. Enraged, the horrific creature charged at Diomedes. The Colosseum roared. We had seen gladiators battle bulls, but never the living, breathing minotaur. Diomedes seemed to doubt his eyes as he dueled the beast. When he severed the cretin's head from its human neck, more cheers erupted as a second abomination joined the fray. Diomedes spun around in time to catch an arrow with his shield. The missile was loosed by a gladiatrix made into Medusa, with serpents writhing from beneath her bloodied scalp. The archer shrieked as the snakes attacked her eyes and lips, but something more than pain compelled her. She loosed another arrow and knocked a third until Diomedes closed the gap. Medusa's last bolt went astray and killed a spectator. to our delight. More monsters stirred the sand and escaped the lower warrens. The horrific beasts were stranger in flesh than anything we had imagined. Centaurs made from human torsos, sewn to stallions, a grand arachne with 8 limbs, an enormous Argus with his 100 blinking eyes, Cerberus and Chimera, snapping at each other's foaming maws, the Lernaean Hydra and its mother, Echidna, stretched out as giant snakes, a titan formed from nearly 20 fighters stitched together, a swarm of harpies festooned with human faces, the Nemean lion, the mighty Cyclops, colossi, gorgons, and other demons from the histories. One by one, they found Diomedes, and one by one, the gladiator cut them down. By midday, the audience's excitement began to wane. Some applauded Diomedes while others groaned that the abominations were too weak and sickly to fight him fairly. Many jeered the monsters when they tore at their stitches, killing both the illusion and themselves through suicide. Our dissatisfaction fumed into fury. "Finish him," we ordered. "Kill him." Hearing this, the organizers rushed to the cavalcade's conclusion. A trap door opened, and through it ascended a brazen bull. A beautiful woman laid atop it, her battered body tied to the machine with garlands. Alarmed, Diomedes rushed to the slave and freed her, but his affections were not returned. The woman shoved the fighter, screaming what we took as "kill me" in a foreign tongue. When the gladiator refused to harm her, she threw herself against the bull's brass horns. Diomedes let out a cry and cradled the dying woman, whom we later learned was a captured Celtic queen. The gladiator was then locked inside the brazen bull and cooked atop a fire. I know my conversion was supposed to save me, but, brother, nothing I say or do warrants absolution. I was in that audience. I cheered as Diomedes was sealed within that vicious engine. His muffled cries were music to me, siren songs none could resist. I screamed with ecstasy while illuminated by the bronze bull's dancing flame. I deserve damnation, which is why I believe this vision never leaves me. My hell is knowing that I will never experience anything as divine as when I saw Diomedes fight the gods of flesh.
The Thing in Jesse's House by Heather Graham. They say that the voices in my head will go away, Jesse said. But... Amber's voice was a whisper. She felt so guilty. He was going away for a month. She had gone through the court system, and his rehab was court-ordered. She had done it to him. No, the crazy voice in his head had done this to him. A crazy creation of drugs and alcohol, she was certain. She had merely wanted to save his life. He didn't seem to be angry with her, though. And she was grateful. She loved her brother. It's just the drugs and alcohol use had been getting so bad, and then he had started acting out because of the voices in his head. I wonder, he said simply. Jesse, Amber, I love you. You're my baby sis. I know why you did what you did. I'm telling you, though, that creep I supposedly assaulted was going to go after that young woman. His expression was earnest. He believed what he was saying. The voice warned me. I had to save her. But never mind. No one will ever believe me. It's okay. And I'm not angry. I just need you to watch Nikki for me. Please. And really, I love the dog so much. Of course I'm going to take care of the dog. You'll stay at my place? I'll go over. She's old, Amber. Please, just stay there. They were coming for him any minute. Her brother was looking at her with clean and sober and pleading eyes. She swallowed hard. First, what would Benji say? They had just reached the point where he'd stay the night. But there was more than that. Lord, but she hated Jesse's house. Jesse was a movie buff. He'd been a great production assistant for some of the finest directors in the Hollywood arena. He'd also fallen in love with costumes, props, and horror movies. His house was filled with creepy things. Mannequins, creatures, masks, dangling body parts. He was just 32, and so tall and striking with his deep blue eyes and ink-dark hair that he was usually asked to be in a scene in whatever movie he was working on. He didn't want to be an actor, but he was okay with a few in-the-crowd signature roles. They'd grown up in the Hollywood Hills. Her dad had directed documentaries, many of them award-winning. It was natural, perhaps, that they might follow his path in their separate ways. While he loved working on set and solving production issues, she liked being even further behind the scenes. She loved movies too, but for her, it was the written word to give to the actors. She was gaining a name for herself as a screenwriter. Increasingly through the last few years, Jesse had spent time with a crowd known to overdo. Then there had been the driving arrests, passing out when he was working, and the voices. She had tried talking to him, and talking to him. He was just her senior by 3 years, but a great older brother all her life. He'd been her champion in high school, outgoing while she was shy and protective. She looked a lot like her brother. She had the same bright blue eyes and deep dark hair. He was 6'2". She was a good 5'10". Now that he was in his early 30s and she was 29, people sometimes thought they were twins. He had defended her all her life. They had lost their parents years ago in a car crash, and they were really all that one another had. Especially for Jesse now. His girl had left him. Amber understood why. She was just sorry. The poor girl just hadn't been able to take the baggage that came with the beautiful man she'd fallen in love with. The addictions, but mainly the fact that he claimed he heard voices. She had told Amber that he had imagined his dog, Nicky, giving him orders, and then she'd left him and gone back to Texas. She said that she couldn't fix him. Amber knew you didn't fix people, but she wanted to give Jesse a fighting chance. And so she had gone through all kinds of attorneys and court manipulations. If he were to live, Amber believed she had done the right thing. But staying at his house, Lord, she hated his house. The voices were terrifying and had led to this. Their court date, his court-ordered stint at rehab, and their conversation today. "I will never let anything happen to Nicky," she said. "I'll do this clean-up thing," he said passionately, gripping her by the shoulders. "I'll go, and I swear I'll get clean, Amber. I swear. But you stay with Nicky, please." Yes. "Promise," he demanded, and then he looked distressed. "It's weird, but it's safe. My house is safe. I need you safe," he told her. She smiled, nodding, trying to reassure him. She knew he was worried, too. Their county had recently seen a rash of murders. One woman had been assaulted, strangled, and found in a dumpster downtown. Another woman had been found strangled and bloody in an alley in Hollywood, and yet another in Glendale. One witness had seen who she thought might have been the killer running down the alley in downtown L.A. He'd been shirtless, and thus the media had dubbed the man the Stripper Ripper. As far as Amber knew, none of the victims had been strippers. Hollywood, Jesse had said, brought out the imaginative and the downright crazy. The problem was that he was beginning to sound like the latter. But if he got clean, well, she could have her Jesse back again. The court officers were coming for him. "Promise you'll stay at the house. You'll be safe there." "With Nicky," she murmured. "She's a good dog, right?" "My house is safe," he insisted, and he wagged a finger at her. "Be careful. There's a killer out there." There's always a killer out there somewhere, she said. I'm smart. I don't go out alone to dark parking lots. I'm okay. Really? Really? I promise. Hey, I carry pepper spray, and I know how to use it, she said, trying to make the moment just a little bit lighter. And I'm hell on wheels with my shoulder bag. He gave her a smile and another hug. Then he was gone. Her beautiful brother was gone. And she had made a promise. Okay, she murmured aloud to herself. She winced, wondering how Benji would react when she told him she was going to be staying at Jesse's place. Oh, well, she'd start out by taking care of the dog. She'd deal with Benji tomorrow. Jesse's house was just on the edge of Burbank. Once she'd fought the downtown traffic to reach it, she regretted her promise. Jesse's property was large for the area, and it was all overgrown. He didn't live too far from the premier special effects wizards in the business, and since some of those wizards liked to decorate their yards with creepy things, so did Jesse. Old tombstones littered the overgrown grass. Fabricated pumpkins and skeletons dangled from trees. Looking at the yard as she pulled into the drive, she shook her head, wondering how he hadn't been arrested for the creepy look of his place alone. Everyone around here decorated for Halloween. Jessie seemed to think it was Halloween all year round. But she parked and headed for the door. Nikki was a wonderful dog, a big, furry husky with a heart of pure gold. Amber loved her. She just hoped the dog would be enough to assure she wasn't creeped out entirely by the house. When she unlocked the door, Nikki was there, jumping up for joy to see her. She was a big dog, but not particularly heavy, and Amber didn't chastise her too severely. The dog held her attention for the first few minutes. Then she found her eyes wandering around the entry and parlor. Nouveau horror movie, she murmured aloud. She was in the damned movies herself, even if it was only as a writer who seldom received any credit. That was just the way Hollywood worked, at least until you really gained a name for yourself. She believed that she would. One day. She should have been accustomed to the fantasy of all that was around her. But over the archway from the entry to the parlor, Jessie had stolen a wrought iron sign from some bee picture. It read, "Enter here, ye who dare." I don't dare. I don't have a choice, okay? She said aloud. She looked around the parlor of the old house. The walls were mostly covered with movie posters. Benign enough, except that even there, half of them were leering monsters from horror movies. Oh, Jessie, no wonder you hear voices in your head, she said softly. She walked in, Nikki happily bouncing along at her side. First things first, make sure Nikki had an abundance of water. But as she headed for the kitchen, she paused in the parlor again. A mannequin of sorts, possibly larger than life-sized, stood by one of the occasional tables next to one of the two sofas positioned at angles in front of Jessie's large-screen TV. It had a wild head of dark hair and wore a monster mask and a sweeping sequined black cape over a red shirt and black pants. The arms were lifted and looked as if they might be easily disarticulated. The thing seemed to be reaching out to a demonic god and looked like something right out of the fires of hell itself. She paused, staring at it. She could see through the empty eye sockets of the mask to the painted-on eyes of the plastic mannequin. Creepy as hell. She looked at it. It seemed the damn thing looked back, assessing her. Maybe the mask would have to go. Hey, if she stayed here, in Jessie's house with the dog, as she had promised, the whole mannequin would have to go. Surely there were upstairs closets, because this thing was creepy. Okay, the whole house was creepy, but this thing took the definition of the word to the limit. Did she have the nerve to go upstairs by herself? And since she'd only started being with Benji Adair, young, handsome assistant director who had recently stolen her heart, a month now, did she dare call to tell him she was afraid of her brother's props? The relationship was close enough for her to ask for help. He was on a shoot tonight. Tomorrow he'd be with her anyway, asking her how the day had gone, if she still believed in Jessie. if she was all right. She was fine. To the far side of the large parlor there was a daybed, and by it, 2 big old upholstered chairs, the grouping in front of a fireplace with a great mantel. Above the mantel was an impressive painting. It was of a magician, hat in one hand in the air, a wand in the other. The painting was appealing. The magician had a great smile. "One nice piece," she told her absent brother. She swung around, startled by some movement she had seen in the room from the corner of her eye. But there was nothing there, nothing moving, except for Nikki, who was wagging her tail and watching her, waiting for whatever she was going to do next. "Don't worry, we're going to make sure you have plenty of food, Nikki." Next to the door to the dining room that led into the kitchen, there were evil child-sized clown dolls, each holding a little tray for keys or change or whatever. If she didn't look at them, she told herself, they wouldn't move, laugh, or do anything evil. She glanced at them, but quickly, and kept walking. "Jessie, you jerk," she said. Entering the dining room, she barely kept from screaming bloody murder. On the center of the table was a full-figured, life-size gator monster from the last horror flick Jessie had worked on, Slither and Pounce. It was a stupid gator. It had been a ridiculous movie. She decided she wasn't afraid of it. There were no gators, except in zoos, in California. Even the kitchen walls held masks and posters. The counter was filled with skulls, animal and human, fabrications, she hoped. She shook her head. Had she really promised him that she'd stay here? Had she really been stupid enough to get a condo where one couldn't have a dog? L.A. and its environs had plenty of hotels. Maybe she'd break down and spend her savings to take herself and Nikki to a hotel. Tomorrow, she just might do that. But one good thing Jessie did was keep plenty of dog food and a water bowl that was almost a trough. He was always worried Nikki wouldn't have enough water. There was water in the giant bowl, but she added to it, and then dumped a good supply of dog food in Nikki's other bowl as well. The dog still looked at her. "Ah, treats," she said. There was a supply of organic dog treats on the counter. "Okay, so, for tonight," she said, glad Nikki seemed to like the sound of her voice. She didn't have to feel as if she were talking to herself. "For tonight, we're here, and it's okay. I've been telling Marcia Lang I was going to do a treatment for her book. See if we can't sell the book and my treatment to someone. Jessie knows the right people to talk to. I even know a few." Nikki barked. Amber grabbed an iced tea out of the refrigerator and headed back to the parlor, careful not to look at the thing on the table. She'd tripped on something. An animal skull. Nikki had apparently decided one of Jessie's creatures was edible, or at the least, a chew toy. Shaking her head, Amber paused to pick up the skull, then moved it aside with her foot instead. The sofas in front of the entertainment center were comfortable and had settings to adjust the seats. Jessie did a lot of writing there, she knew. Notes to himself, comments to the director, and sometimes straight to the actors. She could work there. Naturally, the oversized demon thing was right there as well. As she looked at it, she almost felt Jessie was in the room with her, like a whisper on the air, or more probably in the same part of her mind that said, "I won't hurt you." She pointed a finger at the mannequin. "Hey, I promised to stay here with Nikki, and Her voice faded. She was talking to a mannequin. But Nikki seemed to like it. She barked and wagged her tail. "Turn on the television," Amber told herself. She needed some noise in the house, and then she wouldn't be making up things in her head. Well, hopefully she would be. She was going to work. But they'd be words on the page and not in her head. And she'd probably just sleep right on the sofa and go home in the morning to shower. She didn't want to walk up the stairs. God alone knew what Jessie might have up there. And yet, the thing was here, almost at the foot of the sofa. Ah, hell, maybe she'd give up on sleeping. She got her computer from her bag, found an old classic movie on TV that would keep her company without taking her attention, and set to work. She'd been at it for several minutes, setting the first scene, when she was startled to hear a whisper. He's out there. She nearly jumped. Then she remembered she was watching a mystery. Maybe it was Bogey who had just spoken. Nikki was curled up at the end of the sofa. She wasn't in the least alarmed. In fact, she looked up and wagged her tail. It's this stupid house, Nikki. It freaks me out. Amber's cell phone rang. She answered it. Hey, how's it going? Marcia inquired. Marcia had been in her class in school. They'd been friends then and now. Marcia wrote great books, but she had never mastered the art of screenwriting. Though they had both written plays and Amber had tried to tell her friend, she just needed to take that mindset a step further. Did everything go okay? Marcia asked anxiously. Good. Jesse was cool. He loves you. You're his sister. He knows you did it because you love him. I know. I just hope that, whatever they do for him, I hope it works. Of course. Hey, if you have any problems, I can run by and let the dog out. At the moment, I'm here. Not happy, but I promised I'd stay. You should see this place. I have seen it, and only Jesse could have lived there from the get-go. Amber frowned. It's a beautiful house. I was amazed he could afford it. Marcia was quiet for a minute. Hey? He never told you what he was buying? A house? Amber suggested. No, I mean, yes, he bought a house, but it was dirt cheap. Don't you know why? Why? Oliver West, the magician and psychic. He was murdered there, Amber. It was horrible. A murder of passion. Some dude who was also a mystic or whatever thought Oliver stole his girl away from him when she was working for Oliver's show. He burst into the house and cut Oliver to ribbons, right in the parlor. Amber groaned aloud, closing her eyes and wincing. No wonder Jesse had never explained just how he'd managed to get such a great deal on the house. You just had to tell me now, right? Hey, you're going to be fine. I've never seen you run off with another woman's lover. Hey, sorry. I mean, it was a horrible, cruel murder, but no one wants revenge on you. You've got Nikki, right? Right. But, Marcia, that was info you might have kept to yourself until I was out of here, Amber said. Oh, Amber, I am sorry. I assumed you knew. I'm using this time to work on the screenplay for your book, Amber said. So, Marcia laughed. It's a romantic comedy. Don't go changing it into a horror movie because you're staying at Jesse's place. Ha ha. Not to worry. I won't. He's out there. Did she really hear the words again? Was it the television screen? She suddenly needed to get up. She wanted to check the windows and make sure she'd locked the doors. An alarm system would have been nice. Marcia, I've got to go. Got to get some stuff down while it's in my mind, Amber said. Amber, really, yes, you've got Nikki. You're going to be fine. And thank you. Thank you, really. Thank you so much. This is just extra work for you. No, I love the book. We'll do this together, she said. Talk soon. She hung up the phone and jumped up. She hadn't been very smart. She'd been so afraid of the things in the house, she hadn't checked the windows and doors. The drapes of the parlor were partially open. It had grown very dark, she thought, since she had arrived. Nikki whined, looking up at her. The dog had to go out, and that's why she was here. She was taking care of the dog. Then again, was she more on edge inside the house or out? Okay, Nikki, we're going out. Just 1 minute. Turning around, she looked at the mannequin. Can we take off the mask? She asked it. When she removed the mask, she realized the mannequin was the man who was pictured in the poster. The magician. The man who had been murdered in the house. Okay, she breathed, stepping back. Befriend the weird things in the house, she told herself. It was the only way she'd stay sane. Sleep and possibly begin creating a screenplay. I'm so sorry. Things don't work out sometimes, and some people take it badly. She remembered Marcia's words. Really badly. I hope he's in prison for life. I mean, I don't know everything that occurred, but no one deserves what happened to you. He'd been cut to ribbons. Truly, she repeated softly. I'm so sorry. It was only a mannequin, of course. It just stared back at her. But minus the mask, it wasn't so bad. I'm going to take Nikki out. Then I'll be right back in. It's dark, but it's early, and I'm going to get some work done. With purpose and determination, she turned to the front door. Come on, Nikki. Amber was barely outside before the dog began barking. Nikki! The animal ran around the yard, sniffing, agitated. Nikki, stop. Come on, I just got myself convinced I can go in the house and work. Maybe it was the decor of the yard that was getting to the dog as well. The dog lived there. She was used to Jessie's crazy junk. Suddenly, one of the yard lights burned out. Shadows fell around the creatures in the yard. Nikki whined and came to stand by her. Okay, girl, that's it. Back in. Now, I don't like cleaning up dog poop, so you did all your business, right? She turned and hurried back in the house, making sure the door was locked. To work, to work. You've got to get out of here. She heard the stern warning in a male voice, and she did scream, nearly jumping out of her skin. Then she realized the movie was still on, and she had the volume up high. The TV was her company. She liked her company loud when she was afraid. I do have to get out of here, she muttered. Nikki looked at her and whined, then began to run crazily around the house, sniffing and barking. Nikki, come on, please, Amber pleaded. The dog ran into the dining room, and Amber started after her. What is the matter with her? She wondered aloud. Then she heard a door slam. And then, nothing. Nikki must have nudged the door to the kitchen when she went racing through from the dining room. Jessie, damn you. A hotel it is, she muttered. She didn't want to pass the miniature creatures guarding the way to the dining room. But she had promised to take care of Nikki. You've got to get out of here. She heard the words again, this time spoken more fervently. Was that line even in the movie? That was it. She was getting Nikki and getting out. Screw her savings. She started for the kitchen, stopping when she heard a whooshing sound behind her. She quickly spun around. There was nothing but... Had it moved? The mannequin of Oliver West? It seemed to be just a little bit closer. Pure terror gripped her. She couldn't move. She was going to race for the front door. It didn't need to keep reminding her she needed to get out of the house. The damn thing was just standing there. It was a mannequin. The dog. Just get the dog and go. She walked toward the kitchen again. No! This time she heard a cry clearly, and it wasn't the TV. Self-preservation kicked in. Amber swung around and ran to the front door. But that was when she felt a coldness. And then, fingers in her hair. Something real and solid had her by the hair, was jerking her back. She screamed, a loud, shrill, hysterical scream worthy of the best B-horror movie queen. And she spun around, arms slamming hard against the body of another human being. She was free, and it wasn't a mannequin that had taken hold of her. It was a man, about 40, bearded and ragged. A homeless man, she thought at first. He was shirtless. He was wearing nothing but a pair of cut-off jeans. But he smiled, and she saw he had filed his teeth. They had been filed to look like vampire fangs. But he was no vampire, just a man. Wielding a knife with one hand and grabbing her arm with the other. She screamed again and kicked him hard, loosening his hold on her. Shrieking, twisting, turning, she freed herself and pitched toward the front door. Pepper spray. Yes, she carried it. But it was in her shoulder bag, and she couldn't possibly reach it. She'd made it just about 10 feet when he leapt on top of her, reaching for her hair again. She was a fighter. Come on, baby, we're gonna have some fun. Ah, come on, don't make me hurt you too badly. Blood, gory, icky, you know, the real stuff, her attacker said. She kicked free again somehow, getting a foot against his chest and twisting for all she was worth as he fell away. She made it to her feet. She couldn't reach the door. She was by the mannequin, though, and the arms, the way they were put together. She reached up to rip out one of the arms, and so ridiculous for the situation, she cried out, "Oliver, I'm sorry. Forgive me." "Oh, baby, the stripper ripper is coming for you." The stripper ripper. Why hadn't she realized it immediately? She was in this crazy house, but it was a man, a flesh and blood serial killer who was after her. She'd be safe here. That's what Jessie had said. Oh, Jessie. She didn't quite reach the arm. The stripper ripper was at her back, jerking her by the hair again, wrenching her so hard that she tripped backwards. He slammed his fist against her jaw. Her head spun. The world was dark and filled with little blinking lights. He stood above her, but he seemed to be weaving, almost surreal. She thought he grinned his fanged grin, raising his knife high in both hands. It seemed to glitter with the stars and wave before her. She was going to die. Pretty baby, time to play," he said. She had to move, but the world was a blur. Her movements were not matching the commands in her mind. She tried to scramble back, desperate, so desperate. Because the knife was coming down, she closed her eyes, praying. And then she heard a whack. A loud, hard whack. The stripper ripper stumbled back, reeling. He gripped his head and fell to his knees. It was her chance. She didn't know how she had gotten that chance, but she had it. Her vision was still clouded. Her body still wasn't obeying her mind. Then she heard the voice again. "Go." The stripper ripper was groaning, but beginning to move. Her head thundered with a million bursting pains, and the world was spinning, dark and out of control. For a moment, she thought she saw him. Not the stripper ripper, but him, the mannequin of Oliver West. He'd seemed to look at her before with his painted eyes. Now those eyes were right above her, and she thought she heard the word again. "Go." She blinked hard. The mannequin had fallen to the floor. It faced her. The eyes were staring into her face. One of the arms was at an odd angle. "Go!" Did the lips move? Was it her own mind? Was she already half dead? Yes, because the stripper ripper was starting to rise. She didn't know what happened then. It was a blur. The arm of the mannequin was moving. Another whack sounded. A scream of pain and rage filled the room. It didn't come from her. It came from the stripper ripper. And then she could move. She stumbled to her feet and lunged for the front door, screaming as she raced past Jessie's bizarre lawn decor and out to the street, screaming and screaming until a car stopped. An older man, perhaps 60 or so, white-haired and concerned, jerked his car to a halt and rushed around to help her. 911, she cried. "Please, he's in there. The killer is in there. The stripper ripper, please, believe me." Would anyone take her seriously? Looking at the house, the giant spider atop it, the skeleton hanging from the trees? He believed her. Or else he simply believed help was needed. He dialed the emergency line. The stripper ripper did not emerge from the house as she heard the first siren begin to blare. She passed out cold as the police arrived. Her first thought on awaking in the hospital was that she was alive. Incredibly, she was alive. Her next thought was about Nikki, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Benji was there. Leaning anxiously toward her, his hand gripping hers, his green-gold eyes filled with care and concern. She tried to smile and speak, but he said, "Oh, thank God," and halfway pulled her into his arms, then eased her back. Sorry, I don't mean to hurt you." "You didn't hurt me. You're with me. Wonderful, thank you." "Of course. Oh, Amber, what an ordeal. Thank God you're alive." "Yes, thank God," she whispered. "Benji, the dog." Marcia picked up Nikki while the cops were still there. She was in the basement. And the little I gathered, Nikki was fine. The stripper-ripper, one Mitch Hudson, crazy rejected bastard, managed to mumble something almost coherent about the fact he'd never hurt a dog. He just kills human women because they deserve it. How Hollywood, she tried to say lightly. I mean, we all know you don't kill the dog. He tried to smile too. No, you don't kill the dog. Oh, Lord, Amber. He stopped speaking and pulled her to him, holding her tightly again. He let out a little sigh. You're okay. They just want to watch you overnight. Make sure. And the lead officer on the case, Detective Mike Fallon, has managed to keep the media away. For tonight. But baby, my kick-ass baby, you are a heroine. A fighter and a true heroine. You brought down a serial killer. She had brought down a serial killer? What? She murmured. Oh, my love, he had a knife, and you had a ripped-up mannequin, but you did it. Oh, baby, you saved yourself, and who knows how many other women he might have attacked. They've all manner of criminal psychologists on the news already. The stripper-ripper has an age-old story. Abandoned by his parents, raised and abused in bad foster homes, then rejected as an actor and a man. Turns out the first woman he killed was the girlfriend who rejected him. And after that... But you beat him, sweetheart. You beat him. She smiled weakly. Memory was coming back. She hadn't beaten him. No, it had been the thing in Jesse's house. Not a thing. No, the mannequin. The mannequin of Oliver West. My brother, she murmured, and she started to say more. She stopped herself. Whoever in hell would ever believe that a mannequin had talked and come to life when she had been in danger? Jesse had said his house would be safe. Not because of the dog. Because of the wronged spirit of a dead magician? He'll be here soon. He'll have to go back to inpatient, but Detective Fallon has seen to it that he can come and see you now. Middle of the night, he added with a smile and shrug. Middle of the night. Oh, Benji, please, go home and get some sleep, she said. Not on your life, kid. I'm not leaving you. I'll be in the waiting room. Let you and Jesse talk alone for a few minutes. And Jesse is going to be okay too, Amber. Jesse is going to be okay. He rose and kissed her forehead. I'll be back. Jesse was there, waiting in the doorway. He smiled at Benji. When Benji had gone out, Jesse hurried in, reaching for a hug, almost sobbing as he held her. It was my fault you were at my house. If you hadn't been there, he could have attacked me or someone else in the streets. She pulled away from him and looked up at him seriously. Jesse, You need help. But I'm not so sure about the way I've been convinced your voices have all been alcohol or drug-induced. She waited. Maybe, clean and sober and detoxed as he was, he would think he needed to get help for her, that she had gone crazy. But he just lowered his head. You had a little help, huh? Jesse... He lifted a hand. I don't know, Amber. Maybe the spirit of a man lives on. I think because you were so determined to help me, he meant to help you. He didn't want to see you suffer his own fate. He grinned. I guess Oliver likes you. Oh, Jesse, I don't know. I mean, the stripper-ripper caught me good in the jaw. My head rattled. I couldn't grasp the truth of anything. I mean, it can't be, she whispered. You think what you need to think, her brother told her. What matters is that you are alive, here, with us. She smiled, nodding gravely. Okay, I'm going to think what I want to think, but... What? Marcia is friends with Roger Gray, one of the finest fabricators in the business. I'll be taking the mannequin of Mr. Oliver West to see him. He's going to have the best care ever. Her brother lowered his head, his smile deepening. She pointed a finger at him. You will stay clean. Jesse nodded. That way you'll know if a voice is real or in my head, he asked. She smiled. You just leave Mr. West to me. He did. Amber never heard the mannequin speak again, or so much as thought she saw it move. Jessie came out clean and stayed clean. 2 years later, their first documentary, worked on together, aired at its first film festival. She wrote the documentary, he produced and directed. The subject was the amazing magician Oliver West, who left this world too soon, and yet remained.
The Secret Priest by Anne Walsh. The secret priest. He laughs all day and whistles all night. What does he carry in plain sight? Oh, but it's a bag of bones with meat still on, and a dream of screams from beyond. He laughs all day and whistles all night. What does he carry in plain sight? Oh, but it's a bag of souls who used to be family members of you and me, dismembered for the dreamer under the sea. He laughs all day and whistles all night, the secret priest of dread's delight.
Apocalypse Lights by Yvonne Navarro. Sarah Ingerson is making her way down the sidewalk, wobbling past the weed and feed store as Waylon Hoskins stares at her from the open doorway of Pax Drugs across the street. Her hair is all frizzed up, the ends wavering in the air the way delicate plants sway in the waters of an aquarium. Sarah's hair is yellow, burned at the edges like an overfried egg. A honeybee flutters around one of the higher pieces, and Waylon thinks again of an aquarium and the way fish nibble at the ends of the plants as they shift from side to side. He pulls on his cigarette thoughtfully and mulls on how he just really doesn't need this shit right now. Early this morning, Jed Mayer damn near beat his wife to death, and all because she got pissed when she came home from the night shift at the paper factory and caught him banging one of the barmaids from the rusted mug. Now Jed is in jail, and Brenda's in intensive care. Waylon thinks the barmaid was probably Andrea Renner, and God help Jed if her redneck husband Dan finds out. "I wonder what she did this time," says Bill Mahoney. "Look at the burns on the side of her face. Sapped her good this time around, damn good." "Ought to do something about those people, Sheriff." Martha Galt is another one of the lunchtime regulars, and she is sitting in her usual spot at the midpoint of the soda fountain. She's just finished a triple burger and fries, and in front of her is an empty banana split dish. Extra nuts and cherries, please. One of two that she has every day. She's an enormous woman, and her bulk spills around the metal stool like root beer foam overflowing a glass. "They're the bane of us all." "Yeah," Mahoney says, "bane of us all." He echoes, but Sheriff Hoskins doubts the guy has any idea what bane actually means. Mahoney is nothing but a lazy two-bit thief, and the whole reason Hoskins is even in the drugstore right now is because the slimy little shit-kicker will sneak out without paying his lunch bill. Another 10 minutes, and Mahoney will give up and put his $4 on the counter. No tip. Then he'll go back to his mother's tiny trailer and spend the rest of the afternoon sleeping and playing video games while his mother swelters at her job over at A1 Cleaners. "Haven't done anything that I can see," Hoskins says. "They mind their own business and don't bother anyone. Pay their bills and stay out there at Redemption Church except when they need supplies or whatever." Martha snorts gracelessly. "Redemption my ass. Ought to call it Babylon or Sodom and Gomorrah. God knows what they do out there, and that's why he strikes them." "I think we ought to call those records people," Cindy Rubel says from behind the counter. She's a pretty teenager with big breasts and a platinum blonde ponytail, a high school dropout. Most of what she talks about at any given time is money, and now is no exception. "What are they called? Oh yeah, Guinness Book of World Records, that's it. I bet they'd pay us good money to come and check it out." "We've got a nice, quiet town here," Martha snaps. "No need to bring strangers into harem and screw it all up." "We could use a little business," Claude Novak says. Claude is a retired Army guy with skin like leather and who went 2 tours, the second one voluntary, in Vietnam. He owns the gas station on the edge of town, and when he drinks too much, he brags about the gooks he killed and how he wishes he'd put more of them on the ground. A few tourists wouldn't hurt either. Make it worthwhile to be open on Sunday instead of scraping by. I heard they have orgies out there. Lance Hines chuckles. He thinks it's a secret, but Hoskins knows about the X-rated back room in Lance's bookstore. I wouldn't mind getting in on a little of that action. They got some good lookers. You're disgusting, Martha Galt shrills. Hines smirks. Better look in the mirror before you throw that stone, lady. He stretches a little on the stool so he can see Sarah Ingerson over the cosmetics display in the window. Built that weird-ass church on prime farmland over there, you know, he says to no one in particular. Don't know what the founders were thinking when they donated it. That's good land that would be better put to use by us. You mean by you, the sheriff retorts. I call it as I see it, so yeah, by me. All that fertile pasture just sitting there. And those fools growing a few tomatoes and organic crap? He nearly spits out the word organic. Sure wish I had it. I'd put half of it to corn, and the other half to grapes. Make me a mess of money. Sheriff Hoskins rolls his eyes and watches as Sarah Ingerson turns toward the entrance of the food mart. She hits the heavy glass door and staggers backward when it doesn't automatically open, then manages to push it open and disappear inside. Sister Sarah is here to buy something, but she can't recall what. The lightning hit her about an hour ago, just over a half-mile from her house. It knocked her to her knees and made her heart hammer in her chest for a good 10 minutes. A couple of the townspeople saw it. She remembers seeing them stop and stare. But they didn't do more than that. She doesn't blame them. They're all probably terrified they'll be hit by lightning too. Her face throbs, but she knows better than to touch it. There's money in her pocket, and she takes it out and looks at the rumpled $20 bill that smells vaguely of smoke. Brother Joshua gave it to her. She knows that much. But the why of it still eludes her. She wanders the aisles of the food mart, hoping to see something that will jumpstart her thoughts again. She has been lightning-struck before, 3 times, as a matter of fact, and each time she is left a little worse in the mental capacity department. She is terrified she will end up like Sister Bethel, whose 19th and final hit last fall left her blind and paralyzed on her left side. The Lord would do what he saw fit, but Sarah hoped he would be merciful and just kill her when the time came. There, baby formula, that was it. The generic kind, which was all they could afford on the welfare and disability checks pooled together by the church members. Her own boy is 1.5 years old, and had been only 3 months born the first time Sarah was hit. Like the other women, her milk had dried up and never come back, but she's been told that if she gets pregnant again, she'll be safe, at least during the carrying and for a little while afterward. Right now, there's about 15 women at Redemption, but only 4 are pregnant, although they all seem to be trying all the time. The men start getting hit at about age 16, and Sister Sarah feels bad for them because there's nothing they can do to gain themselves a reprieve, like being with child. And it goes without saying what lightning strikes do to a man's libido. The girl at the checkout counter stares and takes Sister Sarah's money with 2 fingers, like she's afraid she'll catch something. She looks familiar, and Sister Sarah's gaze lingers on the name tag on the girl's uniform. Linda Marcos. It takes a few moments of hard thought, but by the time Linda gives her change, Sister Sarah remembers that she had a couple of classes with Linda in her sophomore year at Harem High, before she got hit by her first lightning strike and dropped out. She wonders if Linda still swears, as Brother Joshua would say, like a sailor. Worse, really, since the girl threw the Lord's name around like it was nothing but a dirty rag and told anyone who would listen that God was dead, and she was a Wiccan who worshipped something like Gaia. Linda Marcos practically shoves the plastic bag with the baby formula at her, and Sister Sarah has to grab it before it falls over the edge of the counter. The jerking motion makes pain raise her through the burn on her face, and she gasps, barely stopping one hand from clapping against the wound. It feels like the eye on that side is swelling shut. Hurts, don't it? Linda asks suddenly, but there is no sympathy in her voice. Bet you wish you'd cleaned up your act now. Sister Sarah blinks away pain-raised tears and says nothing. She can feel the animosity here, not just from Linda, but from others in the store. A half-dozen customers, 2 more cashiers, the assistant manager glaring at her from his elevated office at the end of the row of registers. Clutching her bag, she walks toward the exit. "It certainly looks like God his own self smote you a good one this time." Sister Sarah glances back and sees Pastor Riley standing at the far register. On the conveyor belt are 2 bottles of tonic water. It's on the early side, but Sister Sarah thinks the words he's just spoken are ever so slightly slurred. Still, it is not her place to judge. It is not her right. After all, aren't they correct? Hasn't God judged her, found her wanting, and punished her? Not once, but 4 times now, each time worse than the one before. She doesn't know what she did to deserve it, but she must have done something, just like the rest of the people out at Redemption. As bad as they seemed, the people of Harem never got judged, were never made to pay for their sins. There, then, was the proof that she and her brothers and sisters must be far, far worse sinners. "If there really is a God, I don't know why he don't just light up all you whack jobs and be done with it," Linda calls out. "Cleanse this town of its filth once and for all." Then Sister Sarah is outside and the door to the food mart closes solidly behind her. She stands unsteadily for a moment, feeling safer and squinting at the sun while that last, nasty question percolates in her brain. Why, indeed? They all tried to be so good, to do everything right. Was this hell on earth for them? There was so much pain in Redemption, so many who were maimed and punished over and over again, and yet they dragged themselves up, and they worshipped, and they withstood it, all the while thanking God for what little they did have. If they made their sacrifices now, would they avoid the apocalypse talked about in Revelation? "Get out of here, you sinner!" someone shouts from a passing car. Sister Sarah jerks as something, a half-filled can of soda, hits her on the shoulder. Sticky liquid splashes down the front of her yellow jumper, but it doesn't matter. The earlier lightning hit ruined it anyway, singeing the fabric in a zigzag pattern where it started on her left cheekbone, then jumped to her shoulder and across to her right collarbone. At least it was only her face that was burned. She steels herself, clutches the bag of baby formula, and turns in the direction of home. It's a long, long walk. "According to my count," says Mark Bellinger, "which only includes the lightning strikes that have been seen by people in town, or ones that could be figured for sure to be such." "Like Sarah Ingerson yesterday," Sheriff Hoskins puts in. "Yes, like her." He frowns at the interruption, then sighs patiently as he has to study his notes for a few seconds. "Back to what I was saying. According to my count, someone from Redemption has been hit by lightning 17 times so far this month." Hoskins sits up. "That many? Are you certain?" Bellinger looks at Hoskins as if the sheriff has just told him his underwear was on top of his head. "My family has been solely entrusted with keeping the statistics of Harem since it was founded nearly 300 years ago, Sheriff Hoskins. I do not make mistakes." Hoskins nods and makes himself sit back again, wondering if the arrogant town recorder sitting in front of him has made the correlation between number of lightning strikes and number of arrests. He knows this figure because just this morning he realized that arrests had climbed sharply in the last 2 months, and he had counted them out. Apparently Bellinger had not connected the 2 figures, so Hoskins decides to keep his perceptiveness private. For now. Now it is Bellinger's turn to lean forward. "Harem is a town that has been blessed for a long time," he tells the sheriff. He speaks in an almost whisper, as though he is imparting some great and mysterious secret. "All the way back to its inception. We have nearly perfect weather and crops. We're prospering while other small towns in the state are folding under economic problems, or having their lifeblood sucked away by the surrounding cities." The sheriff's head begins to throb, as it always does when he's about to hear something he doesn't want to. Just a little pain, right there in the temple on each side of his head. He thinks for perhaps the 4th time that day that he really needs to get his blood pressure checked. Then this has to do with what? Bellinger lifts his chin until he's looking down his nose at Waylon Hoskins. As you know, the only blight in our community is the constant, unexplained lightning strikes. The way these happen only to the people out at Redemption Church is not lost on the citizens of this town, Waylon. Pastor Riley and several of the board members discussed it at the town meeting last night. Bellinger's eyes shift sideways momentarily. After you left. After he'd left. Of course. Riley is a drunk, Hoskins snaps. Every single thing that comes out of his mouth is coated in a film of alcohol. That he indulges now and then has nothing to do with his ability to lead the faithful along God's chosen path. Bellinger retorts. God can light his own path just fine. Hoskins folds his arms defiantly, just hoping the fussy little man will challenge him. Bellinger gives the glasses sliding down his nose a sharp push upward, then clears his throat. The board members, he accentuates his words by tapping his first two fingers smartly on the desktop, believe the problem of Redemption Church should be eliminated in its entirety. What? Hoskins is on his feet so quickly that his chair rolls backward and slams into the wall. Bellinger flinches. That property was deeded to the originators of that place before the first stone of the first building in this town was even set. He barks. It's in the town's papers, in all the record books, even engraved on the plaque that stands by their driveway. Did you and your cronies conveniently forget all that? Bellinger stands so that the sheriff, who's a larger-than-average man to begin with, is not towering over him so much. No, we did not. But we, the townspeople I mean, feel that it would better serve the community to revoke the deed and get the land back. The revenue would benefit us and the lightning strikes would finally stop. Hoskins stares at him. Stop. You have absolutely nothing to back that up. Besides, it's an irrevocable trust. Everyone knows that, including the people out at Redemption. Bellinger drops his gaze, but Hoskins doesn't miss the sly, fox-like glint in the recorder's mud-brown eyes. There are ways to get around archaic edicts. Hoskins scowls, but stifles the urge to spit that, while Judge Collins has his faults, the law has always come first. Besides, the old man is a descendant of the town founders, and no one knows more than him that tradition is a very strong thing in these parts. You don't have a chance. Even if Collins dissolved the original deed, the state appeals court would overturn his ruling. Bellinger gives him a condescending nod and tucks his book under his arm, then turns to go. Of all things, Hoskins is reminded suddenly of an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, one of those crazy supernatural shows his 14-year-old daughter watches on TV when she gets home from school. This one had caught his eye because the monsters in it were tall, thin men with ghost-white faces, sunken eyes, and skeletal grins. They'd been wearing black suits and white shirts, and they moved with gliding, eerily fretful movements. Just like Bellinger. They were also evil, but Hoskins doesn't want to take his thoughts in that direction. We'll keep you posted, Bellinger tells him. And again the sheriff is reminded of a fox in the scheming way they're always portrayed in kids' cartoons. The early ones that in their own warped way had prepared the young ones for the reality of life and how people really were, back before television got all politically correct. You do that, Hoskins says, and Bellinger leaves without another word. After a few minutes, the sheriff follows him outside, where he jams his hat on with enough force to give himself a bigger headache, and wonders what the hell is wrong with the people of his hometown. He grew up here, and his mother, and her mother and grandmother, and going all the way back, that little shit Bellinger isn't the only one who can trace his ancestry, had always looked with empathy on those folks out at Redemption. When Hoskins was a kid, he clearly remembers that a portion of every Sunday's donations to the church had been used to buy food and clothing, and that the menfolk would get together and fix stuff out there. In fact, the sheriff's great-uncle had been a doctor, and he'd made regular visits to Redemption, never asking for or receiving a dime in return. Now the buildings were falling down, The people out there wore the cheapest clothes they could buy at the thrift store, and all the 3 doctors in Harem did was demand insurance. There was none, of course. If anyone from Redemption asked for help. And half-empty soda cans thrown from cars was about it for food donations. Sheriff Hoskins shakes his head and heads for the jail, wondering how Jed Mayer is faring now that last night's drunk has worn off. Will he be sorry about Brenda? Hoskins doubts it. The sheriff is just finishing Sunday supper when his cell phone rings. He isn't much on modern technology, but there are some things, computers and cell phones being high on the list, that he hasn't been able to fight because of what he does for a living. He doesn't want to answer it, but like doctors and preachers, his is a job that doesn't come with a day of rest. A glance at the screen makes his nerves jangle because there's no reason his deputy would call him on a Sunday night unless there is a real problem. His mind instantly spins up the worst. An accident, maybe. A multi-car thing, probably caused by one of the wilder teens in town. There's a straight stretch on the 2-lane that runs behind the town that always appeals to the drag racers. But in the real world, Hoskins just doesn't have the creativity to imagine something this bad. "Sheriff, it's Doug. I can see that by the phone," Hoskins says, and frowns because Doug is young and casual, and he never calls Hoskins sheriff. "What is it?" "They told me not to say anything and to just let them go on, but I figured you'd be really pissed if I didn't call you and let you know. I'm not real sure what they're planning on doing, and maybe it is best if we stay out of it, but... Doug, what are you talking about? Get to the point, son. You're not making any sense." "Who's them?" "Bellinger," Doug tells him, "and a bunch of other folk from town. Lance Hines, Claude Novak, Frank King. That guy from the construction company. Yeah, he was driving a backhoe. Bunch of men from the bowling league over at the Palms and some guys from the fire and highway departments, too." "What about them?" "I came out of the office to do my evening rounds. I guess I was running a little late because it was pretty obvious they were surprised to see me. I think they thought I'd be on the other side of town already. And like I said, they told me not to tell you, but they're headed out to Redemption Church." Hoskins sits up straighter on his chair, the rest of his wife's fried chicken forgotten. "All of them?" "Yeah, I kind of got caught up in a TV program, so..." "Right." At least the man has the good grace to sound ashamed, but Hoskins isn't focusing on that right now. This doesn't ring good, not at all. "Did I hear you say King was driving a backhoe?" "Well, yeah. That's kind of strange, ain't it? Not that I saw for sure, but I gotta say that I think a bunch of people had already passed on by before I came out of the station and saw them." Hoskins scowls and wonders just how long Doug had been caught up in his TV program, which was more than likely a sex movie on the station's computer. Hoskins has cleaned porn off of it 8 times since bringing Doug on. It's almost 7:30 now. Had the deputy even done his earlier rounds at 5 o'clock? "I want you to meet me out there," Hoskins tells him. "When?" "Right now," the sheriff snaps. "What'd you think, tomorrow? And if I catch you watching a movie during work hours again, I'm gonna fire you. You understand?" Doug's shock is almost palpable across the phone line. Then, incredibly, he tries to argue. "But, Waylon, I'm just keeping myself occupied. There's not much going on at night. If the next thing out of your mouth isn't 'yes, sir,' I'll fire you right now." Another 2 seconds of silence. Then, "Yes, sir." That's more like it. Hoskins snaps his phone shut and hurries to his car. He grabs his 9mm service pistol off the hallway table on the way, just in case. The sun is just slipping below the tree line when the sheriff turns into the long driveway that leads to the Redemption Church property. Driveway isn't really accurate. It's more of an old dirt road between 2 sections of falling down picket fence. The trees on either side are nothing but silhouettes now, black cutouts against a sky fading fast from blue to indigo. Hoskins remembers when those 2 fence sections were painted bright white and well kept, back when he was a boy and people cared about those who were less fortunate than them. Right now the condition of that old fence doesn't worry him, but something else does. It's the plaque, the engraved one that the town fathers put up at the entrance of the property so long ago. It's been pried out of the ground and overturned, and what's left looks like it's been hammered with something heavy and metallic, Only metal could damage the heavy brass surface and granite base. He slows the patrol car and glances at it, then pushes hard on the accelerator and grips the steering wheel. There's something in the pit of his stomach that he doesn't like, a sick, unsettled sensation that reminds him of how he felt the morning his older sister went into surgery to have a pin put into the arm she'd broken falling off the back porch. Something had gone wrong with the anesthesia, and she'd never come out of it. The dirt driveway is a good half-mile long and full of curves that block the sheriff's view of the church and the old buildings that surround it until he slides around the last turn. Doug is already there, but he's less than useless, just standing off to the side and staring at the mob of men and women. There must be 60 or 70, milling across the worn lawn that fronts the main structures. Someone up there is shouting, but the sheriff can't make out the words because his blood is pounding too loudly in his ears. He lurches from the car, then turns back and yanks the shotgun from its dashboard holder before running toward the front of the church, where most of the activity looks like it's building. When Hoskins pushes his way to the center of the crowd, somehow he isn't surprised to see Lance Hines standing there, with Mark Bellinger fluttering behind him like a scrawny, excited moth. "What's going on here, Lance?" Hoskins keeps his voice low and reasonable, although he has to struggle to do it. It's a little bit late on a Sunday night to be getting together, being that it's almost dark and all. "This is town business," Lance tells him with barely a glance. "Why don't you just go back home to Cheryl, and Mark here will stop by the morning and let you know how it all turns out." "How what turns out?" Hoskins angles around until he's standing between Lance and the group of sad, scared-looking redemption folks that's starting to assemble in front of the townspeople. "And being the sheriff of this town, I guess I ought to be a part of, what'd you call it? Town business?" "Now, Sheriff," Mark Bellinger puts in. He's using his utmost soothing tone, but he's still making sure that Clyde provides an adequate barrier. "You and I talked about this the other day." Hoskins stares at him. "You can't be serious. You have absolutely no right to be on this property." He raises his voice. "You all just go on home, right now. You're trespassing." A few people mutter to themselves and take a step back, but most just stay where they are. Their eyes are hard and calculating, like predators sizing up prey. Hoskins sure doesn't like where this is going. Lance Hines smirks. "According to Judge Howard, we have every right to be here, Sheriff. He revoked that antique trust this afternoon on an emergency motion made by Drew Snyder. You know him. He's the attorney up on First Street across from the park." Lance pauses to let his words sink in. "Snyder went to county records and checked all the original documents. He found where one of them wasn't signed properly. Says if it wasn't a unanimous deeding, it wasn't legal. So the land never did belong to these people. He also says that Harem can levy back taxes and late penalties, even interest, going all the way back to then. It doesn't even matter whose fault it was." Hines grins, showing his big teeth that seem unnaturally dark and sharp in the fading light. "We all discussed it and decided that they don't have the money to pay, so we'll just forget that idea, as long as they get on out of here. Tonight." "I'm not buying any of this," Sheriff Hoskins says. His voice is hoarse, like he's talking around a sock stuffed into his throat. "Judge Collins would never enter a motion like that, and even if there was some kind of a problem with the deed that no one's discovered in 300 years, hell would open up before he'd kick these poor people out of their homes without giving them a chance to make it right. Judge Collins is in a coma," a voice says from behind him. Hoskins turns and sees Claude Novak standing a few feet away. He has a Winchester cradled in one arm and a 5-gallon gas can rests at his feet. "Guess you didn't hear. He fell down the steps at his house this afternoon." Judge Howard's sitting on the bench in his place. Lance grins at the sheriff again, and Hoskins remembers suddenly that Abel Howard is married to Lance's oldest sister. Had no problem listening to reason. "This isn't reason," Hoskins responds. There's something like desperation building in his voice. A need to make Lance and his people, his mob, understand. "Oh, but it is," Lance tells him in a placating voice. "It's the highest form of reason, Hoskins, and you of all people should understand that. It's the law." He shoves a piece of paper at the sheriff. Hoskins grabs at it, but not fast enough to keep it from being snatched away by a wind that he only now realizes has been steadily increasing. The paper whips through the air and disappears into the night. "Look," Hoskins says, "you mustn't do this. There's a connection between the people out here and us in Harem. It has to do with the lightning strikes and the sins." "We figured that out a long time ago, Sheriff Hoskins." Martha Galt's heavy voice booms over the rest of his sentence. "And we're here to take care of that business once and for all." A cheer rolls up from the line of Harem's townspeople, and Hoskins has a nearly suffocating moment of horror as he realizes that everyone from the town has something in his or her hand. He has pegged it right as being a mob, but like everything else that evolves with the passage of time, so has this. He sees shovels, baseball bats, garden rakes, brooms, mops, all with brightly colored handles and brand names, the house and garden implements of the 21st century gone back to the dual usage of more violent times. And, of course, there's the backhoe, and the gas cans, and the guns. "No. Oh, no, you can't do this. If they won't get out, we'll burn them out," someone yells. It's a girl's voice, young. Hoskins thinks it might be Cindy Rubel, or Linda Marcos, or Jane Lockwood, or any of 10 or 20 of the young women from town. That thought just feeds his panic. Hoskins grabs Lance's arm and yanks him closer. "Even if that court order holds, there are procedures to follow, eviction notices, time periods." Lance gives him another horrid leer, and Hoskins sees firelight reflected in his eyes, the promise of a hellish night in the making. Jesus, are they already burning something? "We decided we don't want to wait. You know how that old saying goes, Waylon. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission." Someone pushes Hoskins, and he lets go of Lance and stumbles backward, almost falls. "It won't be this time," he shouts. "Not this time." But no one is listening. Everyone is moving forward, and yes, there is fire, and it's racing up the sides of at least 2 of the old wooden buildings, leaping along the roof lines like hungry demons' breath. It makes a sound like a low rumble. Then Hoskins hears a bigger thrumming as the backhoe's engine starts, and Frank King rams it into the corner of one of the rickety barns. A woman screams as a man's deeper bellow rises louder. New sound spirals up, the high-pitched cries of children this time. And suddenly the night swells with noise, shrieks, wails, the disregarded pleas of the old and the weak and the injured. Hoskins struggles to his feet and pumps his shotgun, but the thunder of the round he puts into the air is nothing. It's swallowed by the frenzy of the people who for years he thought he knew and cared for, and which now drowns out the weeping of others he now knows he cannot protect. He's grimacing like a madman as he pulls the shotgun around again, but he goes down as something hits him on the shoulder, a metal shovel that shatters his collarbone and sends him to his knees as it hammers pain and white light through his senses. The Winchester is gone, yanked away by someone in the crowd, and Hoskins adds his own bellow to the cacophony as he hears it discharge, over and over, within the press of bodies. He stands, but doesn't know how, then wishes he hadn't. Redemption is burning, and the bodies of its sad and wounded faithful are scattered across the ground, bloody piles of tattered clothes. Even then it doesn't stop. Even then the people of Harem are not satisfied. Hoskins goes to his knees again as he sees Claude Novak run forward and pour gasoline on someone, then toss a lit match and laugh. Dear God. He laughs as the mound of fabric jerks up and does a shrieking, tortuous death dance in front of him. His right arm won't work, so Hoskins fumbles with his left until he gets his pistol out of its holster. He points it where Novak had been just seconds ago, but the man is already gone, lost in the chaos of the crowd as he no doubt selects his next unfortunate victim. Everything is in motion. The scene in front of Hoskins is a nightmare conglomeration of writhing people and jerking silhouettes. Things streak in front of his vision, the bright splotches of wooden handles and the shimmering metal ends of garden tools that arc overhead before impacting sickeningly against fragile bone and softer flesh. Hoskins swings the pistol left and right, but the firelight and the shadows cavort across one face to another, and then another. He's too dizzy and sick to tell who's who, to make the life-and-death choice of squeezing the trigger. And will it make any difference anyway? No. It will only fuel the hysteria, give it more blood and death on which to feed. Something yanks on his arm and the pistol is jerked away. When Hoskins looks, he sees a line of deep furrows opening across the meat on the back of his left hand, spewing scarlet blood even as the agony of it razors up his arm. Before it can fully register, Hoskins hears the report of his 9mm only a few feet off. He tries to rise and staggers instead when his vision focuses on Lance Hines, just as the guy is firing downward a second time, putting another bullet into the chest of a young man who's probably already dead. Hines steps over the body and grabs at a young woman, Sarah Ingerson, before she can scramble away. He hits her across the face with the butt of the pistol, and when she slumps unconscious, Hines falls on top of her, jerking her dress over her head as he yanks open his pants. There is screaming inside the sheriff's head, his own thoughts pounding against the walls of his skull over and over. An eye for an eye, a sacrifice for a sin. Oh, God, Hoskins whispers. He tries to walk, to go to Sarah Ingerson and help her, but his legs feel like rubber bands and won't heed his mental commands. Please forgive us. Then the lightning that began streaking sideways across the sky when the wind picked up suddenly triples and starts stabbing downward, seeking, as it has since the inception of redemption, those who would sacrifice themselves for their brethren so that their sins may be forgiven. But those plentiful sacrifices are gone now. They have been eliminated, beaten, burned, spent. And because there is no one else, the lightning, God's sword of retribution, seeks the path of least resistance and finds those whom it always desired the most anyway, the true sinners of Harem. And the lights of Harem's apocalypse fill a night that seems to go on forever. Hoskins sits on his front porch and watches a late-model Mustang convertible full of teenagers roar down the street. The government called what happened a freak electrical storm and talked a lot about high and low-pressure systems and clouds. But to him, and the few people who are still here, it's just a load of bullshit. There isn't much left of the town's population, and most of the neat little houses are abandoned and quietly wasting away. They all know what happened, and why those who are left have to stay. Hoskins isn't the sheriff anymore. They don't even have one. Now he's just an old man who draws disability and doesn't walk much since the night of the big storm out at Redemption. Redemption Church itself doesn't exist anymore. But Waylon Hoskins, his wife, and the 24 or so people who are still left in Harem do their best. Hoskins sent his daughter to live with an aunt in Atlanta, and the other children have likewise been moved away by their parents. The scar tissue on his neck from where his first lightning strike hit and fused his clavicle back together in one very painful lump makes it difficult to turn his head and follow the Mustang's progress as it speeds down Main Street. Please, Hoskins thinks, let those kids just pass through without doing anything wrong. Please.
Gut Instinct by Gabby Triana. By the time Williamson noticed his human stumbling down the stairs, it was too late. The woman landed with arms spread, neck acutely perpendicular to the bottom step. On her nightdress, crimped between her legs, a crimson stain radiated like an exploding star. Adele! Of course, she couldn't hear him. Adele never perceived her spirit guides, even when they sent clear messages through lucid dreams or patterns in the clouds, even in her most delicate condition. What's happened? Sister Grace clutched the cross around her neck. Is it not obvious? The druid rapped his staff against the floor. She fell. as the time brother tumbled over the hillside during summer solstice. Not a smart one he was.
My-Eye eyed him. This is no time to judge. The oldest guide knelt beside Adele, cleansing away her darkest energies with his eagle feather. She will die if we do not act. Williamson's mind whirled. Were he still on the battlefield, he'd attempt to transport her, but these forms they'd been assigned limited him. What do we do, sister?
Perhaps I force open the side door? Chloe might then fetch help.
Chloe. They all stared at her, peering over the edge of the top stair. Surrounded by a shadowy aura, the thin female spirit in gauzy white had lost all her children. When Adele had discovered herself with child, Chloe's pervasive sadness had overwhelmed her. In no time, the oddest spirit had been banished, relegated to just outside the bedroom door. Chloe, can you alert neighbors? Williamson asked before noticing the blood trickling from Adele's ear. Hurry, or she won't survive.
Hail Mary, the Lord is with you,
Sister Grace prayed.
The baby!
Chloe floated down the staircase, stopping to sob over Adele's swollen belly.
We must save the baby!
Chloe wept for the child, yes, but Williamson knew she also wept for unfulfilled maternal destiny, the chance to nurse, to bond, to love unconditionally. As the ruby pool of life force spread along the landing, Williamson noticed Adele's once robust heartbeat growing fainter. How did this happen? How did we not protect her? It is the human experience, My-Eye offered. Let us give her our last fight. Williamson agreed, lest the universe reassign them to a new human. They burst into movement. Williamson attempting to revitalize Adele's chest with compressions, Sister Grace fumbling with the door, the druid praying over bluestone pieces, and My-Eye muttering a sacred chant. Chloe tightened her squeeze around Adele's undulating abdomen.
My baby is alive! I must protect!
The murky aura surrounding her deepened to impenetrable black. Williamson shuddered. No, Chloe, the child is not yours.
He is right.
Sister Grace bowed her head.
It's in God's hands.
Blinding white light filled the stairwell. Minuscule blue dots spiraled above Adele's fading form. As her ethereal soul floated out of the empty, broken shell, Williamson bit back tears, recalling his own expiration on the battlefield. Sister Grace finally forced open the door just as Williamson noticed Chloe. She clutched Adele's dead abdomen tighter than before, fearful the babe would depart as well, though the tiny heartbeat continued to thrum. She howled and inhaled the coppery scent of death. Her sobs turned to frantic licks. Licks turned to desperate nips at flesh. Stop this! Williamson swatted at Chloe. The unstable spirit tore into Adele's womb, ripping into layer upon lifeless layer of soft tissue with gnashing teeth, rupturing the watery bubble that kept the struggling fetus alive. Chloe, stop this instant! Williamson bellowed. You cannot have it!
She's gone mad, the druid muttered. Blessed art thou among women, blessed is the fruit of thy womb.
But Chloe's assigned form turned instinctive and bloodthirsty. Her primitive longing overcame her as she shredded Adele's womb with agitated paws, anxious to reach the beating organ of the one left alive inside. The guides tried to stop her, but their corporeal feline forms were no match for Chloe's canine physique. She growled, howled in the stairwell, and plucked the blue-skinned creature from its tattered nest of skin and membrane, carrying the premature being out the door and into the woods. Slippery stripes of placenta, cord, and entrails streaked the kitchen floor. Williamson sniffed. Ancient urges echoed in his chest.
Damn it!
Chloe succumbed. She'd given into her most basic nature. Williamson knew it was only a matter of time before they all would follow suit. Sister Grace, the druid, and My-Eye all stared through dilated pupils at the bloodshed, truth descending over them, struggling with it,
even as their instincts betrayed them. Though the door was open, they wouldn't leave, seek new shelter, nor hunt. They would feast.
The Dreams in the Cipher House by Maurice Brodus. October 20th. Khalik Muhammad never expected to see the Cipher House again. The first dream of it came while he was still in prison, the day he received the letter from Cost. Why does the universe have structures? What happens when you learn to take it away? That night he tossed about on his iron cot, his spirit unsettled as he wrestled with a stirring in his spirit, conjuring images of rats teeming in the darkness behind the cell walls. Cost always had that way about him, able to whip those around into a frenzy with a simple word or turn of phrase. That was his gift. Once the prison doors clanged behind him for the last time, the bus dropped him off at the zip code he'd come from with $45 in his pocket. Indianapolis was one of those flyover spaces. It seemed easy to ignore because it was Indianapolis, not L.A., New York, or Atlanta. Everyone looked to get out in order to make it, but not Khalik. These streets were all he knew. The back alleys snaked like capillaries through that neighborhood, nicknamed The Land. And he remembered when Cost first gave him his address. He said, "I'm at 140 and a half. I live between spaces." His dreadlocks bobbing as he moved, Khalik's lanky body, all long arms and legs, moved like an upright spider scuttling out of sight. The street seemed sinister and unfamiliar, the pavement strewn with cigarette butts, discarded condoms, empty bags of Takis, crushed beer cans, dumpsters full, their contents spilling out like disgorging bellies, half-chewed chicken bones, leftover slaw. The sun perched low in the sky, tucked within the cradle of evening. A black wind ruffled the leaves of the decades-old oak tree towering overhead. Trees shadowed most of the block. The highway tore up the old neighborhood, leaving it forgotten and under-resourced until it was declared an opportunity zone. Now the city implemented its revitalization plan with rows of trees, little more than saplings, now lining the streets. Except everyone knew the city didn't plant those trees for the current residents, but for those they hoped would move in. A sign in front of the house next door to Cost's place already read, "For sale." Furniture piled on the street outside of it. Khalik imagined some bloated moving van, too full for even one more ottoman, taking off and leaving it behind. Ducking under the low-hanging branches, Khalik wound his way around to the side door to knock. Only strangers and the police banged on the front. The glass of the storm door had been shattered, the remaining shards, glittering broken teeth, hung in the doorframe. The door drifted open with his first pound. A sick feeling unsettled his spirit with the knowledge that something wasn't right. "Hey, Cost, man. It's me, Khalik. I ain't trying to startle a brother or nothing." He cocked his head, searching for an unfamiliar sound. Cost wasn't about leaving his crib unlocked, not with all his recording equipment around. The stillness of the house unnerved him. He was used to this spot jumping. Cost often hosted retreats he called cipher weekends, with other rappers eating, drinking, smoking, and vibing with one another, writing, freestyling, and recording almost 24 hours each day. Now silence wrapped around him, a cloaking shadow as he stepped into the hallway. Thick spiderwebs roped through the cloying darkness. The overhead lights noisily burned to life. One set of fluorescent bulbs flickered on and off before half giving up. A bowl of pine cones sat in the center of the mantel. A display of a carved horn next to a beaded horsetail handle was on one side of it. On the other side of the bowl, leaning against the wall, was the painting that became the cover of My Scars, the first song Cost got on the radio. The arrangement had an unsettling symmetry about it. Across from it, a mural filled the entire wall, a circle with an outer and inner ring, letters outlining them almost mimicking a clock. Lines drawn from each letter converged in the center with a 5-point star overlaying it. Books piled on the coffee table, a few slayed open from recent viewing, which Khalik found strange since Cost never had been the studying type, one reason why he dropped out of high school. Whispers emanated from the house in a low susurrus of voices, joined by a tenacious itch in his ears, a scurrying in the walls. He understood the illusion of sounds created by pipes and the echoes of vents in old homes, but he couldn't shake the deep sense of knowing that he wasn't alone. Something waited for him, something patient, wanting to be noticed, something not entirely human. Khalik knew this with each pulse of his pistoning heart, as surely as his sweat-slickened palm lost its grip against the kitchen door, as surely as his legs threatened to finally buckle. Something perhaps once human, like someone long dead coming back for him. His soul recognized the pirate flames of hate, the way he imagined the sensation of a decomposed arm holding no life save for whatever maggots called its banquet home, reaching for him. The rising aroma of something wet, something rotten, mixed with putrefying leaves. He knew the smell of loamy fingers that at any moment would find purchase around his unsuspecting neck. Only then did Khalik notice the trail of blood. In the shadows, a figure slumped against the wall. "Cost!" Khalik chanted the words. "No, no, 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 no," as if in prayer to stave off darkness. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice interrupted with a tone intimating that he better not be wasting her time with some petty bullshit. "My friend's been shot." Khalik didn't remember pulling out his phone, much less punching in the digits, only that his hand compressed Cost's chest in a frantic attempt at CPR. "He's not breathing." "Keep doing compressions. Help is on the way." Khalik counted off the sequence as he pumped, the numbers not making sense. 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. He wiped at the burning at his eyes and tried to count again. Time lost all meaning. All he knew was that, as paramedics shoved him out of their way, Cost's blood remained on his hands. Khalik stumbled onto the streets, his neighborhood steeped in memory. The houses canted at odd angles, their shadows jutting out in ways that didn't match their shapes, backlit by an unfamiliar moon. The streetlights glared, bright and unfocused. The horns of traffic faded into background noise. As if on cue, an IMPD squad car screeched to a stop midway down the block, soon joined by 5 others. Officers streamed from their cars, the doors left open. Khalik took in the action with the keen interest of watching a B-movie, assuming they probably had an FBI armored vehicle around the corner. Officers bustled about, many swathed in military-type fatigues, assessing the situation while donning body armor and arming themselves with assault rifles. Spying him, they quickly assumed positions and charged up the dilapidated sidewalk, ready to kick in the front door or his head, whichever came first. He interlaced his fingers, dropped to his knees, and relaxed, preparing for the eventual jerk of his body. They slammed him into the concrete floor of his porch, all the air squashed from his lungs as the handcuffs bit into his wrists with savage glee. "We're detaining you for questioning," a gruff voice barked. "You could have just asked," Khalik grunted in retort. The officer punched him in the side. Khalik had lost track of how many days it had been since he lost Cost, snatching a few minutes of sleep here and there like a pickpocket at a concert. His mind drifted. His world dissolved into a sea of shadows form a living whirl. Beams of light shaft the darkness, revealing a swirl of smoke from a fire not too far off. Sweat beads my forehead. I lead a parade of men, each of us bound by chains. The lights coalesce into a single beam focusing on me, reducing the other men to shadows, which merge with the surrounding darkness. My cornrows swell to fat knots along my scalp. My thick soul patch trails down into my beard. An earring dots one ear. The prison blues hide my athletic build, though I lack the diesel, cut body born of constant lifting during long-term incarceration. A lone microphone arises from the stage. The sounds of drums echo all around from an unseen chorus. As I reach for the mic, my chains rattle with each movement. Instead of grabbing the mic, my hands drift up. They edge my hairline, almost like a plan to run my fingers through my hair, but instead grope for purchase along my face. My fingers dig into my skin, tearing off my face like a mask revealing grief. It was its own collapsed star, the power of its gravity curving space and time around Khalik. He couldn't escape its event horizon. only trend along its edges, distracting himself as to deal with it in small bits. Khalik tore down the yellow bands of police tape that had sealed off the kitchen pantry area. For a fleeting moment, he worried about the police not releasing the scene, but they already had investigated all they had planned to. Like many of the homes in the neighborhood, a slumlord owned the property that Cost rented. Its true owner had retired to Florida, in the middle of negotiating the sell-off of his properties to cash out to gentrification, and was anxious to rent the place in the meantime. Khalik didn't know what he was looking for, only that he'd know it when he stumbled across it. He had a way with lost things. He seemed to know where things were sometimes. Not so much his things, but other people's. Little things, inconsequential things. Keys, remotes, family knickknacks that had disappeared when certain family members visited. A sensation like his fingertips had fallen asleep struck him as if he were eager to put his hands on the missing object. Not every time, but often enough. It was his gift. Gravitating to Cost's books and papers, he was curious about what he was studying. On a folded map of the U.S., certain places were circled. Texas, Memphis, New Mexico. His finger traced the red scrawl around Florida. Moving to Cost's recording console, he hit play on the latest mix, a baffling sound of intense rhythms and lurid beats. Cost used to create a series of 30 seconds of beats while they'd freestyle over, post them to YouTube. Crazy beats, crazy rhythms, some dope-ass shit. Nothing like this. I pulled words out of the air like a Bluetooth. Khalik began to freestyle. He had been so focused on the verse he didn't notice either A.O. or E the Guru enter the studio. The remaining UVT crew, us versus them, had arrived. Everyone except the Essence and Cost. That's what I'm talking about. A.O., a.k.a. Jamal Green, a.k.a. the Alpha and Omega, stalked about the room with his chest puffed out like he was always ready to fight somebody. Scrawny and short, but all muscle, he was like a dancer with a build of stone. His reddish-brown twists were always overdue for tightening. His short-sleeved shirt showed off the scars on his arms, having fended off a knife attack with nothing but his hands. He reached out to clasp hands with Khalik as he stepped out of the booth. Let you keep going. You probably freestyle the entire dictionary up in here. E the Guru was a boss-ass chick, a near reverence-filled Cost voice whenever he talked about her. The Lakota-born Mika Walker was down for the culture. The sides of her head shaved, the top combed back. She'd received a scholarship to Marian University, but spent her nights mob deep in the scene. You late. Khalik turned away from A.O., unable to meet his eyes. A nervous clench gripped his belly as if the walls of his life began closing in. You do anything but smoke for the last hour? That's the usual routine, ain't it? A.O. asked with an air of challenge to his voice. Anything to avoid dealing with the circumstance that reunited them. Quiet settled among them. Even with his back to her, Khalik felt the intensity of E the Guru's gaze, wanting to break the burgeoning tension of what truly brought them together. Police say what happened? She asked at last. Like they'd know, E. Murders go unsolved all the time around here. Khalik returned to flitting through Cost's papers. All they said was that he was shot twice and the second shot perforated his aorta. The Essence heard Cost was messing with Pharaoh's ex-girlfriend, A.O. said. Khalik turned to him. A.O. was always too quick to accept and spread some nonsense. Cost stayed in beef with everyone, clout chasing via internet drama. Aw, man, you remember when A.O. played his mixtape for Cost the first time? E the Guru interjected. She was always sensitive to beefs about to jump off, preparing to make sure they stayed about the work. You forgot that Cost is straight level with his stuff. It's not like he was mad or nothing, but Cost looked him dead in the face and said, "What the fuck is this shit?" Wait, it ain't like Cost was some musical prodigy or some shit, A.O. said. He used to play that remixed melody music that sound like some church hymns he just found. You still steady hating, Khalik said. The scene was bad, bruh. Straight up terrible. E the Guru continued, as if she hadn't been interrupted. Cost was all get this whack shit out of here. He must have thought you had a little something, though. He reached out for you to join the crew. The memories settled on them, and they basked in the silence of their impromptu wake. I plan on making music here again, Khalik announced. Ayo walked about the house, little more than a lost tourist. This place feels powerful, for real. We're gonna have to smudge this place, the guru said. Ain't enough sage in the world to drive out these spirits. Y'all can miss me with all that. I ain't down for some hoodoo, voodoo, obia talk to my ancestors bullshit. Ain't no spirits here. Khalik carefully stacked a few papers. In that moment, they reminded him of a thick police file. Clean up, repaint, and post up. Simple solution. You can't be that simple. Ayo stared at him in wide-eyed disbelief. I mean, I ain't saying go to church, but you have to know there are things we don't understand. Here we go, the guru said. I swear if this is more Jimmy Iovine is a Satanist and everybody and their mama is the Illuminati shit again. Chill, girl, chill. I'm just saying is that there are powerful aspects of magic going on behind the scenes, but our minds are attuned to things our senses can't detect. Ayo held his hands up in mock surrender. Just something Cost was schooling me on. The way he put it, it all boiled down to how some people play with their energy. Is that what you think Cost got up to? Khalik perked up, trying to appear aloof and disinterested. All I'm saying is everything vibrates. Ayo stared at the Coltrane circle mural, down to how our reality is knit together. Different parts of you vibrate at different frequencies. Every person in this room has a different frequency, and if you were to play an instrument at the right pitch, certain things in here would vibrate sympathetically. Once you get that, you can take your music to another level. Nah, I get it. Music is a universal language, a vibration mostly. It affects your mind, your heart, your mood. That's its power, the guru said. That still make no sense to me. That's just the nature of music. I don't consider that magic, Khalik said. Cost did. It was how he was planning on taking his music to the next level. Ayo thumbed through another stack of Cost's papers. Talk to the Essence, man. He knew. Khalik reached out to the Essence, ostensibly to rent time in his Oz studios. The bricks of the walls in the windowless room were a shade of faded yellow, like someone pissed on them and thought it was the perfect color. Along the ceiling tiles, rust spots bled through from poor maintenance of unseen pipes. But Khalik knew he was home. Reclining in his seat, he proclaimed that he needed to get his head up for inspiration. The Essence rolled his eyes, recognizing the play. They had already spent the better part of an hour smoking weed. Since it was his money, Khalik called the shots. It was futile to attempt to be productive if Khalik was determined to be locked in his headspace. These days, the voices carousing in his head reminded him that he should be further along than he was. He was owed. They all owed him, even the Essence, especially Cost. Khalik took another hit to try to still the voices. His mind fogged, and his eyelids grew leaden. Out of reflex, Khalik scanned the walls like he was still in Broad Ripple High School, counting down the minutes until class ended. But the Essence never installed any locks in Oz, claiming that the studio should be like a casino, with no sense of knowing how much time had passed. That way his artists would keep grinding until they were spent. What time is it? Khalik patted his pockets for his cell phone. Time for you to get a watch, niggas, the Essence said. What are you, 10 years old? Khalik shuffled his papers out of the way, eventually unburying his phone. The lateness of the hour made his stomach sink. Besides, watches don't work on me. Something about my biochemistry. Then I'm going to need you to step away from the consoles before you erase all of my hard work with your presence, the Essence said. It ain't like that. Only if something's on me for a while, Khalik protested. Oh, okay, that's cool. The Essence leveled his eyes on him with all seriousness. Step away from the console. We gonna lay down my verse or what? You got something for me? Always. Khalik leaned in, a mischievous crook to his lips. Don't always me, niggas. You once tried to rhyme your name with your name, twice, in the same verse. You anxious with all this planning and maneuvering before you finish song 1. At least finish a lyric. The Essence swatted his pocketless shirt and checked around the mixing board. Damn, where's my lighter? The tips of Khalik's fingers tingled and itched deep within pinpricked muscle. They did that sometimes, fearing that he had the sugars, as diabetes ran in the family, and he'd read somewhere that tingling in the extremities was a sign. He thought about making a doctor's appointment. Turns out it was his gift for lost things. Khalik's thoughts drifted out, focused on nothing in particular. A pressure built in his forehead like a compass desperate to find true north. You left front pants pocket. You been studying my sack? The Essence fished out his lighter. Get the fuck out of here. You know how I do. Yeah, you got that magic about you. The Essence eased back in his seat. Now you starting to sound like Ayo. Don't put me in the same sentence as that, niggas. He like the cousin you got to explain before you introduced him. Got words for days and never saying nothing. Khalik threw his head back in laughter. Man, peep this a minute. Cost had a bunch of papers, notes and shit. Then Ayo got to talking about magic. Yeah, he has a way of getting you all twisted. The Essence eased back in his chair, cradling his massive hands on the ledge formed by his belly. Magic is affecting the world around you, even when you say supernatural. That starts from a place of it all being natural. There are no limits to nature. That's just science, Khalik said. Science is diluted magic. So is religion. Look at church. You go into a space that looks a certain way by design. The altar set up a certain way in a certain place. People telling you a story that reminds them of who they are. Prayers connecting them to a higher power. Incense, art, music, communion, all designed to involve you using all of your senses, putting your mind into a state where you are focused on your goal, lost in your thoughts, clarity. It's all about harnessing a deeper energy. Everything about you coalesces into a new space. Like when I get high. Khalik took another long hit. Magic is eliminating the falsity of division. Niggas, you just over here making up words. That's my magic. Besides, it was something I read in some of Cost's notes. The Essence shifted again, locking eyes with Khalik. Something unspoken passed between them, like a conspiratorial whisper. Let me tell you an ancient story. Olakin ruled down below, over the water and the expanse known as the Wild Marshes. Olaroon conspired with another Orisha against Olakin in the world she had built. They wished to seed it with their vision of what the world should look like, but had no way to travel from the sky to her marsh, to move between worlds. So, they decided to build an Odeed, the golden cord to ride down to. Nah, bro, I'm gonna need you to stop there. You need to dial it down to maybe half Hotep. I ain't into religion, no matter whose it is. I'm not trying to hear all that. I get it. You ain't ready. The Essence turned to face his console in dramatic dismissal. But everything is possible. You simply need the knowledge and will to do what has to be done. The old stories you so quick to make fun of point to old truths. The use of forbidden gaps in the fabric of the universe, corridors, what we call the Odeed, between places traveled by ancient ones, known to our people. But I guess it's easier for people to believe in aliens, conspiracy theories, secret societies, and hidden texts to elder gods than in his kinsmen harnessing the powers of the universe. Some things are just big, too big. They occupy a high-dimensional phase space, so it's like they're invisible to us much of the time. High-dimensional phase space? A languid curl of smoke poured from the corner of Khalik's mouth. The Essence locked his gaze with him again before solemnly saying, I read, motherfucker. I'm just saying. I'm looking at how things be going, Khalik said. People treat us like we some ancient terror from the deep, a giant octopus or something. They see the tentacles and shit, scary as fuck. But most times, we about squirting that ink and getting ghost. Not scared. Just don't want to be bothered with other folks' trifling mess. It doesn't matter if you don't believe these things to be true. It's more important that you don't disbelieve it. The essence took the blunt from him and inhaled deeply. Let me tell you the same thing I told Cost. The journey you have to make to find the things you are looking for, you have to do alone. 2 a.m. was the true witching hour for the neighborhood, the night filled with those trawling for the last bit of something to carry them into the next day. A song, a dance, a hit, a corner, the last swig of a 40, a throw of dice, a single cigarette, a piece of ass. Walking the streets this late at night, the world was grates drawn down on businesses, the homeless curled into doorways, and the graffiti on walls shadowed to obscurity. In the distance a siren wailed, the mating song of the night, soon joined by another. IMPD vehicles circled the block, sharks on patrol along a concrete stream. Khalik should have felt a greater dread than he did, but over-policing was a way of life he had grown accustomed to. He was glad the essence hadn't walked with him. 2 brothers standing around having a conversation in front of a house, be it Indianapolis or anywhere else, usually meant automatically suspicious activity. The cloud of smoke that would have greeted the officers if they stopped would justify any search. However, the cars rumbled past without pause, following their own mission. Khalik resolved to live in the house at all costs. He slipped inside the door of the cipher house to continue his studies. The strange geometry of the rooms occupied a space in his mind like a puzzle box he'd fixated on. He blinked, adjusting to the strange, unsettling geometry of the house. Koss had hammered wood slats into place, redoing the room with odd angles. The randomness of boards played tricks with his eyes. A large open space with smaller rooms off to the side greeted him. Couches, mottled with patches of fabric, were scattered through the abandoned room. Water reduced the ceiling tiles to a series of sepia swirls. A smell like melting plastic crept along the baseboards, probably from wires burning through casings. Something about the house bedeviled his imagination. Harried his fingers to keep searching, to keep working out the puzzle locked in his mind. It all came back to the numbers. His interest veered to the unplumbed voids, the in-between spaces. Not too long after his dream started, when Koss sent him the letter, his cellmate lost his mind. Smearing his shit across the walls, he babbled about curves and angles and stars. The stars weren't fixed, he raved. His cellmate's eyes no longer recognized him. The papers and drawings called to him. Someone must have been after the secrets hidden in them. They were key to solve the mysteries. Kost's death. Opening up his music, the secrets of the magic. He arranged the stacks of papers by topics, each one almost like a chapter in a sacred text waiting to be put together. One stack detailed how the Freemasons designed the street layout of Washington, D.C. to deliberately incorporate occult symbols, an earthly reflection of celestial bodies whose interlocking streets formed a star, and how the arcane design formed the basis for the layout of downtown Indianapolis. Another stack featured drawings of strange, rat-like creatures. Khalik held one of the crude illustrations to wan light. His ears itched at the sound of scurrying tiny feet scrabbling within the walls. He set the drawing back down, returning the room to silence. The last sheets of paper were filled with sequences of numbers. 0, 01, 011, 0112, 01123, 011235, 0112358. Kost's childlike scrawl filled the margins with more of his notes. 0. What is the most irrational number? 01. We're all actually a collection of zeros and ones. We can't defeat the hologram. Khalik wadded the stack of papers with numbers and stuffed them into his pocket. He stood in front of the Coltrane's circle mural. He traced the letters with his fingers, the raised bumps of the wall's stucco surface like some alien braille. Familiar with music theory from the band class he almost paid attention in high school, he noticed that the notes of the whole tone scale occupied the inner and outer ring, and a tonal melody played in his head. He developed an intuitive understanding of the numbers, the music they represented, the distant notes carried on the irregular beat of an inhuman heart. An ancient cipher, a vague, cacophonous pattern building to some sort of climax. It called to him, longing to be heard along the vertices of alienation. The drawn lines took on the aspect of an abstract geometric creation, relating the important scales to each other. A simple pentatonic scale. He marveled at how 5 notes could change a person's life. The notes formed a simple code. He stared closer. A square outlined within the 3-note cluster. Exactly the cycle of fifths which generated the pentatonic scale. His mind reeled at the possibilities. This is a lot of math for music, he joked aloud to no one to distract himself from the true questions welling within a quiet part of his soul. Why does the universe have structures? What happens when you learn to take it away? Khalik dropped to the floor and began scribbling formless images, a great churning voice reminiscent of disturbed water. He crumpled up the first word and began again. He began to hum, which grew into strange lyrics over an uncomfortable rhythm. 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Finding a beat, he chanted the music, his mind wanting to unravel eternal truths about the universe. Khalik lit his blunt and inhaled deeply. Then the epiphany struck him. All life is math. Math is power. Math is magic. The Odeed was the thrum of life. Darkness crept in around the edges of his mind. He wanted to reach out into the quiet of it all. Its call, old and deep, a life preserver of clarity tossed to him. He sensed the power. A stinging smell, like burnt shoe polish, crept along the floorboards. His mind wrapped itself around its beat. Tone and time became hyperspace. Multiphonics became warp drive. African polyrhythms unlocked it all, filling his mind like a ghost field, an infinite reservoir of negative energy, all there to be harnessed. Wadding up another, he started over. The void called to him, a shadow taking shape without shape. When he opened his eyes and truly saw for the first time, the edges of his not-quite dream-illumined violet like an amethyst candle flickering in the night. The lament of an unsung melody, the fragrance of a forgotten perfume, the sensation of a dead lover's embrace, intimate, intentional, knowing. The scratching in the walls grew louder. Khalik needed somewhere to direct the portal. From within the walls of the cipher house to Florida, along the emotional connection of house to its slumlord owner, the malign entity that ruled over the neighborhood, the landlord slept in his bed, unaware of the pinprick of violet light opening above him. The man tossed from one side to the next, disturbed by the scratching and gnawing within the walls. The sound filled his room like the wail of a police siren. Waking with a start, he fumbled for his glasses. The LED display of his alarm clock dyed his pale hand scarlet. 12:34 a.m. He pulled himself upright, shaking off the fading memories of cryptic dreams, hoping to settle himself down and return to fitful sleep. Matching window treatments, blood-red shrouds, glowed in the stark moonlight. He clutched his sheets, little more than a child grasping for comfort against the boogeyman that surely lurked beneath his bed. Shadows swam about in the dark of the room, lazily coming to life and stretching long, unused muscles. The slumlord jerked his head as if he heard something scuttling away. Reaching under his bed, he snatched his hand back, bitten. Drawing his hand to his mouth, he sucked at the wound. He began to lean over to investigate what he snagged his hand on when he screamed. A soundless pantomime of pain as he frantically kicked at a shape in the night. He scrambled onto his bed standing, those shapes nipped at his ankles. The stabbing pain of them slashing into his ankles brought him down. He tried to roll over, but the shapes swarmed him, thrashing about. He flailed in desperation. His head slammed into the side of his nightstand. He rose, woozy, trying to lift his hand to protect his face. Blood streaked his arm. He shook it, the weight of the small body climbing him too heavy with his waning strength. Razor-edged claws slit his skin. Wizened teeth drilled into his flesh, tearing muscle from his bones. Tiny feet scrambled the length of his torso. The tiny hair bodies scampered in a frenzy of blood. Hot, fetid breath steamed his skin. His face the fractured portrait of surprise with the realization of a cornered mouse might have. Defenseless, the glimmer of hope dying in his eyes as the rising panic of futile desperation overwhelmed him. Blood poured from him, thick splotches staining his sheets. Something leaden landed on his back, dragging his weakened form toward the floor. Flesh stripped from him in indelicate sheaths. Teeth tore away the soft meat of his cheeks as he screamed. More bodies scurried along his legs, high onto his thighs, burying their teeth into his tenderest flesh. His brain already in shock, not registering the tiny feet clawing along his face or the visage of a rat's maw bearing down on his eye before his vision turned red and then black. The dull violet portal in his mind opened again, and Kalik traveled along its essence far beyond any concern about how. Only some of the street lamps work, creating pockets of shadow along the block. I run with my hood up, a deeper shade among darkness. A thin layer of sweat coats my back. Red and blue lights shift the darkness, revealing a series of iron bars. Leaning against one, I stare off into the distant night. No privacy, no identity, no humanity. I turn and shuffle to the other corner of the tiny cell. My chains connect to other men, each of us bound in a parade of shackles, pressed into a labor while a faceless stranger watches us work. A rifle trained on us at all times, the other men of my chain gang shadows bobbing against the sun. Their work never ends, be it for the state or master's big house. The overseer with his whip cracking it against the air as a reminder that it can just as easily taste the tender flesh of our backs. I idle down another plantation row. A zombies amble to pick more cotton. I climb the steps of the field until I am at the top of the auction block, my muscles bared as I am poked and prodded, my teeth examined like some horse to be bought and traded. I bend low, but not low enough. The faceless auctioneer kicks me in the back of the knee until I drop. Only then can I squeeze through the ship's hold. Little enough room to crawl, less than 3 feet of room to maneuver, but I have no choice if I am to reach the bodies of my brethren bound by chains. Many simply soil themselves where they lay, resting in their own filth and praying for death, so that their souls may fly back over the ocean and find their way home. Home to the land of the drums. The incessant pounding reverberates in my chest and stirs my soul. Black bodies dance through the smoke and around the flames of a bonfire nearly as tall as a house. Each dancer wears a different mask, the carved face of a giraffe, the wooden image of a leopard. Paint streaked my body, white stripes along my torso, while white dots freckle my face. I whirl until the lone spotlight strikes me. In the throes of worship, I never notice the encroaching darkness. My fingers dig into my skin and begin to claw off my face like a mask revealing. Cost's room. Kalik woke, the echoes of polyrhythm still in his ear, not knowing how he got there. A pain wrapped his left wrist like he'd been shackled. Several sheets of paper clung to it when he raised his arm. Something contagious remained within the house. He had the inescapable feeling that he had to find the figure in his dreams, the hunter in the dark, the inescapable conclusion that they were coming, the inevitable knock on the door, followed by bullets waiting to end his pursuit. Kalik took a moment to weigh whether to mention the dreams to the essence at all. Before committing to action, he took a final puff and decided to not let visions fuck with his high. The laws that held us betrayed us, left their enforcer to kneel and break us, fearing since we built this place that they might lose it to us, remake it as we will, like with jazz, rock, and blues with us. The Alchemist. I don't know. The rumor circulated about a new mixtape from someone calling themselves The Alchemist. Kalik smiled. He'd promised a new sound and delivered his project, The Only Truth I Know. His first single, I Don't Know, bumped in barbershops and strip clubs all over the city. A reviewer for Nouveau magazine wrote that his project chose to accept the anarchy and chaos as all there is to life. The ending words to the song, despite its up-tempo beat, had a hollow and empty voice, nearly breaking, filled with hopelessness, crying out, "We are forsaken and damned." I need to know if there is something more to this life, if there is indeed God out there, benign or indifferent. Kalik, now calling himself The Alchemist, said to the reporter, "That something sees me, knows me, and if not protecting me, at least provides a sense of order and justice, sanity. I just want meaning." April 30th. The dreams came to him every night now. In them he plunged through a limitless abyss. His body meant nothing, a series of limbs attaching in a peculiar fashion not useful in the void, and he knew that he wasn't alone. Something hid in the space, horrible and menacing, something he had to know. The darkness swam with notes that played without harmony, strange timbres searching for a pattern. The susurrate of the numbers strained to make sense, a language older than human tongues. But he knew he was on the verge of understanding, of learning what Cause knew, of deciphering his whispers. The way space and time transformation related, length dilation to time dilation, electric fields to magnetic fields, an oscillating universe. The cycles of expansion and contraction of space-time, harmonizing quantum field, the catalyst of cosmic structure. Those structures in the universe had a musical character, the vibration of those fields like an instrument producing sound. The micro-world linked to the macro-world at the intersection of vibration and resonance. His inability to concentrate on producing worried his crew. They didn't recognize the true importance, the real measure of his work. "We got to get you out of this place. It's not healthy." The guru touched his head. Khalik flinched at the contact. "You're burning up." Khalik issued a loathsome titter. She backed away. Have you ever looked at the spirals on a pine cone? Picking up one of the pine cones collected in the bowl on the mantel, he rotated it from side to side. 8 going one way, 13 going the other. Both numbers in the Fibonacci sequence. It's a conspiracy of nature. "I'm not here for your Hotep mathematics." The guru ran her finger along the bookshelf, examining the thick layer of dust. "You said I could do a feature for your next alchemist joint." "Only if you understand. From stillness we began, and to stillness we will end. In between, the universe consists of waves of motion. Any artist wants their work to stand out from anyone else's. We have our signature, our unique voice, the fingerprints of our work. Look at the numbers." "If this is about my sales..." Khalik doubled over, clutching his head. The pain of his brain fever gripped him with the strength of a seizure. The music was about rhythm, the key of life. The beat triggered something, unlocking something in his head. "Are you all right?" The guru reached out to him again. Brushing past her, Khalik began to scribble the numbers on a sheet of paper. When he finished, he handed the page to her. 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 2, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144. They're everywhere. The curves of waves, buds on trees, the face of a sunflower, the nautilus shell, petals on flowers, the spiral of galaxies. His mind burned in defiance of Euclidean geometry, gripped by the poetry of fractals, wondering how he'd put them to a rhyme scheme. "Khalik, you don't look okay." "I'm better than okay." Turning to her, his eyes wide, several capillaries bursting under the strain. "I see it now. I see everything. I recognize God's fingerprints, built into the mathematics as a reality, mathematical language as an underpinning. We decipher through this language a manifestation of the dynamics of mathematics." The guru began backing up, afraid to turn her back on him. "Look, I done caught you at a bad time. I'm going to dip on out and catch you later." "No." Khalik grabbed her arm. "You still don't understand. We pursue a rhythm loop, one to perfect our rhyme and cadence, the God code." "I understand if you don't let me go, you will pursue your teeth across the floor." She glared at him before snatching her arm from his grip. The storm door clattered behind her. A few shards of glass from the still empty pane tumbled free. But Khalik was already lost in his thoughts. The curvatures meant that any point could connect to any other point, no matter the distance. He could reach it, or it him. Pulling back the curtain, between space, all things were possible. He could go anywhere. He only had to follow the lines and curves. The golden cord between worlds. He could walk among the infinite, to see into the universe and have it search him, know him. Expansion was a form of anti-gravity. The universe vibrated like a pure note. The cosmic sound was the instrument, and vice versa. Gravity came from bass and drums. Stars expanded and spiraled away from their gravity well. Quantum mechanically transformed to an infinite amount of light energy spontaneously. The couplings constantly changed in the context of a cyclical universe. Fields could adjust in the bounce. One universe could expand into the other. He could steal an infinite amount of negative energy from such a ghost field, like a photon, and open the intersection. On a true chord, a golden chord, from one reality to the next. It was time to summon the darkness. Flies buzzed loudly above the blood-stained floorboards where Cost had collapsed. What shapes would emerge from the darkness? Kalik didn't know. His skin crawling with the nascent horror of creeping madness. His locks plastered with sweat, his body motionless. The room canted at odd angles, words not meant for a human throat, from a bass groan to a falsetto shriek, choked out of him. A film of mucus, a strange ichor gathered at the back of his throat with each sound. Unnerving, unsettling, unnatural, the steady thrumming grew louder, a peculiar moaning. The tips of his fingers itched. He dropped to his knees and concentrated. His heartbeat pulsed in his ears, a rhythm to freestyle over. He sensed a crack in the night, a seam in the world. His fingers prickled when he ran them along it, as if tracing the outline of a wound. Space began to unzip. The dull lavender luminescence blossomed into a black radiance which filled the room, full of monstrous half-shapes, malevolent faces drawn in horrific caricatures of friends and family he once knew. The room curtained in blackness. The shadows of the unsensed ceiling absorbed all sound. Faint flutterings blossomed into panic. The sensation flowered into fear. Malicious laughter, a sibilant language, its utterings he tried to block with his hands, caused him to shudder. His stomach soured. A dash of orange splashed against an unnameable pallor, perhaps a new shade of violet, before devolving into non-color. Part of him wanted to run, to hide, to crawl back into its mother's womb, content to lie down in the cold and outer darkness. He waited for his breaths to cease in the close, comforting promise of the darkness. An eldritch hole opened. He saw it. The other. A formless mass of shape-shifting water, shuffling along the formless marsh like a dark water god. It stirred. Its face slowly turned to him, as if he woke it from a long slumber. Its eyes turned toward him and saw. A strange storm battered the cipher house. By the morning, the chimney had collapsed and the roof shot through with holes. The gutters stripped free, leaving only a jagged opening like an undone seam. The base of the porch reduced to exposed and crumbling bricks, a sear of red under a seal of gray concrete. Rotten and moldy timbers flayed by rain, the entire upper floor choked with debris and a whirl of papers. No one neared the house. No realtor inquired about its provenance. A sinister energy about it people crossed the street to avoid. Another mystery not meant to be solved. But the streets continued to whisper.
No Burning Bushes by Bill Spangler. My wife had been teaching at the university about a week when the head of the psych department said they were going to hold a reception to welcome her to the faculty. That was a lie, of course. Functionally, it was the last phase of Beth's interview, a chance for the other instructors to assess both of us. Still, we knew something like this was coming, so we were only mildly anxious about attending. The party was at the department head's home. I stayed by Beth's side for roughly a half hour, nursing a glass of wine. Then I peeled off to inspect the contents of a bookshelf in the living room. The room was crowded, but before long, I realized that someone was watching me. It was an older man, long white hair and full beard. He was wearing a standard business suit. However, unlike the other guests, he had a name tag stuck to one lapel. It said, "Hi, my name is Yahweh." I just stared for a few moments, unable to make sense out of what I was seeing. Then I muttered, "Yahweh?" The newcomer smiled. "At least you pronounced it correctly." I read a lot, I replied. What was going on here? Why would anyone be wearing a tag with an archaic name for God on it? Oh, I get it. I took a drink, then asked, Did Beth send you over here? Excuse me? You're one of my wife's students, aren't you? Watching how people react to your tag. This is your project or thesis or something. I can see why you might think that, but it really wasn't my fault, you know. The interruption came from a man in his 40s, with brown hair, glasses, and a carefully trimmed goatee. I didn't tell her to quit, he continued. She told me she had found a better job in the Midwest. My wife didn't know anything about us. No one knew. How could I know she... He shook his head, then said, Sorry, I thought you were somebody else. The older man replied, No, you didn't. You're right. He walked away. What was that all about? I asked. People like to tell me things. I guess I have one of those faces. You get intimate confessions from complete strangers? I know more people than you might think, Bill. How? No, wait, let me guess. You're Yahweh and you know everything. I am that I am, he responded casually. So you're either a student of the Old Testament or a student of old Popeye cartoons, I thought. So, what brings you here? I asked, resisting the temptation to ask if he could create a stone he couldn't lift. Cabin fever, I suppose. Sometimes you just need to... This time, the interruption came from a woman. She was wearing slacks, a sweater, and a sports jacket, but her hair was covered by a hijab. I was only 5, she said. To me, it was just an old cookie jar. I don't know if Mom ever told me it was an heirloom. If she did, I probably didn't understand what that meant. All I knew was that I really wanted a cookie. I was so scared when I broke the jar, she continued. When Mom asked me what happened, I panicked. I told her Ricky did it. I really shouldn't have blamed him, I know. But it really wasn't my fault. It was an accident. She turned away. Before I could say anything, the bearded man said, Like I told you, people talk to me. A lot of them try to rationalize something they did, something they haven't thought about in years. After a few moments of stunned silence, I replied, Well, that's amazing. If I knew you were coming, I would have brought a copy of the Bible for you to sign. I appreciate the thought, but that really wasn't my best work. I came up with the general concepts, but I had to farm out the writing. Shared world anthologies can be tricky, I acknowledged. The bearded man, however, had turned to face a spectacularly overdressed young woman. Her wavy blonde hair descended to the center of her back. Rather than the disposable plastic glasses the rest of us were using, she was carrying a goblet that glistened like gold. I was expecting another confession, but the woman said, I have a few things I want to say to you about the patriarchy and tolerance. A sigh. I imagine you do. She gave me her goblet, saying, Here, hold my wine. That's when I saw she was wearing a name tag, too. Hi, sweetie. My name is Ishtar. I emptied my glass, then her goblet. I was going to need more than 2 drinks. A lot more.
Tales from Alexandria by Priya Sharma. Clarissa and Anna. Anna and Clarissa. Our differences so subtle that we took turns at being one another. Sometimes I wasn't sure who was who anymore. Anna loved being Lady Clarissa. She was so much better at it than I. My parents were keen that she know her place as ward, with all its obligations of daughterhood, but none of its indulgences. She loved finery, so I shared mine with her. I dressed in Anna's sober gown, then helped her into my blue brocade. I fastened a pearl choker around her throat and fixed her hair in a bun and powdered it gray. A heart-shaped mouche on her décolletage, and Lady Clarissa was complete. I was happy to act as lady's maid. We didn't want anyone else who'd tell tales on us. What can they want? I fretted. During interviews with my parents, I was content to play dull Anna. It was safer. Nobody cared if Anna had strange episodes. If Lady Clarissa, on the other hand, showed signs of being ill, we'd have physicians prodding and bleeding us all day. No doubt they've dreamt up some scheme to curb our fun. When Anna saw my expression, she put her arm around me. Don't worry, Angel. I'll deal with them. We went to the morning room at the allotted hour. Father blinked as we curtsied. Anna and I had become even more alike as we'd grown older. My parents were particularly unfamiliar with us. As a baby, I cried so much that Mama deemed it prudent that I be removed from polite society until I learned better manners. "You've grown most handsome, Clarissa," Father addressed Anna. "Thank you." Anna's smile was bitter. "We have vital news." Mama looked up from her needlework. "Work is being done on Hadlington Hall." "Why is that news?" Anna asked. "Your betrothed is coming of age. He's coming home to collect his inheritance and marry you." Anna came to Stoneleigh when I was 9. Daniels, who had sole charge of me, requested an audience with my father. I hid in his study and watched. "Sir, it's Clarissa. She's become unruly again now that little Lord Philip has gone." She stood before his desk. Even seated, giant father made her look small. So tall and broad was he. His heavy jaw made him look cruel. "Then rule her." "She doesn't respond well to harsh discipline." "Then what do I employ you for?" "Sir, Clarissa's best when she has someone to care for. It brings out her gentleness. Excuse my impertinence, she's a clever child, even if she's wild. She refuses to read without Lord Philip." Whenever I opened a book, the words were swirling clouds. All clarity had gone. "You're not excused. I don't pay you to educate her, but to make her biddable and marriageable." Daniel's lips were white with fury. "It's more than that. I fear she's become quite odd. There is some malady in her mind." "Silence!" Their gazes locked. She was a magnificent woman, but father had the advantage of money. "Impudence! Consider yourself dismissed. Pack your things." When father retired, I broke his model of the ship, Leviathan, and trampled it into the rug. I didn't realize then how much I loved Daniels. They didn't let me say goodbye to her. What she had said had some effect, though, because father came to the nursery later that week. A shocking invasion of my domain. He stood in the doorway, snorting and stamping like a bull. "Clarissa, no more tantrums. Philip is traveling with his uncle Leopold. It's fortunate that he was there to care for the boy when Lord Mark died." Leopold was Philip's maternal uncle. "Why did he die?" "He fell from his horse." "He was the best horseman in the country. You said so yourself." "These things happen sometimes." Father cleared his throat. "I've brought you a new friend. She's an orphan." He left. A girl edged into the room. "Who are you?" I asked. "Anna." "I'm Clarissa." "I know." We compared our reflections in the window pane. She was a gaunt version of me. My father hadn't reckoned on just how alike we'd become in time. She'd always be a fraction shorter than I, lacking sufficient nutrition early in life, and her eyes were a shade lighter than mine. In her, I saw more than a companion, more than a friend. I saw a second self, with which to replace the part of me that was lost when Philip left. Anna ignored the toys and went straight to the slice of partridge pie I'd refused. "You can have that if you want." "Is something wrong?" she asked. It was starting again. The fluttering at the edges of my vision. There was snow on the peaks. My feet were cold. The thin air scoured the inside of my lungs. Then it went dark. I was inside the ogre's mouth. He'd stride across the peaks, making the earth shake, as if the mountains themselves were tearing themselves up by their roots. I felt the tremors and gathered in my goats, keeping them close. We huddled together beneath overhangs or behind piles of rockfall. No matter how careful I was, He always found one of my herd as they skittered across the sheer rock face in search of safety. He'd reach down and pluck it by its tail and pop it in his mouth. He always swallowed them straight down. My favorite was Alexandria. She was sure-footed and faithful, following me everywhere, watching me with her strange eyes. She'd long since outgrown her impish scamper, her king-of-the-castle stance, her phase of incessant butting and bleating. She stayed so close that sometimes I thought she was the herder, not me. I cradled her and sang to her when she sickened. When she died, I knew what I must do. I cried as I skinned her. I burnt the rest of her and scattered her ashes to the wind, so that she would always be free to roam. I disguised myself in her hide and made a crown of her horns. I, the little goat herder, armed with my knife, was ready for battle. When the rocks trembled, I ran to where the ogre would see me. I'd learnt from Alexandria how to scale the mountain face, to be sure-footed. The giant reached down. His heavy-set jaw was cruel. He picked me up, one hand clamped around my middle, and tossed me into his mouth. I was no more than a morsel, which was fortunate, as his mouth was full of crushing teeth. He swallowed me, as he had my goats. It was dark inside the ogre's mouth, darker still in his throat. I took my knife, the one I used to skin Alexandria, and started to cut the ogre up from inside. I fell out onto the rocks, slick with his blood. I lay on the nursery rug, panting. Anna sat watching me thoughtfully, eating the piece of pie. What happened? I don't know. It comes over me. She helped me sit up and gave me a glass of water. When I felt better, I said, "Come and see our bedroom." She stroked the heavy coverlet on the bed, then sat at the dressing tablet. I sang my favorite sea shanty as I brushed her hair. "Where are your parents?" I asked. "I've been living with cousins." She took a fold of my gown in her fingers, savoring the lawn cotton, so I took it off. As she changed into it, I saw the bruises on her arms and narrow chest. When her eyes went to my gold necklace, I gave that to her too. Anna stalked ahead of me on the way back to our bedroom. She slammed the door and rounded on me. "You'll get married and leave me here. I'll end up an old maid stitching with your mother. I'll go mad." "Of course not. You'll come with me. So my lot in life is to be your companion?" She threw herself onto the bed, not caring if she creased the silk dress. "You do know that companion is the polite name for unpaid servant?" "You're not a servant." I hated the turn our conversation took when Anna felt wronged. "Your father is my father." She used this when cajoling, bargaining, or bullying failed. Or when she wanted to cut me to the quick, as if I were responsible for our father's indiscretions. "Why shouldn't I be mistress of a grand house and wear fine clothes, too?" "All that's mine is yours. You know I don't bother with such things." "Don't be a dolt. The world turns on money. Only the wealthy can afford not to care about it." Then her tone became tender. "Would you really give me everything?" "Yes." "My dearest, nobody will ever love you like I do. Nobody can protect you from yourself but me." She kissed my lips. "What about Hadlington Hall?" "I can't give you that." "Just because Philip will be your husband?" Her embrace slackened. "No, because he was my first ever friend." "I should be Clarissa today," I said. We awoke, as we always did, in a tangle of hair and sleepy limbs. Then we sat at our dressing table in our linen shifts. But today felt different. Philip was coming. "I'll be Lady Clarissa." Anna took up our hairbrush. "I'm better at it than you. Can you imagine if you had one of your turns?" "Philip will know you're not me." "Not after all this time. You've romanticized him. He's a scoundrel by all accounts." She sniffed. "And he won't love you like I do, especially if he knows about you. He won't want you." I hung my head, but the idea that I might be able to control my strange episodes persisted. It doesn't feel right to trick him. "Not a trick, a game. Let's see how long it takes him to guess I'm not Clarissa." "No." "Already I'm abandoned by my own playmate." She let me dry her eyes. "It could be a great joke between the three of us," she sniffed. "Something we could laugh about afterwards." I couldn't think of an argument to that, so I took the brush from her and teased the knots from her hair. Gilt cherubs rotated around the clock face as the hour struck, only garlands protecting their modesty. Anna sat beside Mama. "Anna, sit over there out of the way," Mama told me. I was damp with perspiration, despite being far from the fire. Would they never come? Anna looked ravishing dressed as me, in dusky pink, her hair decorated with a single plume.
"Lord Philip Soames and Mr. Leopold Greenwood," the footman announced.
We stood and curtsied. Father bowed. I held my breath, unable to look at Philip, wishing I'd not let Anna be Clarissa just this once. Philip's feet were clad in buckled shoes. I raised my gaze to a broad chest, then a sensual full mouth, high cheekbones, eyes somewhere between blue and gray. He looked like an Adonis, straight in from the park. He kissed Anna's hand while my parents fluttered around them. When he saw me, he offered me a smile saved for inferiors.
"Dear Clarissa," Leopold searched Anna's face, "you've grown to be a great beauty."
His keen glance at me made me shrink away. He had seen me. Nobody ever saw me. He turned back to Anna with a smirk.
"Have you forgiven me for taking Philip away?"
"Only because you've returned him." She tapped Leopold's chest with her closed fan. When she took a seat, Philip rushed to join her.
"You left so suddenly."
Anna wrung a great performance from what little I'd told her.
"Leopold took me to the Alps. 6 months of good air cured my lungs."
"He needed fewer books, outdoor pursuits, and a Swiss physician."
"Hear, hear," Father nodded with vigor. "Reading all day is not healthy. No offense to your late father."
After Philip's mother died, Lord Mark converted the ballroom to a library so that he could indulge his son's love for books. After all, I'll never dance again. His wife was from a family of clockmakers and brought no money or breeding to the match, just love. Lord Mark cared not one jot for public opinion. Anna flicked her fan open.
"And after Switzerland?"
Philip talked in vagaries, but rumors had reached us. I'd hung back at parties dressed as drab Anna, listening to stories of high living on the Veneto, a party on a ship off Cadiz lasting 3 days and nights, a fracas on a Roman street where a man was stabbed. I'd smiled behind my hand, unable to imagine Philip as a libertine.
"You've led such an exciting life."
"I've brought you a gift. I designed it myself, and Leopold made it in his workshop."
A footman placed a heart-shaped casket on the table before Anna. It was enameled in red.
"Press the button,"
Philip instructed Anna. The lid opened slowly. A bird rose up. Its modest brown and cream feathers were so real that I thought it would take flight. Anna looked disappointed. The mechanical nightingale tipped her head to and from, and such a song came from her that tears sprang up in my eyes. Anna clapped her hands.
"How clever!"
I could hear a tick-tock, out of step with the mantel clock. It wasn't coming from the bird. Anna reached out and touched Pretender Philip's hand. The sound got louder. She tipped her head towards him. Philip put a hand to his heart, the sound now rapidly clapping castanets. I looked from one face to the next. Couldn't they hear it too?
"I didn't know how sweet coming home, home, home."
Leopold coughed and slapped him on the back.
"We must get your pocket watch serviced. Such a ridiculous thing. The springs will get damaged."
"Home would be."
The beating was now at a more civilized pace.
"You have quite overwhelmed me,"
Philip said to Anna. Leopold threw up his hands and laughed.
"I've never seen Philip so smitten."
My parents started to laugh too, and everyone carried on as though nothing odd had happened. Everyone, except for Leopold, who was smiling at me. I met my betrothed when I was 4. Mother ordered I be caught and tethered, which took several maids. Stern Daniels contorted me into a dress that was a miniature version of my mother's. She grabbed my wrists.
"Look at me."
She held me fast, forcing me to stillness. "After you meet the little lord, you can play outside. All day, no lessons." I relished the prospect of freedom, so I relented, allowing her to lead me to the drawing room.
"Lord Mark, I'm sorry Clarissa's kept us waiting."
Mama shot Daniels an angry glare. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Clarissa." Lord Mark shook my hand. My own father never touched me. "This is Philip." Philip had Lord Mark's full mouth and high cheekbones, but he was blond rather than dark. He clutched a book to his thin frame.
"Say hello, Clarissa."
Annoyed, Mama snatched at my arm, so I bit her. Not hard enough to draw blood, just a gratifying shriek.
"Wicked girl! Daniels, remove her."
Daniels hung her head, mortified by my behavior. Philip, wheezing, held out his book. It was bound in green leather, the title tooled in gold. Diversions and Entertainments. "Let's sit under the table and read. There's everything in here. Knights and dragons, a princess, a little goat herder, and an ogre. My favorite is the pirate captain." Mama hovered, scared of what I might do. Lord Mark put a reassuring hand on her arm. Philip squinted at me through wire-rimmed spectacles. His chest moved like a pair of faulty bellows. Such a gentle, fragile creature. I'd protect him. When he held out his hand, I took it, and together we went into Storyland.
"You're having a restless day. Come outside and walk it off."
Anna hated me being fractious. I couldn't help it. There were days when I felt so unsettled that I didn't know what to do. After lunch, maybe. I stared at the fire. "No, now. I know what's best for you." She tugged at my arm and pulled me up. "Let's go now." Outside, the gardeners were at work. Father was keen that Stoneleigh look its best for the wedding. Why are we rushing?
"To keep warm."
But tomorrow we pick the fabric for the wedding gown. That man isn't Philip.
"Wouldn't everyone know if that were true?"
Anna tried to reason with me. "Why don't you believe me?"
"I do, my dove. If you say he isn't, then he isn't."
It wasn't often that Anna had to placate me. "What do you two talk about?" My mother was always whispering, "Know your place," into my ear and pulling me away from them.
"Idle chatter, nothing to be jealous of."
"I'm going to tell my parents that he's an imposter." I followed Anna down the steps to the dell. It was quiet there.
"Don't. We must go through with this marriage. Your episodes are getting worse. You'll end up being put away. If we're mistress at Hadlington, we'll stand a better chance."
"I don't care. He's not Philip."
"Then where is the real one? What are you saying, that he's dead?"
"No, I'd know. He must be alive. I'd know if he weren't."
"So you'll refuse to marry?"
"Yes." We'd reached the grotto. Ferns flourished in its shade. A series of gaping holes led into caves.
"Is that your final word on it?"
"Yes." She seemed to be deciding something.
"Come on."
Anna took a candle from the box just inside the entrance and lit it with the tinderbox. I hung back. A hermit dug out of the caves with a piece of flint. Penance for real or imagined sins. He was an emaciated corpse by the time he'd finished, unable to withstand a fierce winter. Anna's candlelight flickered on the wall, then slid out of sight. The breeze set the ferns nodding. I didn't want to be alone, so I lit a candle and went in. "Anna?" I stood where the passageway divided. Silence. I took the left fork, glancing over my shoulder as I went. The air was danker as I went deeper. I expected to hear Anna's laughter at any moment, but it never came. I imagined the dead hermit creeping along behind me, attaching himself to my shadow. I could hear him breathing. A rough, large hand clamped over my mouth. An arm seized me around my waist. My stalker wasn't spectral. I dropped my candle as I bucked and kicked. The flame gutted and died. I opened my eyes, blinking against the light. My mouth was dry. My abductor had earlier put a bag over my head and bound my wrists. I remember the rattling of the coach and falling from the seat and banging my head. I was on a chaise. This was Hadlington Hall. Despite my outrage, I was glad to see it restored. Tapestries had been rehung and dust sheets removed. The mirrors had been polished to a high shine. As a child, Hadlington was more my home than my own. Philip had shown me every secret door and passage, every cupboard. I got up on unsteady legs and went to the library, flinging open the doors, wild with joy. The empty space sickened me. The bookcases and the spiral staircases had been stripped out. New frescoes decorated the walls. Cherubs cavorted on clouds. Bacchus leered at the maidens who poured his wine, and Cupid shot arrows at shepherds who followed milkmaids through the fields. It was a travesty.
"May I be of service?"
The footman wore Hadlington's livery of gray with silver braid. What happened to the library?
"Mr. Leopold's orders. There's to be a ball in the autumn."
Since when is Mr. Leopold master here? The man bowed his head. Where are the books?
"In the attic, I believe."
And Lord Philip and Leopold?
"Upstairs, miss. I'm to show you to them."
I followed the footman up the grand staircase and along the corridor. Philip's ancestors watched us from gilt frames. There was Lord Mark and his fabled wife, his grief so great that a world without her held no interest for him. The footman stopped at Lord Mark's old suite of rooms. He blushed, knowing how improper showing a lady to a man's bedroom was. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?"
"The lady is awake, sir."
"Enter." As children, Philip and I had the run of the house. Hide and seek lasted hours. This room, like Hadlington, was remade in Leopold's name. He sat at a bench, Philip at his side. The room was a workshop. Tools and parts were laid out before them, cogs and springs. This is your doing. You kidnapped me." "Welcome, Clarissa." Leopold put down a contraption the size of a fist. "Don't look surprised. Even in that appalling dress, I know it's you. Anna would never be so direct." "Where is she?" Philip sat motionless and unblinking. Leopold ignored my question. "Your mother can't bear to look at either of you, and your father can't tell you apart. He took a wrong turn on his way to your mother and ended up in bed with your aunt instead. He's not very bright, is he?" "I don't have an aunt." "Not anymore. She died birthing Anna." I didn't want to hear family secrets from him. "My family will look for us." "Us? Anna's not here." "She'll tell them I'm missing." "Anna will tell them you've run away. Nobody will look for drab Anna very hard." "You're lying," I said, even though I knew it was true. He'd even used the name Drab Anna, which was how Anna and I referred to the persona I played. The world rocked and crumbled. I clung to the present. I didn't want him to see me in one of my states. I couldn't afford to lose myself. "Don't be a dolt. The world turns on money. Only the wealthy can afford not to care about it. Would you really give me everything? He won't love you like I do. Come outside and walk it off." Anna had been most insistent. "She's such a clever creature. She concocted this delicious plot." He was enjoying my devastation. "She'll marry Philip. Do you realize it's his birthday today? The solicitor will bring the papers and he will come into his inheritance, and then he will marry Anna right away. There's no need for further delay." "What have you done with Philip?" "This is Philip." Philip didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't breathe. He was a miracle of Leopold's nefarious skill, just like the nightingale. "You can't do this." "Too late." Leopold unbuttoned Philip's shirt. He opened a door in Philip's chest and picked up the mechanism in front of him and tinkered with it. It started to tick. He set it in the cavity and closed the door. "I've fixed him permanently." He looked fondly at Philip. "He's self-winding now, propelled by his own motion. He'll never run down." Automaton Philip raised his head. His eyelids fluttered. "Where have I been?" he asked. "You were tired, that's all. You needed to sleep." "Is this my Clarissa?" "No, it's the other one." "When is Clarissa coming?" "Soon." "Where's Philip?" I thumped the table. Leopold got up. The sudden fluid movement surprised me. I backed away as he advanced, until I was against the wall. He was closer to me than any man had ever been. I was acutely aware of the rise and fall of his chest. "Forget Philip." He put his mouth close to my ear. "Anna is all money. She's delighted to have a mechanical, biddable husband. She's happy to relinquish you to my care." His breath was hot against my neck. "We have to meet with the solicitor. You wait here. When I return, we can begin your education." The feeling of the unreal world came rushing in again like a tide. There was the sound of whooshing in my ears. I staggered. Not now. Not now. I couldn't succumb. I couldn't let him see me like that, mad and raving. It came anyway, a bubble of indignation rising inside me. I punched him. Not the slap of an outraged lady, but a full-fisted uppercut of unfettered rage that led from my shoulder. He fell back. "I'll rip off your sugar stick and feed it to the sharks." I looked at my hand. My knuckles were white. I swayed as if at sea. He eyed me, rubbing his jaw. Then he laughed. "Anna's right. You've lost your mind. Oh, this will be so much more interesting. Come, Philip." I slid to the floor, the world becoming misty. I could hear the key turn in the lock, and then the lonely sound of a single gull calling. My enemy drifted out of a fog bank. I was accustomed to him coming on the waves, the uniformed despot hunting me on the tides. My crew and I wouldn't let Admiral Leopold take us. We'd fight to the death. There were many among us who wore the scars from Leopold's cat-o'-nine tails. Leopold, renowned press-ganger, rapist, and marauder, his cruelty sanctioned by the king. All we pirates took was cargo. My ship, Alexandria, was orderly. It was just as Captain Daniels had taught me, along with how to spit and swear, to fight and fuck, to chart my life by the stars. She'd given me no favors. I'd been deckhand, cooper, bosun, quartermaster. I missed her. I could see Leviathan's outline. It dwarfed us with all the might of empire. 100 feet long, 3 masts, and 300 tons. I signaled my quartermaster, Elliot Teller, who sent my orders to the crew with a wave of his hands. If we could pass by Leviathan all quiet-like and not draw their attention, we'd have a chance. Alexandria was a small gun brig, made for speed, but there wasn't enough wind to make our skeleton and hourglass flag flutter, never mind fill a sail. We couldn't outrun them at this distance. We couldn't outgun them, but we might yet outmaneuver them. I let the tide take us. We were close to the islands. That was our best chance. I listened to the timbers creak and my own breath going in and out. If I engaged Leviathan too soon, her cannons would tear a hole in our side and the Navy would pour through. If I got too far ahead, Leviathan wouldn't follow where I wanted to lead them. I kept my arm raised. "Now!" My hand fell. We broke cover from the fog and cut across Leviathan. Leopold was on the bow. His scarlet tailcoat and gleaming buttons were a bright spot. Vain popinjay. "Look at me," I willed him to see me. "Let's end this." He turned, his eyeglass to his eye, as if he'd heard me. He fixed on me and then shouted and pointed. They gave chase. We fled and I prayed they'd follow us. Their cannons boomed. We returned fire. I threw myself on the deck, pulling Teller down with me. I felt the air moving as the cannonball passed over us. "Take the wheel. Head for eye socket inlet." Teller jumped up. The crew knew what to do. They readied themselves with an armory of boarding axes and marlin spikes. My saber was at my side, and I had a pair of pistols in my belt. The cabin boy was lining up his granados and stink pots to lob. The sun was starting to break through the fog, the light scattering. The sight of a warship dying is something to behold, something to break any captain's heart. It was like watching a harpooned whale, twisting and rolling. Such majesty shouldn't suffer such indignity. I prayed that Leviathan would forgive me. The waters were deep enough for a brig, but not a ship Leviathan's size. She caught her hull on a sandbank. She let out a groan and shudder. Her hull split, taking on water. I would have Leopold. We launched our boats, ready to take him. I awoke on the floor of the workshop. The clock hands had barely moved, but I felt I'd been on the sea my whole life, the smoke of battle still in my nostrils. This room held no secrets for me. I lifted an ornate wall sconce and pressed the lever beneath it. The door and the paneling swung open. I stopped in the low, dark corridor. Cobwebs brushed my face. At the end, I climbed the narrow steps to the attic, supported by arches that spanned the whole of Hadlington Hall. If the books were there, that's where Philip would be. I pushed the secret attic door open a fraction. It was blocked by a wall of books, so I slipped in the narrow gap and closed the door behind me. I was entombed. inching along until I found an opening. It was an entrance to a corridor made entirely of books. I turned right and found myself at a blind ending. I retreated, becoming lost in turn after turn. It was a maze. My head ached and my knees throbbed. Soon I had no idea how much time had passed. Afraid as I was, the smell of papery dust and leather comforted me. This was Philip's library. There was nothing to fear. I trailed my fingers along the horizontally stacked spines. I let the books lead me to the maze's heart. A man sat at a desk constructed from packing cases. I recognized the curve of his neck and back, his bowed head. Philip, my gentle creature. He turned, open-mouthed. His clothes were faded, his lace cuffs stained and torn. Wigless, his natural hair curled to his collar. Clarissa? He blinked. Did you do this? I pointed to the books, stacked like bricks. All the ways out of the house are guarded. At least up here I can read. And I like to make it harder for Leopold to find me. Philip closed the volume before him. When did you come home? I never left. Leopold said you'd been sent to a convent to learn manners. That's why I went with him. I thought you'd gone. He lied. Oh. Something whimpered. A dog peeped out from beneath the desk. She licked my fingers. I recognized her immediately. Alexandria, a forlorn-looking spaniel with silky ears that brushed the floor. I'd given her to Philip the day after his father's funeral. I'll call her Alexandria, for the city with the greatest library in the world. I've missed you, Clarissa, but I always knew we'd be together again one day. I wasn't idle while I was waiting. I've been studying. I've read manuals and philosophies, but the real truth is in fiction. You've become too introspective. I clutched the edge of the desk. Black dots gathered at the edge of my vision. I know. I've been imprisoned for far too long. I want to see the worlds. World. No. Worlds! He wheezed with excitement. The idea made me dizzy. Don't you remember? Philip. I couldn't stay in the moment. The earth moved beneath me. I was moving. I'd been riding under a high sun, so was glad to enter the trees, enjoying the birdsong and shade. I dismounted and tied up Alexandria. She pawed the ground, her hooves bringing up clods, then settled. I patted her neck and whispered thanks in her ear for bearing me, armor and all, over great distances. I climbed the mound at the center of the trees. There was a cave in the clearing at the summit. It was guarded. I put on my helmet and closed the visor. The dragon was sleek and long. It shifted and sighed in its sleep.
Kill it,
a woman hissed from the cave's shadows.
Kill it before it wakes.
She stepped into the light. Her hair was dark blonde.
I'm its prisoner. Kill it.
Do I know you, lady? I looked at the dragon. Its collar had scraped its scales, leaving its neck raw. A chain tethered it to a ring driven deep into the rock.
Good night. Am I not beautiful? Am I not desirable?
Her eyes glittered like sapphires, unfeeling and assured of their own value. Blood stained her hands and gown. She didn't look wounded. The dragon opened its eyes. Closer, I could see it was sickly and gray. When it tried to breathe fire, all that came out was a plume of thin smoke.
I order you to free me.
The story played out, over and over. I unsheathed my sword. The dragon clawed the ground and bared its teeth. Some were missing. I held out my hand, as if approaching Alexandria. There now. Quieten down, I soothed. It snapped at me, but I didn't move. Then it sniffed my fingers and bowed its head. I stroked its nose, talking quietly. When I raised my sword, there was a pleasure glinting in the woman's eyes. My blade fell, shattering the chain. The dragon ran across the clearing, then sprang upwards on unfurling wings.
I told you to kill it!
I knew her after all. Our faces were the same, except her eyes were a shade lighter. Come on, then. Let's finish this. I went into the cave to slay the monster. My breath was fast and erratic. I felt the give as I pushed the sword home. Clarissa! There were arms around me. I fought back. "Clarissa!" Philip held me close. Alexandria licked my hand, whimpering. "There's something I need to tell you," I gasped. "I have a sister." Philip was taken away from Hadlington a week after his father's funeral. He sat under the library desk, arms around his knees. I crawled under there, the bundle in my arms squirming. "She's for you." I handed him the puppy. "She needs a name." He stroked her. She gnawed at one end of the grosgrain bow tied around her neck. "Alexandria, after the city that held the greatest library in all the world." "Sorry about your father. I liked him better than anyone except for you. Where's your uncle?" Leopold reconciled with Lord Mark the month before he died. "Making plans? He says we leave tomorrow." "I won't let him take you." "I want to stay here with you, forever." Philip laid his head on my knee. Alexandria curled up in the crook of his arm. He reached out for his book with his free hand. I recognized the green leather binding. Diversions and Entertainments. He'd had it with him on the day we first met. When Philip started to read, I felt the immense weight of his loss. He was leaving. "There was a poor fisherman," his voice poured through me, "who lived in the East Indies. One day, he sat on the beach mending his nets." I closed my eyes. Philip's voice grew distant, but I held on to the words intently, following where they led. There was a warm breeze on my face. When I opened my eyes, Philip's head still rested on my lap. The wind flipped over the book's pages. Philip sat up, a hand shielding his face from the sun. Alexandria wriggled, keen for freedom. We were on a beach. Hot sand spilled between my fingers. The sky was cloudless, and the turquoise sea didn't look real. I walked to the edge of the lapping waves. I picked up one of the shells at my feet. It was the size of my little fingernail, a whirl of cream and pink bands. A ship was out on the water. Figures swarmed up the rigging. A flag fluttered at an angle that made it difficult to see. The anchor hit the sea with a splash. "Clarissa, be careful!" Philip clutched Alexandria, who whined and struggled to be put down. I looked back at the ship. They were launching a rowboat. Alexandria was barking now. The palms above me were swaying giants. Out at sea, sailors pulled at the rowboat oars in unison. A woman stood over them, shouting orders. She wore breeches and a cutlass hung from her hip. She was their captain. "Philip, answer me!" Leopold's voice was muffled, as if I was underwater. The pirates landed and were running up the beach. Time was pouring through my hands like grains of sand. All I could do was watch. I looked back to see Philip running towards me, too. I scooped up Alexandria before she could escape. Philip grabbed my arm. The pirate captain held out her hand to me. Her nose wrinkled as she smiled. She was sunburnt and her hair was wild. I wanted to go with her, to see, to live without constraints. I reached for her. Our fingers touched as Philip snapped the book shut. We were back in the library, under the desk. I could still feel the sea spray on my face. Philip's grip on my arm tightened. A pair of buckled heels and stockings appeared. Then Leopold knelt down. "Ah, it's your shadow, Lady Clarissa. Time to say goodbye. Change of plan. We leave tomorrow." I thought when the moment arrived, I'd kick and punch. I'd make all kinds of fuss. All my fire had gone out. I started to cry. Leopold put me in a carriage and sent me home. It was only then that I opened my fist. A shell lay in my palm. "Do you remember this?" Philip passed me a book. It was green. Diversions and Entertainments. Of course. I'd been half a person since that day. It felt heavy in my hands. Philip had marked the page with a ribbon. I opened it. There was a fisherman. A cloud rose from the page like a clamoring of kisses or butterfly wings. I could smell the ocean. I thought I'd been missing Philip when it had been the half of me trapped inside the book. Stories poured into me. Stories poured out of me. I could manifest words as worlds, fiction as flesh. I am the goat herder who fights the giant. I am the knight who slays monsters. I am the pirate captain. I opened my eyes to see Philip leaning over me. He peered at me through the thick lenses. "You're ill. I should have noticed. I'm sorry." "I've never felt better." I sat up. It was true. You were there, weren't you? Inside the book?
How did you know?
You smell of the sea. He smiled. Was it as beautiful as I remember?
Yes, every bit. Tell me about the words.
Fiction is powerful. It's about the choice of words and the order.
I don't understand.
There's a world of difference between a rock and stone.
Explain.
Consider. Both have one syllable and the vowel O. Stone sounds muted and soft, round. The K in rock eats the breath, followed by a short silence. It's sharp-edged. Likewise, each word is a building block, each syllable potent.
How can we use this?
I've started a book of all the places we can go. I've called it Tales from Alexandria. Without you, it's all nothing. You have the power to make it real.
I'm not your puppet conjurer. I'll always be at your mercy if I don't know the words.
He took my hand and kissed it. It's me that should fear you. You're far stronger than me. I'll teach you. Then, love's a bond, not a shackle.
At last, here was someone who'd never take more than I wanted to give.
I've been planning while I've been waiting for you. My valise contains books, quills, ink, and paper. The only thing to limit us is our imagination.
Philip?
The shout came from the attic's main door. It was Leopold.
Is Clarissa with you?
Alexandria's ears stood up, followed by a low growl. Philip shushed her.
Undo my dress.
What?
Hurry.
He fumbled as he unlaced me. I didn't have time for his blushes. I pushed my gown down and pushed it away.
Give me breeches and a shirt.
A lady knows how to dress for any occasion.
Keep your valise ready. Wait here for me.
I kissed him and took the paper knife from his desk. I put it between my teeth and climbed. I'd scrambled up Alexandria's rigging in a gale. I'd followed my herd across mountainsides. Alexandria had taught me to be bold and agile. Now I found footholds in the crack between Diderot's Compendium and Athelstan's sagas, Cistercian poetry and the Sultana's observation of the moon. When I reached the top, I crawled along on my belly. Philip had built the walls so thick that they took my weight. From my vantage point, I saw Leopold had brought Anna and automaton Philip. Both men were armed with swords.
Philip!
I've indulged you for far too long. Come out! A pair of footmen put down a leather-bound chest. Leopold waved them away.
Where is she?
Anna hissed. Here somewhere.
I delivered her into your hands. I'm staggered you've lost her already.
She's in the house. All the doors are barred.
Let's hope so. I've already explained to her stupid parents that Anna's run away. Men are looking for her. It would be vexatious if they found her.
Anna didn't look vexed. She looked furious. Am I to be the only Philip now? The automaton stepped closer to Anna.
Of course. Now you've met the solicitor, it's official. You're Philip. We don't need the other one anymore.
And I married, not him? The automaton asked eagerly. I heard a mechanical whirring. It was in love.
You are him. I told you that.
Leopold was impatient with his creation. Anna, now married, without pomp or fancy clothes. She must have been keen to get it done before I ruined their plan. Our father would be furious, but she would explain this away, no doubt.
What are you going to do?
Anna asked Leopold. Leopold undid the trunk's straps and threw open the lid. Silver shapes within caught the light. He heaved the trunk onto its edge, spilling the contents.
Go on, little ones.
The creatures were the size of my hand, with tapered torsos. They were still, as if shocked, except for twitching antennae. Then they all scattered at once, scuttling up the maze's walls and into the cracks between the volumes. Their odd sideward sway reminded me of fish. I retreated back to Philip.
Your uncle's let something loose in here.
He frowned as I described them. Thysanura.
What?
Insects. Silverfish. They destroy books by eating the bindings that hold them together. The silverfish were fast. The walls around us started to collapse. Without the integrity of paste, the pages were let loose. As one wall toppled, it crashed into others in a flutter of paper. A great wave of broken volumes came toward us. I pushed Philip behind me. It fell and crashed down at our feet, engulfing our ankles. The silverfish soft segmented bodies were bloated from the feast. Their dark secretions stained the paper, looking like old blood or tar. They were now Alexandria's size. She barked at them, but they weren't interested in us, as we were only flesh. Leopold, Anna, and Clockwork Philip looked at us across the landslide. "You look different," Anna called to me. "How so?" She cocked her head to one side, considering me. Anna, Cuckoo's sister, squatting in the nest, beak open ever since I'd known her. "You're more—" she struggled to find the word. "Present." She saw it straight away. We were siblings after all. The searing pain of her betrayal had gone. Captain Daniels would have laughed at my tears. "You're no better. You used her too. The slate's clean now." How liberating. Now Anna was just another adversary. Clockwork Philip slid and slipped amid the piles of paper between us. Leopold followed him. "Stay back," I told Philip. He gripped Alexandria's collar. I went out to meet the machine. He was strong, with a long reach. He slashed at me with his sword, which I blocked with a chunk of book that had survived the carnage. The shock of the blow went up my arm. He was a brute, but no swordsman. The uneven ground made him clumsy. He raised his arm and I rolled under it. My foot in the back of his knee brought him down. The sword fell. I snatched it up and backed away. "Idiot!" Leopold stepped over him. Anna helped the automaton to his feet, but instead of ushering him back into the fight, she pulled him away. It was just me and Leopold. "Come on, let's end this." Men like Leopold had lessons with fencing masters so they could duel at dawn. He thrust at me, testing my ability. I parried with a flick of my wrist. "You're a surprise, aren't you?" We danced around one another, steel clashing. He was skilled, but I was seasoned. He tried another tactic. "I'll finish you and Philip, just like I did his father. Didn't you guess? His fall was no accident." I glanced at Philip. He was surprised, too. Leopold slashed at me. I leaned out of the way of his blade too late. There wasn't pain, just a line of wetness that dripped down my cheek. I was too close to use my sword, but close enough for the knife. I thrust it into his neck and twisted. He staggered, surprised, then pulled the blade out. Bright blood spurted from between his fingers as he tried to staunch the flow. His mouth was a circle of surprise. He tried to speak, but all that came out was a choking gurgle. He dropped the sword, and I kicked it over to Philip. Leopold pitched forward. "Sister, we're free!" Anna's ability to improvise was impressive. "No one need know. We can put him in the trunk and tell everyone he's left. We don't need to be ruled by men anymore." "Am I not a man?" asked the automaton. "Think about it, Clarissa. I can carry the burden of being lady of the house, and you can be free." There'd been a time when her offer would have been enough. "I'm commander of my own ship." I wiped Leopold's blood from the blade. "You're my only love. I did this for us." "What about me? You said you loved me." The automaton tugged at her sleeve. "You're a glorified clock." A clock that desired, that would never wind down. His hand closed upon her wrist. "You're my wife. We'll never be parted." "Let go! You're hurting me!" She tried to shake him off. "I'll never let you go. I was made to love you." I looked at Philip. He held up Tales from Alexandria. "You want to be Hadlington's mistress, Anna? You want a fortune? We'll grant your wish. It's our wedding gift. May you have a long and happy marriage." "No, don't leave me, I beg you." The automaton gathered her in his arms. I nodded to Philip, the real Philip. "Once in a distant land, there was a great city," he read, "and its jewel was the greatest library in existence." I picked up Alexandria. Her tail wagged. "Historians at the library recorded the past, and seers, the future. There were volumes of poetry to break the hearts of stones, bestiaries of the mightiest and most minuscule of creatures, war strategies that were also recipes for soufflés." I shut out all but his voice. The library was constructing itself around us. I could smell book dust and ink. When I looked up, bookshelves stretched up to a star-painted ceiling. A hero came to the library who was a knight, a goat herder, and a pirate, among other things. She was accompanied by a librarian and a spaniel. I put my arm around my friend as the syllables aligned. Then we stepped through to the other side of our story.
The Beast of Bray Road by Gabrielle Faust. Deep within Wisconsin's rural farmland, a creature of spine-chilling nightmares is claimed to roam. Barely 2 miles in length, Bray Road was once a Native American trail, along which the Bray family began building several large farms in the late 1890s. Until the infamous article by Linda Godfrey that ignited an international fascination with a creature she nicknamed the Beast of Bray Road, the secretive area had rarely seen traffic, as there was no reason for anyone other than the Bray family to travel there. One Halloween in 1991, a high school senior by the name of Doris Gibson found herself driving down Bray Road late at night when she felt her car hit something. Concerned she had struck an animal, she exited the vehicle and looked around. A few yards away, she saw what appeared to be a wolf-like creature of approximately 6 to 8 feet in height, standing on 2 legs in the middle of the road behind her car. Its large eyes glowed a crimson red as it stared Doris down with a primal rage. The beast began to charge towards her, its feet thundering on the pavement. Doris turned and ran back to her car, just barely making it inside when the creature leapt onto the trunk as she sped away, its claws leaving deep gouges in the metal as it slipped off. To many who might have first heard that story back then, it would have sounded like a creepy tall tale crafted by a teenager, most likely spooked by a coyote or wolf crossing the road. That would be the case if the publication of The Beast of Bray Road had not inspired multiple others within the small county of Walworth, Wisconsin, to come forward with their own accounts of this werewolf-shaped animal. Having been seen both during the day and night, the creature has rarely acted aggressive towards humans, preferring to consume roadkill and deer. Also known as man-wolf, bear-wolf, and indigenous dogman by locals, recorded sightings of the beast go back as far as 1936, all involving an extremely large lupine mammal equipped with legs, arms, and hands that appear humanoid in construction and allow the creature to walk both upright as well as on all fours. In the 1936 account, a man who was working as the night watchman for a Catholic institution for the mentally disabled called the St. Pauletta Institute. The institute, in the adjacent county of Jefferson, had taken care to preserve and protect several ancient burial mounds on the property. One night, the man came across the beast, perched atop one of these mounds, frantically digging. The creature rose up on its hind legs, turned to face the man, and growled the word, Gadara, the name of a city in the New Testament Bible where Jesus is said to have compelled the demons residing in the humans to possess pigs, which then ran into the ocean and drowned. The man recognized the word and came to believe the creature was demonic in nature itself. The sighting of the creature upon an ancient burial mound ties into beliefs held by northern tribes of the First Nations involving evil spirits that can take on humanoid or animalistic shapes, such as the Wendigo, skinwalkers, and the lesser-known shapeshifters, the bear walker and limerick. While the physical description of the beast has fallen into the traditional werewolf mythos, legends of these otherworldly creatures have haunted the Northern Territories for centuries, making them just as compelling and terrifying. Still, other theories range from a demon summoned by the multiple cults that performed ritualistic demon worshipping in Wisconsin during the 80s and 90s, to a cousin of America's favorite cryptid, Bigfoot. The last reported sighting of the Beast of Bray Road was in 2018. Whether the residents have simply ceased to speak of their encounters or the creature has disappeared is unclear. Regardless, if you find yourself on Bray Road, don't get out of the car.
Hell Does Not Bring Fire by Jesse Wolfe. She guards the shores with closed eyes, spire of stone veiled in black. Since that night the storm won, racing over rocks without falling, bounding across the slickest of wet cliffs, rattling the walls of the chapel where men offered prayers to the wrong god, heaving their lives and their lies into the belly of the churning cataclysm, a prodigious gateway to the ocean below the seas, the underneath her torch, saving the vessels but too weak to save the souls of men, their agony smothered in saltwater brine and the bite of merciless wrath, punctuating each wave with the copper tinge of sangria. The opulent wine mortality exsanguinates, delicate, tender lungs collapsing and dulled orbs staring into the face of the unholy Almighty. Stolen from her catwalk at the whim of the sleeping god woken by their sacrilege, pulling them into the endless depths of infinite retribution, the penance for a prayer. For in the end, hell does not bring fire. It brings the sea.
Devoured by the Soiled and Peeling Wallpaper by Jake Bible. Sinclair was saved from his own madness by a loose piece of metal roofing. "Gonna get yourself killed, S," Mallory said, as he heated a tin of corn set next to the glowing hot rocks of their well-tended fire. Well-tended, because Mallory refused to leave the small cabin that Sinclair shared with him. Instead, he made sure there was always hot food and a clean space. Mallory had been up front with Sinclair from the early days of the collapse. He would not go out ever again. The nightmares out there were not worth the freedom of elbow room, as he put it. "You keep going back, and you know what will happen," Mallory continued, turning the tin can so the opposite side would cook. "You've seen it time and time again." "I have to know, Mal," Sinclair replied, his eyes on the hypnotic movements of Mallory's care of the corn. "Don't you want to—" "No!" Mallory snapped, then glanced at the cabin's door, a mixture of fright and sheepish apology in his eyes. "No, I never want to know." "Well, I have to," Sinclair responded. He began working at the laces of his boots, but saw a fray just near the third eyelet and stopped his movements for fear he'd break the lace. He hadn't seen new laces or new boots in so long that a wave of panic filled him at the thought of a simple, broken shoelace. "We have twine," Mallory said, his eyes off the cabin door and focused on Sinclair. "Get comfortable. Relax. You have to relax, or the stress will kill you as fast as the haints out there." Sinclair smiled and nodded, then finished his task and removed his boots. The frayed lace did not break. "And as for having to," Mallory scoffed, setting the tin of corn aside to make way for a flat rock with a small pile of dough set on top, "you don't have to do nothing. You choose to go back there. You choose to put your life in danger." "I need to know. Do they remember?" Sinclair sighed as he scooted his dirty feet close to the fire. Mallory shooed him away, a dance they played often, then pressed the dough flat with the palm of his hand. Steam rose into the air, filling the cabin with a smell of warmth that held more comfort than any fire could provide. "You've put my life in danger, S," Mallory continued. pulling his hand back to blow on the steam-pained palm. "You want to know if the haint left in your house remembers? Well, what if it does? What then?" "Then we could communicate," Sinclair said. Mallory did not respond, only tended the dough as Sinclair stared at him. "And it's my sister," Sinclair said quietly. "Maybe my mother." "Your mother?" Mallory's eyes shot up and stared hard at Sinclair. "She passed outside, S. The ones that are taken by the pox outside do not go inside. You know that." Mallory waved a hand at the inside of their cabin. "Or they'd have come for us in here by now." Sinclair gave Mallory a wan smile. "Okay, what if your mother is back? Do you think you can talk to her? To your sister? Do you really?" Mallory badgered. "So, what is the point in all this?" "Then I'll know," Sinclair replied. "You'll know, and what was your mother will know," Mallory argued, "and maybe it will follow you, back here, to me. If it can get inside there, then it can get inside here." Mallory shivered inside. "What we have works, S. It's worked for years now. Why do you want to ruin it?" "I don't," Sinclair said, his voice a sharp-edged tool that was rusty and brittle, but still had a few cuts left in it. "You've come to terms with the outside, with what you left behind. I haven't. Where we are works, but you know as well as I do that the living can't survive forever out here in the woods and the fields. The outside ones are getting bolder." "Not bold enough to figure out how to come inside," Mallory said. "Yet. Or never. I need to know." "Jesus!" Mallory flipped the dough to reveal a light brown crust. "So, what are you saying? That the knowing is more important than the living? That's a bucket of crap, S. An overflowing bucket of crap." "It's not." "Yeah, it is. Because you don't know shit if you're dead." Mallory poked the crust. "And if you're wrong, dead is all you'll know." Mallory closed his eyes. "And probably even if you're right." A pounding at the door had Sinclair up and grabbing his axe faster than Mallory could let out a frightened squeal. "It's me," a woman called through the barred and bolted door. "Gonna let me in or what?" Sinclair and Mallory shared a look. Then Mallory nodded, and Sinclair went to the door. He unbolted, unbarred, and opened the door just enough for the wiry woman to squeeze through. Then Sinclair reversed his movements, and the door was secured once again. "You know, if I ever have an emergency, I'll be dead before you get that door open, S," the woman, Helen, mocked. "Maybe you should just leave it open a crack, just in case." Her eyes found Mallory's, and she grinned at the fear and annoyance that was projected her way. "Don't start," Sinclair said to Helen. "You get him riled up and no bread for you. Got it?" "My apologies," Helen said, sweeping her arm out and bending at the waist, continuing her mockery with an exaggerated bow. "Sit your ass down," Mallory said. He flipped the bread again, and Sinclair had to smile as all of Helen's bravado left her. All mockery was gone as she plopped down opposite Mallory, her eyes glistening with tears as the smell filled the cabin even more. "Where'd you find the flour?" Helen asked, reverent, respectful. "Sure there's no mold spores in there?" "Would that stop you from eating it?" Mallory asked. "No, not at all," Helen said. "S found the wheat," Mallory answered, aiming his chin in Sinclair's direction. "Whole field of it, sans blat." "Got lucky," Sinclair said. "What field? Where?" Helen asked. Both Sinclair and Mallory stiffened. "Oh, relax. I won't sell you out," Helen said. "Tiff and his people left days ago. No one to sell info to now, so no need to be all secret. Tiff left? Sinclair asked. Where to? Where's he going to go? Didn't say, Helen replied with a shrug. He'd been talking about moving on for weeks now. Thought he'd do it before autumn came, but he waited. Went to his trailers, and they were cleared out. Not a hint of where they moved on to. No note for you? Mallory asked, a smirk playing on his lips. I thought you two were tight. Not tight like that, prick, Helen said. Tiff had his own amusements. But we were close, in a way. He respected my gifts, and I respected his. Con artistry and highway robbery are gifts? Mallory asked. Who knew? Maybe they didn't leave, Sinclair said quietly to head off the bickering. Maybe they were raided. Tiff, raided? Helen chuckled. Come on, S. Tiff doesn't get raided. Everyone gets raided eventually, Sinclair said, his eyes flitting to the barred and bolted door. It's why I go back. Mallory snorted. Helen looked between the two. Go back? To your home? Helen asked. Are you still doing that? Christ, S. What is in that head of yours? Suicide, Mallory muttered. But even with the issues, Sinclair said, ignoring the chastisement, we could make that place ours. Up on the hill with views of the area for miles. Spring house. Trees for repairs and firewood. Fields that can be revitalized. Helen's face became a mask of worry and confusion. Fields that can be out in the open all day like sitting ducks? Then what? Sleeping in that house at night? Your sister's in there, S. That's more than just issues, man, she exclaimed. Mal, how long has he been spouting this gibberish? Too long, Mallory said, and removed the rock with the bread from the fire. Fetch me those plates. Helen complied, hopping to her feet to grab the wooden plates and rusty utensils from the small table in the corner of the cabin. She returned quickly and grinned at the food, but the grin didn't last as she turned to focus on Sinclair once more. S, be reasonable, Helen said. Even if the house was empty, which it sure is not, why would you want to put yourself inside a target like that, up on a hill with views for miles? That goes both ways, S. Someone will see light. They will see life and want it for themselves. Sinclair frowned but didn't answer. What about smoke during the day? Helen asked. When will you build fires for smithing and cooking and all the other stuff that farms need? At night? The light can't be hidden, not anymore. Even this cabin is a beacon if anyone is foolish enough to tromp through the swamps after dark. The swamps, Sinclair said, and took the plate Mallory offered him. They flood, and the floods are getting worse, more frequent. The insects during the middle of the summer, the damp and cold during the winter. We need higher ground. We need space to be able to thrive. Thrive? Helen barked. She had been reaching for the plate Mallory was offering her, but she stopped and got to her feet, her outstretched hand curling into a jabbing, pointing single figure of accusation. Do you hear yourself? There is no thriving anymore, S. There never will be. Amen to that, Mallory said. Now sit your ass down and eat. You'll never convince him. Heavens knows I've tried. Sinclair would not meet Helen's gaze. He kept his head down and focused on his plate of hot corn and warm bread. Helen finally sat to eat. The three remained silent the rest of the meal. Sinclair relieved himself in the small bucket, then tended the coals in the fire. Mallory slept soundly on their mat, and Sinclair smiled with fondness. Move it, Helen whispered, dropping her pants as she pushed past Sinclair so she could get to the bucket. She relieved herself, eyes on Sinclair the entire time, then pulled up her pants and moved close to the warm coals. Spill it, S. Spill what? Sinclair asked, eyes cast to Mallory, making sure their voices did not disturb the man's sleep. The real reason, Helen said. Resources are great. A secure house, especially the size of your family's, would be incredible. But why even dare? You know why, Sinclair said. You're outside more than anyone. Helen glanced at the bolted and barred door. Sinclair watched her and nodded. The outside ones are learning, Helen said without any prompting from Sinclair. Haints, specters, ghosts, whatever. They're learning. They are, Sinclair said. The ones inside ain't any better, S, Helen said. Do we really know that? Sinclair asked. The spirits rose from the pox corpses and the world collapsed. That's what we know. That's it. We've lived with the fear for years now. With good goddamn reason, Helen snapped, then lowered her voice as Mallory stirred. The haints ain't all mist and smoke. They're solid. Corporeal, Sinclair said. I know the word. All it means is you feel their hands when they rip into your belly and pull your guts out. The ones inside aren't as vicious. They are what, S, huh? Friendly? Goddamn bunch of Caspers? No, but maybe we can, I don't know, communicate and come to an understanding. Jesus, you've lost your mind. And I've lost my sleep, Mallory growled from the mat. Shut up and get back to sleep, both of you. Talk your nonsense in the morning. Helen began to respond, but Sinclair patted her arm and she closed her mouth. Helen returned to her small mat that Sinclair and Mallory kept for her visits. And Sinclair returned to the warmth of Mallory. Madness, Helen said, her elbow pressed against Sinclair's side. Standing at the tree line, the afternoon sun behind them, Sinclair and Helen faced the old house. The daylight made the structure look sad, like a child that had been bullied and left to cry in the corner of the playground, but no longer had tears to offer up to the gods of self-pity and personal pain. Think, S, Helen said, and gave him a hard nudge. Even before the collapse, this would be an enormous task. Fixing that wreck? Months with the proper tools and resources. You got the proper tools and resources now? No, you do not. It can be done, Sinclair replied. Oh, can it? Well, great. Helen shook her head. We both know the work isn't the real issue. Your sister's in there, S. It can be done, Sinclair said again, and walked away from the tree line. Helen hissed from behind him, then caught up. More madness, she said, her head swiveling back and forth, wary and ready to flee if someone appeared from out of nowhere. You're going to get us killed. Then leave, Sinclair said. I need to see it in the daylight. You need... What does that mean? Wait, have you been coming here at night? Helen gasped. Christus, you have. Safer, Sinclair said. I can hide in the shadows if someone comes along. Safer? Helen exclaimed, then clamped a hand over her mouth. She calmed slightly. Safer? At night? She stopped walking. You have gone mad, S. I can't. I don't want any part of this. Then leave, Sinclair said, continuing on to the sad structure that loomed over them at the top of the hill, its once stoic columns, now bare bones, fossils from the past. I didn't ask you to come. I'm not leaving, idiot, Helen said. Mallory paid me good resources to keep you safe since you refused to keep yourself safe. 3 cans of peas, basket of dried mushrooms, a small bag of that flour, and sleepovers whenever I want. You're lucky that man loves you. Sinclair swiveled his head, but his eyes remained on the large house. Helen snapped her fingers in his face, and his eyes found her fingers, then her. Tell me the truth, Helen said. Why are we here? Sinclair opened his mouth to speak, then closed it, his eyes returning to the house. She's in there, he said after several silent moments. I saw her. Okay. Good for you, Helen said. She turned slowly, eyes watching the tree line. She's always in there. We already know that. And you're a damn fool for having been coming here at night and risking... No, not my sister. Then who? Mother is back. Your mother? In there? I saw her. The outside ones can't go inside, and the inside ones can't go outside, Helen spat. Those are the rules, S. They're learning. You said so last night, Sinclair replied. Yes, but... Helen stared at the once grand old house that sat before them, like a neglected, mangy dog waiting for its cruel owner to return. Okay, maybe she came back. Maybe she is inside. You know, that's worse, not better, right? Mother can control her, Sinclair said. What? What does that mean? I don't know. It's a feeling. Madness, Helen said. That's all this is. We know there's one inside. Now there may be two. Life is hard enough, S. Why make it harder? Sinclair didn't respond. You're wrong, S. There's no one else in there, Helen insisted. They'd have been noticed by now. I did notice, Sinclair said. I'm telling you, she's in there. Your mother? Helen rubbed at her face. There was a snap from the tree line behind them, and she stiffened, widening her stance as a foot-long length of lead pipe slid from inside her sleeve down into her right hand. My mother, Sinclair said. And you're going to talk to her? I'm going to talk to her. So she can talk to your sister? Yeah. So you can all live as a happy family again? Don't be mean. I'm not being mean. I'm being rational. Helen turned, her eyes on the tree line, but there was no second noise. She nodded nervously. Any way I can stop you from going in? Hit me with that pipe, maybe, Sinclair said with a smirk. It's tempting, especially since I'm thinking Mallory screwed me with our deal. Helen poked Sinclair's arm with the pipe. Fine. Let's go in so I can show you how insane you sound right now. I'm not insane. Yeah, we'll see about that, S. But the second a haint shows itself, we're out. I have to try to talk to... Yeah. You get one try. If the chat don't work out, then I drag your ass out and we don't come back. Deal? Sinclair only smiled and started up toward the house again. Helen followed, walking mostly sideways and backwards so she could watch the woods. None of the doors, swollen with damp or blocked by debris from the inside, were usable. Every entrance Sinclair tried while Helen watched their backs was impassable. But Sinclair knew that. He checked them only for Helen's sake. Sinclair knew how to get inside. We'll have to climb, Sinclair said, and pointed to the ancient oak that stood close to the house. There's a window we can get in through up there. Oh, come on, Helen muttered. She's on the second floor? In her room, Sinclair said. She can't get out. They always get out. She can't. Door is locked. Right. I don't even want to ask you how you know for sure. Sinclair climbed the tree with ease. He'd been practicing since he was a child. He knew the footholds, which branch to grab, how to hook his legs up and over a limb, and hoist himself into a sitting position so he could then swing across the small gap and land on the short metal roof just outside the second-story windows. Helen struggled and cursed in harsh whispers the entire way up the old oak, while Sinclair took his turn to watch the tree line. Movement. No sound. Whoever was down there had made that mistake before. but there was movement. They'd deal with that later. Sinclair knew they'd be fine once inside the house. When finally perched on the roof next to him, Helen said, "This had better be worth it. Whatever you're hatching in that mad mind of yours, it had better be worth it." "I can't guarantee that," Sinclair responded, "but I think you'll be pleased." "Can't guarantee. Think I'll be pleased?" "Who are you right now, S?" Helen asked. "Peas ain't worth this." Sinclair blinked at her a few times, then climbed in through the window. The house was still and silent, except for the drip from what had been his sister's room. Even 2 rooms away, with that room's door barricaded and locked, Sinclair could hear the dripping. Why the haints dripped, no one knew. But there was always the dripping. Always the dripping. The floor was spongy under Sinclair's boots. He chose his steps with caution, careful of the places in the floor he knew were going to give out soon. Like that spot on the rug where he'd played marbles as a child while his mother got ready for her day. He'd used the intricate oriental patterns as small, complicated arenas for the battles between the tiny glass orbs. Sinclair stared down at the rug, black with mold and stained by fluids from events he did not want to think upon. He wished he could crawl into the past, back into arms of comfort and a world where life wasn't a daily exercise in survival. He said none of this to Helen, only crossed the room, his eyes glancing briefly at the mildewed walls of his parents' old bedroom, mildewed walls that were devoured by soiled and peeling wallpaper. Then they were out of the room and walking toward the stairs. With a panicked glance over his shoulder, Sinclair confirmed that it was Helen right behind him. For a moment he'd thought... He didn't know what he thought. Helen's eyes were locked on the door of Sinclair's sister's room. "She's secure," Sinclair whispered. Helen did not respond, but she slowly pulled her eyes away from the door. "Hear that?" Sinclair held up a hand, halting them. "Yeah, I hear the dripping, S," Helen whispered. "Not that. That, right there," Sinclair whispered back. "No," Helen responded. Sinclair raised his voice. "Mother?" "Shh," Helen warned. "What are you doing?" "I can hear movement from the sitting room," Sinclair said, and began to descend the stairs. His first step sent his right foot straight through the old wood. Helen grabbed him by the bicep and kept him from tumbling headfirst down the remains of the stairs. "Have you ever explored old houses before?" she said with exasperation. "I thought you'd been coming here at night." "Only to the top floor," Sinclair admitted. "Only to the asshole," Helen said, then pointed at the stairs. "You move along the edge of the stairs where the treads are nailed to the stringers." "How do you know that?" Sinclair asked. "My first husband was a contractor. He flipped houses," she replied with a shrug. "You pick stuff up." There was a far-off call from outside the house. Helen stiffened. "I knew it. Someone followed us," she hissed. "We need to leave now." "That was a bird," Sinclair said, but knew it wasn't. He didn't care about anyone following them. Let them try the doors. They wouldn't get inside. And if they climbed up, as he and Helen had, well, the dripping in his sister's room had gotten louder. The followers, whoever they were, would be wise to stay outside the house. "What?" Helen asked, studying Sinclair's features in the gloom. "Huh?" "You have a look on your face. You know something." "I do not have a look on my face. Leave if you want. I'm staying." Helen paused. Her eyes narrowed in that way that said she was ready for a fight. "I'll watch the windows," she said after a few minutes. "See who's coming for us?" Watch from up here? Sinclair asked. Hell no, Helen scoffed. I'm coming down there with you. No way I'm staying up here with... Just stick to the sides and be careful. Sinclair did as he was told and stuck to the sides of the stairs. The steps and risers bent and groaned, but none broke. The thick, heavy stringers underneath would probably outlast time. Once down the stairs, Sinclair carefully made his way through the debris to the sitting room. He walked around a broken banquette, a shattered end table, a coat rack that made him almost well up with tears, 3 chairs that... Helen hissed and grabbed Sinclair's arm. He looked from her hand to her face, then down at where her eyes were focused. Footprints in the grime and dirt, slightly damp footprints, unmistakable footprints, leading to the sitting room. Helen looked up from the footprints and stared at Sinclair until he nodded. Then she turned and faced the sitting room door. Christ, she whispered so quietly that her breath didn't even disturb the dust motes that hung and danced in the air before her. The door is closed. They never close doors. They suck at doors. See, they're learning, Sinclair said. Could have been the wind. Could have. Why come back here? Where else would she go? Anywhere else? No, this is home. Sinclair led Helen to the sitting room door. His hand hovered over the handle. He breathed in, then out, grasped the handle, turned it, and pushed. Nothing. The sitting room door was as swollen shut as the outer doors of the great old house. Sinclair tried again, shoving even harder, but the frame around the door began to creak and groan in a way that made him let go quickly. He didn't need Helen's caution to tell him that opening that door could bring everything around it down on them. How? Sinclair muttered. Is there another way in? Helen asked. From the dining room? Then that's how. But the footprints. Helen crouched and studied the footprints that led to the door. They stopped there and did not go inside. She pivoted and studied the line of prints back to their origin, then shot up and yanked hard on Sinclair's arm. We need to leave now, she hissed. This is a trap. A trap? You don't believe we can communicate with them, but you do believe they can set traps? Yes, listen to me. You know what I've been through. Trust me. Maybe you're right and we can talk to them somehow, but we need to leave right this second because Mommy Dearest is setting a trap. Like a truck of reality slamming into him, Sinclair knew she was right. He had always known she was right, with everything. What had he been thinking? Was it madness that had finally taken him like it had taken so many others? Was he now only a couple remaining sane thoughts away from becoming one of those wandering wastrels that couldn't cope with the way the world was, waiting for the outside haints to devour them as the walls upstairs were devoured by the soiled wallpaper? Or did he even have the luxury of any sane thoughts left? Sinclair hoped so. He nodded to Helen. She let out a long breath of relief and pulled him to the nearest window. We're breaking out, she said. No way we go back upstairs. They could be working together. You said your mother might be able to control your sister. Let's not find out the hard way. Before they could reach the window, it exploded inward, a large rock smashing through the brittle glass. The end of an axe handle cleared the shards from the frame. Then a head wrapped in rags peered inside, found Sinclair and Helen, and withdrew. There was some hushed talking, finished by a bark of a laugh. "You been coming home a lot lately, Sinclair," a voice rang out. "You said he was gone," Sinclair snapped at Helen. "He was. His camp was packed up. The trailers were empty as they left," Helen said. She cleared her throat. "Tiff? That you?" "Hello, Helen, sweetie," Tiff replied, still outside the house. "Did I hear you thought I was gone?" You were, Helen replied. A creak from above. Sinclair glanced up at the second floor, then at Helen. She nodded. She'd heard. I decided that since Sinclair had been coming home so much, maybe this place wasn't as dangerous as we thought it was, Tiff said. Maybe this place was useful once more. Maybe, just maybe, a man and his people could clean it up and make a nice life here. It's my house, Tiff, Sinclair snapped. His words were directed at the window, but his eyes were back to watching the second floor. You have no claim here. Claim? Sinclair. We all know that in these troubling times, claim is made by strength, which means I get to claim whatever I damn well want to claim. There were some chuckles. Helen tapped Sinclair's shoulder and held up 4 fingers. Sinclair nodded. 4 plus Tiff. Another creak from upstairs. You're making a mistake, Tiff, Sinclair said. I was wrong. This isn't a place that can be useful. We were just leaving. Sinclair, come on. You think I'm going to take your word on that? More creaks. And scraping? Sinclair couldn't be certain. Now, how about you open the front door for me and my friends? Tiff called. I'd rather not have Helen's pipe crack my skull as I try to climb in this window. Making a big mistake, Tiff, Sinclair warned once more. Another creak, then a thud, and a curse? Tiff, did you have someone climb in through the second story? Helen asked. What, me? Cover my ass by trying to surround you in case you pulled some stupid stunt? Tiff laughed. Why, yes, sweetie, I did. Another scraping. Helen gasped and whipped her head around to face the sitting room door. Sinclair looked from the second floor to the sitting room door to the front door that was barricaded with several steel bars. Not that the bars had done anything back when it had mattered. We'll let you in, Sinclair said. Will you let us go? You got something to trade for your freedom? Tiff asked. You know I don't, Sinclair said. I didn't think so. Tiff laughed again. Guess you're mine now. Grain, Helen said. He has grain. Her eyes went wide, pleading silently with him, and Sinclair nodded. I do. I have grain, Sinclair said. A couple bags of it. Mallory's been making bread. We can make enough bread for all of you. Bread? Tiff asked, his rough voice suddenly interested. You have bread on you now? No, but I'll get you some, Sinclair said. I promise. I'll tell you what, Sinclair. You open this door, and I'll let you and Helen live long enough to take one of my guys back to your cabin so he can see this bread, Tiff said. How's that sound? Several loud creaks. Sinclair glanced up to see 2 rag-covered men standing at the top of the stairs, axes in their hands. Sinclair didn't have his axe. Too heavy to carry around and run with. And it was no good against the Haints anyway. He'd left it in his cabin with Mallory. Mallory. I bring anyone back to my cabin, and Mallory will lose it, Tiff, Sinclair said. You know that. He makes the bread. He can't make bread if he's having a nervous breakdown. Then we have a problem, Tiff said. I'll send Helen, Sinclair suggested. She's fast and knows the way as well as I do. She'll return with bread. Let her go, and I promise she'll return with bread. The scraping from the sitting room grew louder. The 2 men at the top of the stairs didn't notice. They were focused on Sinclair and Helen. Are you sure? Helen whispered. Tiff isn't the problem now. I know, Sinclair said, which is why you need to leave. I can handle this. Christ, S, I don't know that you can. My family, my house, my problem. I got you into this. Can't argue with that. Sinclair squeezed Helen's bicep and leaned in close to her ear. Don't come back. If I return, I return, but don't come back. What do I tell Mallory? He paid me in peas, S. Tell him the truth. I'm mad. Helen smirked, then gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Deal, Tiff? Sinclair asked. She has until sundown, Sinclair. Now, open the door. Sinclair and Helen removed the heavy steel bars. The front doors were swollen like all the rest, but Tiff and his men didn't care too much about that. One flew off the hinges while one tore in half, the rotting wood bending over as Tiff's men threw themselves against the doors. The men were covered in rags, just like the two atop the stairs. 4 of them, axes held for all to see. A 5th man walked in and yanked the rags down from his face. Pox scars covered his cheeks, his chin, his forehead. He gave Sinclair and Helen a surprisingly well-maintained smile. Even in the gloom, his teeth shone white. But his eyes were so dark that they were almost black, and the cruelty in them drew Sinclair's gaze away from the improbably white teeth. Sweetie, Tiff said to Helen, you have until sundown. Otherwise, I not only get Sinclair's house here, but I get his cabin, Tiff snarled, and his grain, and his Mallory. Deal, Sinclair said before Helen could argue. Tiff moved out of the doorway. Helen was gone without a glance back at any of them. Sinclair prayed she did not return, that she would pack up his cabin and force Mallory to leave while they still could. What a dump, Tiff said. I was kind of expecting better, Sinclair. This house was the talk of the town, back when there was a town. Gotta say, I'm disappointed. Tiff pointed his own axe at the broken banquette. How about we get that upright and take a seat while we wait, Tiff said. Been on my feet all day. Wouldn't mind resting while we kill a couple hours. Sinclair listened hard. There was no scraping from the sitting room. The house was still and silent, other than the shuffling movements of Tiff and his men. Silent. No dripping from upstairs. Sinclair glanced at the men atop the stairs. He realized they thought the house really was empty. Sure, Sinclair said to Tiff. Let's sit. You don't mind if I send my men to have a look around while we take a load off, do you? Still my house, Tiff. Show some respect. They can look around if Helen doesn't return. Of course. A deal is a deal. I may be rough in my ways, but if I break a deal, then these ragamuffins won't respect me any longer, and we all know what happens then. The men chuckled. Tiff chuckled. Sinclair didn't chuckle. Let's have a seat, Sinclair said. The sun fell behind the trees, its red-orange glow lighting up the open doorway, but sending no warmth into the house. Sinclair, I think she forgot about you, Tiff said, standing up. He patted Sinclair on the shoulder. Sorry, but we had a deal. I respected my end of the deal and didn't have my men ransack the place while we waited. Time for you to respect your end of the deal. I just need you to say the words so it's official. Don't take my cabin, Tiff, Sinclair said. Take the house. We'll still give you bread, but please, leave the cabin and Mallory alone. Can't do that, Tiff said, and lifted the axe to his shoulder. It was not a casual gesture. The axe did not rest upon Tiff's shoulder. It hovered there, ready to strike. Make it official, Sinclair. Say that I now have this house, your cabin, and everything I find inside. You want everything you find inside? Sinclair asked. Tiff blinked. The last rays of the setting sun hit him in the face, and he lifted a hand to keep the light out of his eyes. What's that mean? Tiff asked. I don't like the way you said that. He snapped his fingers. Search the house now. There was a thud from the sitting room. The men didn't move. They know, Tiff, Sinclair said as he stood up to face the man. They trusted you, but now they know you brought them someplace that they shouldn't be. Another thud. The sitting room door shook. The dripping began once more, and not just from upstairs. Tiff's eyes widened as the sun fully set. There's one still in here? Tiff exclaimed. You knew all this time? Why in the hell would you come here? Are you mad? Sinclair thought, then nodded. I think I was, he said, and lunged at Tiff, knocking the man onto his ass. Sinclair raced past the men who were torn between grabbing him, staring at the sitting room door, or running like hell and getting as far from the house as possible. Kill the bastard! Tiff yelled as Sinclair reached the stairs. The two men above each took 2 steps, and that was as far as they got before the stairs buckled, then collapsed under their weight. Their screams were brief. Sinclair stuck to the side, his hands clambering along the rickety banister as his feet followed the stringers. Where are you going? Come back, you idiots! Tiff roared from below, but Sinclair didn't turn around to watch the rest of Tiff's men flee, especially not when he heard the sitting room door splinter apart. Sinclair concentrated hard on each step of his feet, on each grasp of his hands. The banister was slick with mold. The remains of the stairs were even slicker. No! Tiff shouted as growling filled the house. No! A thwack, a thunk, a cry, a roar, a scream, a gurgle. Sinclair reached the top of the broken stairs and sprinted to the bedroom, then slid to a halt as his eyes flicked to his sister's room. The door was wide open, and a dripping figure stood there. I thought it would work, Sinclair said, but the words died on his lips as he glanced toward the downstairs, and the haint that should have been outside but was inside and ripping Tiff apart howled in an almost familiar voice. Sinclair looked back to his sister's room. I'm sorry. For a brief second, what had once been Sinclair's sister only stood there and dripped. Then the haint leapt at him. Sinclair dove to the ground, and the haint sailed over him, crashing into the wall. Sinclair scrambled on hands and feet to the next bedroom. He got upright and threw his shoulder into the closed door. The wood was so damp with rot that he melted through it, soggy splinters coating his entire body as he stumbled into the bedroom. It was his bedroom. He ignored the layer of moldy sheets that covered the skeleton in the bed. He ignored the blackened roll-top desk, knowing what it held inside. He ignored the soiled and peeling wallpaper, never wanting to see it ever again. What had he been thinking? Tiff was right. Helen was right. Mallory was right. Sinclair had been mad to ever think the house could be a home again. Fingers raked across the back of his neck. Sinclair screamed and dove through the empty bedroom window, landing on the short roof outside. Pain erupted in his shoulder, and he screamed again as his right arm went numb. Scrabbling nails at the windowsill, a hiss and growl, the sound of dripping, dripping, dripping. Then the nails had him by the ankle. Sinclair didn't dare look back. He kicked out with his free leg, over and over, the sole of his boot connecting with something solid, but never truly solid ever again. The squelching noise the impacts made were almost as loud as the growls and snarls and the dripping, and the nails dug through his pants and pierced his flesh. Sinclair screamed once more and thrashed with all his might. A rending of metal and the pop, pop, pop of old screws tearing loose became the dominant noise. Sinclair shifted, then was flying off the roof, but not completely. A section of the rusty metal roof had gone with him, or he'd gone with it as it broke loose, and he was sent sailing out into empty space. Sinclair tucked his legs up and pulled in his arms, crying out as his right arm refused to obey without subjecting him to an agonizing reminder of its current state. Empty space, then soft, moist ground. The piece of roof hit the grass and kept going. Sinclair struggled to regain the breath that had been knocked out of him. When he could breathe again, he saw he was still moving, sliding downhill away from the house, away from his home. Before the piece of roof collided with the tree line, Sinclair rolled off. Pain lit up his world, and it was as if he were staring into the brightness of daytime as his vision was lost for a few seconds. He stopped rolling and lay still. The pain subsided enough for him to risk sitting up. But did he want to? What would he see? Tiff's screams had stopped. The growls and snarls were no longer echoing into the air of early night. He was too far away to hear the dripping. Sinclair sat up and faced the house. Two figures stood in the open doorway. Perhaps stood was not quite the right word. Sinclair got to his feet, but the figures did not move. He did not move. Acres of his childhood lay between them, but it was as if he was right there on the front stoop being welcomed home. The feeling was so strong that he almost took a step forward. Then one of the figures turned and shuffled back inside, breaking the spell. Sinclair waited for the other figure to shuffle after the first before he limped away into the shadows of the woods. Despite what he'd hoped, Sinclair was not surprised that a bit of light was coming from under the cabin door. He knocked lightly in that way he did, then waited. The door opened, and Helen glared out at him before wrapping him in a quick hug. She let go and stepped aside. Sinclair limped into the cabin. "I'm sorry," Sinclair said to Mallory, who was busy tending the fire. Always tending the fire. "I know," Mallory said. He picked a can from a pile and placed it in the coals. "Tiff, how long before he gets here?" "Never," Sinclair said. Helen gasped. "He's dead?" she asked. "Yes," Sinclair said. "Did you?" "No. The sun went down, and the trap was sprung." "Trap? What trap?" Mallory asked, then waved a hand. "Never mind. Don't want to know. Just sit your ass down and get warm." Sinclair sat down and winced. "What's wrong?" Helen asked, and moved in close to examine Sinclair. "Christ, Tess, your shoulder's dislocated. Let's fix that." "No, I'm fine. I can—" Sinclair screamed and collapsed sideways, his shoulder back in place. Helen patted his cheek and helped him back to sitting. "Are you two done?" Mallory asked. "Yep," Helen said. "Yes, you done?" Mallory asked, never taking his eyes from the can of beans. "Yes," Sinclair answered. "Good," Mallory said. "Sit. Beans tonight." Sinclair rubbed his shoulder. "Sounds good." Images of the two figures on the stoop, of his sister's open bedroom door, of soiled and peeling wallpaper popped into Sinclair's mind, and he shut them out before they could devour the small bit of sanity he'd regained. He focused on the smell of bread and beans and the warmth from the fire. "God, I'm hungry," Helen said, settling in next to Sinclair, her eyes shooting him a cautious glance. "Aren't we all?" Mallory said. He finally looked up from the beans and smiled at Sinclair. Sinclair smiled back and waited for the food to be ready.
Shadow Plane by Fran Wilde. July 8, 20. 0400 hours. Latitude, null. Longitude, null. If you're seeing this, this is transmission 1 of however many it takes for us to be rescued. Or for as long as it takes for my sister and me to die on this mountain. I know our last post from Paro was very upbeat. I know Bella and I promised to show you the most secret peak in the Himalayas. Well, we're doing that, as promised, but the situation's changed. A lot. And we need your help. We'll keep uploading for as long as we can, as long as the handset holds out and the satellite stays in range. And before anyone says it, we're not doing this for followers. This is dead serious. We need you to figure out where the hell we are and send help. If no one locates us in time, and God knows we've tried, then maybe these recordings will serve as a record of what happened to us. To Bella and me, to our pilot, and to Meyerton, the guy who paid us to guide him to the top of a mountain no one had ever summited. A mountain that doesn't appear on any map. I know there will be dark tales told at base camp if we don't make it back. There always are. I mean, everyone at Namche Bazaar was still speculating about what happened at the Sovyagi Pass, and that was last millennium. Oh, shit. Why did I start thinking about the Sovyagi Pass? Okay. Breathe, Nicole. Stay calm. You're a survivor. You can do this. Friends, we're going to be fine. Nothing like Sovyagi is going to happen to us. Especially if you, any one of our 60,000 followers, are out there helping us. Especially if you have your sleuthing hats on or access to some fancy geological recognition software like they do on that old Rescue Matt Damon movie. Seriously, if one of you can run some neural network shit on the images I'm sending, triangulate us. Do whatever it takes, okay? We'll keep broadcasting for as long as we can. Sorry. I didn't mean to get upset. I know you'll find us. Here's what else I know. Our Druk air charter crashed somewhere past Gankar Puensum. Don't worry, we weren't going anywhere near Gankar. That place is off limits, and with good reason. No, our client claimed there was another mountain nearby that no one knew about. That's where we were going. I'm sure you figured out by now that my sister and I weren't just in it for the money. We wanted the recognition. To bag the peak for ourselves. That's why we were so cagey about where we were going and with whom. Don't judge. Everyone wants to climb something first. Everyone wants to find a place without footprints. But now, with the pilot dead, Bella stuck, and the instruments going crazy, I've got to say, I'd love to see some footprints. Or a plane. Or at least fewer shadows. If I'm honest, the shadows are the worst part of all this. The sun's just coming up now, behind the peak. It's making a huge beacon-shaped shadow on the clouds. I don't think it's a real beacon, or that it's summoning anything. But in our current situation, it's hella spooky. I don't know if you can see the rest of the peak well enough yet to identify it, especially with the shadow. I'll try to get a better shot soon, once the sun's higher. Anyway, this is the crash site. I think we hit the mountain Meyerton was after, but we're on the wrong side or something. Around us, there's nothing but clouds and the kind of wind that gives you a headache after a while because it's so low-pitched. The worst part? There's no air traffic. Sky's been empty for hours. And nowhere gets a completely empty sky anymore. I hope we're not nowhere. For a minute, just after the accident, I thought I saw a dark plane overhead. Just before, too. But that's gotta be shock. Or a weird shadow on the clouds. What are those things called? Brocken bows? Whatever it was, we haven't seen anything like it since. Before the crash, Meyerton was pointing out the peak. A crenellated edge that rises over a deep bowl. The bowl looks like something blew its way right out of the mountain. Up around 19,500 feet, with snow so deep it shades purple, and parts of the zenith above it all melted too, which is crazy because the Himalayas are fold mountains, not volcanic. But maybe that will help you figure out where we are. Satellites have got to show something like that. Anyway, Myerton felt very strongly that this was the peak he wanted to bag. On the other side, away from the bowl. He paid us cash up front. He wouldn't tell us why he wanted to get up here so bad. When we asked, he added more cash to the pile, and Bella put a hand on my shoulder, and I shut up. My sister had a better idea of our finances. She's in charge of the books and deals. I take care of the social media. It works best that way. Usually. But I still knew we were on the rails, and Myerton's money would set us up for a season of peaks. Plus, a lot less ramen for dinner. So we said yes and asked no more questions. I wish we'd asked questions. The peak we've landed, is a euphemism. You can see some of the AR-42 in the background clinging to the cliffside. We're up around 20,000 feet, below the beacon shadow, above the bowl. There's a sharp ascent. I'm positive no one's been up this side. On the plane, the way Myerton talked about the other ascent, it sounded like he'd been there once, long ago. But he swore he was a researcher with little experience. And when we neared this peak, and the sun caused the mountain's shadow to angle out against the clouds toward the plain so it looked like a beam from a nightmare lighthouse, and darkness rippled in the bowl below, that's when Myerton absolutely lost it. "Avoid that!" he shouted, gesturing at the side of the mountain. "Go away!" Myerton unlocked his seatbelt and everything, even as we were going down. And when it was clear the pilot couldn't do anything to avoid it, Myerton grabbed a chute and made ready to jump. That's when we hit, I think. With the dark night wind whistling through the open door and everything smelling like overclocked plane propellers. The dark came in, and the snow with it, covering us like velvet until it was deep and airless in the cabin. And then we hit. When I woke up, Myerton was gone, and Bella was stuck bad, and the pilot was dead. And now the compass on our Iridium handset can't make up its mind where we are. Sometimes it says latitude 28.041 degrees north, longitude 90.45 degrees east, which is near Gankar. Sometimes it says latitude 0 degrees north, longitude negative 43.22 degrees east, which is impossible, and more often it says null, and that's the most frightening of all. How can we be null? It's got to be some sort of interference. So we hacked the handset and hooked it up to our phones. We've got it, at least for now, so we can broadcast out. Even if we can't see your reactions, we can talk to you. Like an old-fashioned message in a bottle, except faster. Which is good, because we don't have much time. We're at 20,000 feet, I think. Half our oxygen and food fell out when the plane broke. I don't know that we'll make it through another night. So you have to help us. You have to figure out where we are. Because shit's getting really weird. July 8th, 0510 hours. Latitude, 0 degrees north. Longitude, null. Guys, this is transmission 2 of whatever it takes to get off this mountain. Can't get a good shot of the peak yet. Still too dark. Stick around anyway. I'll tell you a story. Not just any story. I'll come clean about the how and why of this trip. Even those of you who were with us in Namche Bazaar, waiting for the season to start, don't know all of it. Maybe this will help you trust me when I say what's happening is happening. This isn't a stunt. We need help now. Myerton found us in Namche, cleaning rooms to pay our hostel bill, which was pretty sad, and we'd kept it off the feeds. Our sponsorships had dried up a bit, and Namchi, the darker part of it, was cheap, and we could keep our altitude. Bella and I kept posting old shots of our prize ascents, but word was getting out that we were hungry. Whoever sent Meyerton our way probably thought they were being kind. I mean, he looked like an easy job. Skinny, pale, jumped at his own shadow. The kind of hiker who would follow directions, back down when the guides said it was better to wait. Bella and I had guided a lot of people like that since we took the snow leopard. But they just wanted to hike a few thousand feet and take a photo to send home. Meyerton? Friend, whoever sent that wreck, it was thoughtful. But could you now do us the favor of sending a rescue plane? Meyerton raised an eyebrow when he saw us. Peak baggers. Just girls. Best in the business, I said. And we're both 21. Not girls. He read off his phone. Nicole and Bella Burke. First siblings to take the snow leopard. First women, too. In that 1 year when Russia opened up. You were fast. You grabbed Izmoli, Jengish, Korzenevskoy, Ibn Sina, and Khan Tengri, one after the next, and filmed the whole thing. Got you a huge follower count and some decent sponsorships. But that was a whole year ago. What have you done lately? It was a ruthless question. We'd done a lot of climbing, but nothing as spectacular. We were hemorrhaging followers and sponsors. Our Helly Hansen jackets were top-of-the-line sponsor gifts from last year. Still bright, though. Mine orange with lime green seams and zips. Bella's blue with yellow accents. Neither Bella nor I answered him. Once you started bagging peaks, you were always aware there was someone behind you, ready to take over if you slacked. His pointing it out was putting us in our place. I need guides. He smiled a terribly thin smile. Want to climb something no one else even knows exists? You bet we did. And we didn't want anyone else to get in on it or edge us out. So we didn't say anything to anyone. Didn't ask around. After we cut the deal, we pulled our packs out of the greasy hostel before anyone else was up and hopped the next helicopter to Kathmandu, then a regular Druk flight to Paro. That went so smooth we started to relax, and Meyerton began to call the shots. A fully chartered AR-42-500 for just the three of us, loaded with instruments and gear that neither Bella or I could figure out, and a knapsack he never let out of his sight. The plane was white with blue detailing. Royal Bhutan Airlines had a few nice perks. I might have had a drink on the flight, even though I know better. Meyerton was wound so tight it made me nervous. Those questions we hadn't asked back in Namchi, I wanted to ask them on the plane, but couldn't figure out how. Like, why did Meyerton know of a mountain no one else had heard about? And why hadn't he hired Bhutan area guides? Bella waved me off. Don't aggravate him. He's paying. We'll figure it out when we get back. As long as Bella wasn't worried, I resolved not to be. She's older, after all. But when Meyerton started whispering, "Do not be afraid," right about the same time our plane cast a shadow against a cloud, and then that shadow detached from the cloud and kind of became its own plane, my resolve shattered. Bella's did too. What we were seeing had to be altitude. Bella asked the pilot to go lower. She used gestures that could only be interpreted as airplane and down. Meyerton and I mimicked her for emphasis, our hands outspread, tilting and dipping lower, lower, to make sure the cockpit had enough oxygen. The whole time, That shadow plane kept up with us. So close I could see its registration numbers in white on its tail. The reverse of our own. The pilot did what we asked, shaking his head at us. Soon we were rewarded with clearer skies and clearer heads. The shadow plane disappeared, but we emerged below the clouds, shaken. We'd both seen the thing. And Meyerton had seen it too. That was too coincidental for oxygen deprivation. I had just shaken off Bella's cautioning hand to ask for an explanation when a sheer, dark cliff rose up before us and Meyerton began shouting,
"Not here! Never here! Get out of the shadow!"
He pulled on a parachute and ran for the plane door. And then it was all darkness and noise. July 8th, 20. 0645 hours. Latitude 999.99 degrees north. Longitude 0101 degrees east. Oh crap, you guys. I can hear that dark plane circling above us in the clouds. The noise shakes the ridge we're on. Bella whimpers whenever the wreck moves with the vibrations, and the wind picks up that low howl. This is bad. It's so bad. It's going to come into view right now. And it's gone again. You have got to believe me. It just circled out of sight. I don't think it's coming to rescue us. I don't know what it's doing. It's the exact same plane we saw before the crash. I keep yelling at it for help anyway, until it disappears. This is transmission 3 of number... Get us the hell off this mountain now. Seriously, send a plane, send a helicopter. We can pay. If you don't believe me about the dark plane, our own plane's wreckage is real enough. Sharp and still smoking. Smelling like burnt plastic. A chemical assault on the pristine peak. When the plane went down, Bella and I got tossed around pretty bad. And the pilot, who'd been nice to us, hit the windshield. Bella's over there. You can sort of see her. She doesn't want me to come closer with the camera. She hates looking weak. I've been going through Meyerton's packs in between melting snow for drinking water so she won't get dehydrated. Sorry, that was a wide shot. Don't enlarge it, okay? Bella would hate it. Look over here, at the mountain. The sun's up pretty high now, so I can show you the peak. Can you get a good angle on it? The shadow coming off the peak is still there, faded in the sunlight, but there. I don't know how that's happening. Maybe it's an optical illusion, or ice crystals in the air. If I turn the right direction, where the clouds come up to the cliff, my shadow does the same thing. Forms a giant, dark version of me. Sometimes there's a glow around it. And there's the dark plane again! Can you see it? Maybe this is hypoxia. Or a concussion. If you can't see it, the plane, or my shadow, maybe it's my brain cells dying. No, I'm not going to think that way. I'm going to keep it together. For Bella. For everyone. Wait, I think I have a good image of the peak. Good enough you can use it to find us. I'm going to let you worry about rescuing us and just keep sending video. We have a lot of other worries to handle while you do that. Meyerton's off in the snow a ways. The pilot's still in the plane. Bella's stuck. And I can't find more than 2 days' worth of food in the wreckage. And the flares are all spilled down the cliffside. 2 are still burning. Barely. Sending more smoke into the clouds and making the light and shadows really weird. It feels deliberate. Can shadows be deliberate? I don't think we'll survive up here long. Which is a relief. I wouldn't want to have to think about what else we could eat to survive. It's hard posting these, not knowing if you see them. We're so used to feedback, to likes and shares and reposts. Now the silences are terrifying. I'm going to go sit with Bella for a bit until I can stay calm. I'll be back. July 8th, 20. 0920 hours. Latitude, null. Longitude, 1 degree east. Okay, a bunch of things just happened all at once. I dropped the handset, running, found it again. I hope it's still working. Bella doesn't care anymore whether you see her or not. I brought her Meyerton's pack and she got it open. Found all his papers and files. Some were soaked and ruined already. Some, when we pulled them out, the wind or something started howling and almost swept them out of our hands. That's when I dropped the handset. Thank God I got it back. Here, look. You have to see what we're seeing. So there's a record. All of this has to do with Sovyagi Pass. As much as it has to do with anything. God damn Sovyagi Pass. If you've climbed outside of the Americas over the past 30 years, you might know what I'm talking about. Maybe you've seen some of the pictures before and after. The happy hikers. The torn apart tents. The bodies. What was left of them. You've heard no one really ever found out what happened. A story meant to scare hikers into playing it safe. Well, Bella found a photo. An original happy hiker before photo in Meyerton's stupid knapsack. Except Meyerton's in this photo. He's in it, wearing a lab coat. Bella found a lot of other stuff, too. Things that are just freaking us out. We don't want to be anywhere near this kind of thing. We're just climbers. Shit. What's in those documents? It's all experiments on people, and I have to tell you, I think we were next. Seriously. He brought tools. Wait, I have to remember to number the transmissions. Social feed will get this out of order and no one will come. And that will be bad. This is transmission 4, I think. Or 5? Of number... Holy shit, get us out of here. If this is the first of these you're seeing, please, someone find a way to locate us. First, we freaked because we found Meyerton's papers. Lots of folders stamped top secret and ultra secret in red. And shadow in a shimmery black. Check that out! When Bella flipped the folder back and forth in the noon light, it cast its own shadow. At least, I think it did. Then the wind started to howl. Or the shadows did. Now, we're kind of losing our minds up here, so humor us. We're trying to survive. There's a whole folder on the Sovyagi Pass, Bella said. I'll be damned. Everyone talks about the Sovyagi Pass. A bunch of people claimed recently they knew what had happened. Finally, but given what I know now, I seriously doubt it. Still, that's part of why a few ascents near Gangkar were shut down. The Bhutan royal family was so alarmed, they declared the whole area off limits, not just Gangkar. I can't think about the details. Not how the one female hiker was found frozen, clutching a fistful of teeth, not hers, by the fire. Not that her eyes and tongue were missing, or that reports said she'd bled to death from the sockets. Not the 4 others discovered a half-mile away, wearing only long johns. They'd dug a pit, too. Their bodies were splayed in a circle around it, the fingers and feet touching. No eyes there, either. The 6th hiker was never found. Oh God, don't let us go like that, okay? I hate to think if the 6th was Meyerton, but the photo Bella found sure looks that way. The thing about the 4 bodies they recovered, they had no shadows. That was all anyone talked about. No shadows, even in the bright lights of the morgue. Somewhere along the way, one of the reports in Meyerton's pack said, "The shadows were expurgated from the bodies." The reports made that seem like a success. Bella's poring through the pages. These wackos thought shadows were separate beings. Something called symbiosis? Symbiotes. I correct. I'm the one who studied biology in school. She took sports and business classes. I promised her that I'd keep the camera away from her as much as possible, but I'm shaking so hard, and she can't shake much. She has to stay calm, so I have to stay calm. The way the planes trapped her, the metal and fiberglass maw grasping her too tight to free her but not enough to kill her, unless it moves, or she moves. She takes a deep breath, reads some more. Symbiotes. And the file says they came out on the mountain, near the pass, at least by the GPS data. She pointed to the other side of the mountain. That they were here because of the way the local light intensified shadows. It says that the wind in the bowl may produce some infrasound, or else there's radiation. Something that makes the shadows detach from their hosts and become... It's blacked out. Nicole, the researchers were trying to call them. She reads farther down the file as the low hum from the wind pitched higher, making me pull at my painful ears. Into service? What the fuck does that mean? Look, you can see too. Read the documents. See all the stamps? This is the evidence everyone wants, right? So figure out how to come get it. And us, too. The camera's shaking. Sorry about that. Because I'm shaking. Maybe even panicking. So hard. They believed they could separate shadows from people? Why the hell would anyone want to do that? Bella reads. In order to gain the best possible stealth advantage, all attempts must be made. She pauses, gasping for breath. Nicole, they sent an entire unit of scientists out here to attempt to make shadow spies? 5 researchers plus 1 thaumaturge? What the hell is that? I look at the date on the file. That's D&D stuff. Why are Cold War guys talking this? What's a thaumaturge? How do you know this? I rack my brain. I'd played the game at base camp a few years ago. One of the guides wanted to be a thaumaturge. It's a worker of miracles. It's just a hopped-up word for magician. Meyerton the magician. Oh my God, Bella, what the hell? These people. The wind picks up, and I grab a crisp sheet of new paper. A research proposal dated this year. New results, more experiments needed. Failure is not an option. We absolutely should have asked more questions. Magicians? Working for the government? Which government? The wind tears at the papers again, getting fighty. I fight back. Half the folders bear NSA stamps, United States. Another third are MI5, Britain. Probably working for whomever would pay, just like us. Sounds like they didn't fare so well. Bella sounds scared of everything. Serves her right. She'd wanted to come more than I did. Just like us, maybe. It's mean. She begins to cry then, softly. Bella, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. We just need to get out of here. Out of this wind, down from this altitude, away from these shadows. The sun moves like the small hand on the clock. Even though it's higher now, It's heading inexorably for the dark side of the evening. We'll freeze then. Or the shadows that are already flickering on the edges of our crash site will come get us. Or we'll go to join them, if the Sovyagi Pass stories are to be believed. Hurry. Someone. Anyone. July 8, 20. 1310 hours. Latitude, parameters not defined. Longitude, null. You have to be seeing this. Are you seeing this? The shadows on the peak? They're getting longer, wreathed with lights. Especially where Meyerton's body lies. The ones over by him bend together like they're whispering. The ones near Bella's feet reach for her, then draw back. The sun's past noon. Shadows shouldn't be this long now. Not ever. I know what's happening when the mountain throws a shadow like that. Or, when I was standing near the edge. People talk about it at base camp. It's an optical illusion, that's all. Called an anti-corona. A mountain specter. Doesn't make them any less spooky. And what the hell do you call them when they're not attached to anything? And they're creeping around your sister? Bella's still all right, though. I prop the emergency lights all around her and the shadows pull back. She's breathing okay. Just trapped. She's going to be okay. We both are. Except I can't move the plane to get her out, and there's no one here to help. And these shadows are everywhere. I hope you're coming. Some of you. This is transmission 8, I think. I hope. 8 of maybe 9? Maybe just 8. They did experiments? Tried to separate people from their shadows using chemicals? Bella's still breathing. She keeps kicking at the shadows, and eventually they quit trying to get around the lights. The shadows turn their attention on Meyerton's body. They tried terrifying the researchers, invoking the shadows using pain, amplifying the wind noise until the shadows separated out? Sometimes through the eyeballs? Nicole, they tortured those hikers. Meyerton did it. He did it right here. She holds up a set of clamps, edged with nails, and a set of pliers that look like they came from the dentist. I found these in the snow. She couldn't have. Could she? Maybe from Meyerton's pack? Now the shadows around Meyerton's body just keep getting darker. What did you do? I hiss at his corpse. The shadows seem to hiss back. Worse? What was he planning to do? Bringing us up here? Our bags stuffed with his cash? No time to deposit it? He was just going to leave us here and take it all with him back down again? Bella's fury seems to fan the shadows. Shh, Bella, no. The darkness gathered by her feet shimmers and elongates more. I can almost see features, stretched dark silhouettes of the people in the old photo. The happy hikers. Or what's left. Shadows can't do this at noon. Or at all. I'm going mad. This is too much. But the shadows pull away from us, and for a moment, I can breathe. They're gathering around Meyerton now. They flicker and billow like a dark fire. All we can see are his feet. A storm's building over the peak. Clouds, big dark ones. We don't feel the cold yet because our gear's turned up. But I shiver anyway. Meyerton's foot moves a little. Not a lot. Just jerks a bit as one of the shadows pulls back. Another shadow stretches up the length of his body and covers his mouth. The corpse shakes again, then lies still. I can't hold the camera steady. I'll be back. I promise. July 8, 20. 1410 hours. Latitude, null. Longitude, parameters not defined. Are you seeing this? Oh God. I'm recording, so there's no doubt. It's real if you record something, right? Or only if others see it too. Trying to upload it as fast as I can. Myerton's sitting up. His eyelids are open. It's so creepy. I'd closed them after the wound on his neck bled out. Reached out and pushed the lids down over his glassy blue eyes. My sleeve had been crimson from all the blood. It's rust brown now. And now Myerton's eyes are definitely open and black as pitch. Shadow black. No sclera, no iris, just black. His tongue is black too. He's speaking. At least his mouth is moving. There's no sound. Shadows don't talk. Is this what happened to the Sovyagi Pass hiker? Black eyes, a shadow tongue? Did someone, Myerton, take them for research? Our lights are wavering. The wind is too much. Myerton cocks its head, as if it can hear me screaming, as if it can understand what I'm saying to you. Where are you with your rescue plane? Oh God, it's crawling. July 8th, 1600 hours. Latitude, blank. Longitude, blank. Hello? This is broadcast 10. I'm pretty sure. We're still alive. I'm mostly sure. We survived because we turned all the lights on Myerton, held them fast against the wind, and he quit moving toward us. We saved ourselves a little bit. You have to fucking do the rest, okay? Sorry. Sorry for cursing. You can see him over there. Barely. Even in the dim stormlight, he's holding his hand in front of his eyes, trying to cast enough shadow around himself for comfort. My throat's raw from screaming. Bella's chest hurts. We're fighting as hard as we can. I don't know if the last couple clips hit the satellite or not. We're using all our light up. And now the body's talking. Myerton, maybe, whatever it is, making sounds. We can help you. Its voice? I don't know if you can hear. Sounds like snow blowing over rocks. We turn the lights back on it, drive it away from us. But the more we have to turn the lights away from Bella, the more other shadows encroach here. They're whispering, wordlessly. We keep fighting. Bella kicks, I yell. We're battling together against cold and darkness and whatever Myerton did here before. If you're sending rescue planes, you'd better hurry. Damn you! The heating elements on our Helly Hansens are losing charge. So cold now. Not just at the edges of our goggles or our face masks, in our bones. We lost our backup chargers in the crash. Our Helly Hansens are powering down. There's nothing left. Bella upends Myerton's pack to see if he had any batteries. None. One last thing falls out of the pack. A gold brick. What the fuck is this? It's for us. The thing that used to be Myerton whispers. It's close now. Too close. We weren't watching enough. Go away! Go away! Don't be afraid, Bella. It keeps whispering. Our payment for our research. He gave it to us before we hit the pass. It laughs dryly. Then he took it back once we were this. As if gold would make up for decades of shadow existence. We take what we want now. It lifts its hand, looks at it, makes a fist. When it speaks, its tongue is black, dark as the shadows above and all around us now. The small circle of our emergency lights shrinks, the power's nearly gone, the lights going with it. My sister and I are survivors. We always have been. Now, though, I'm not sure. But Bella's the deal maker. She's the one who asks, "What is it you want now?" Myerton's body grins.
They wanted us to infiltrate, to spy, to go where no one else could go. Instead, they left us here. When things went wrong, left us alone when they should have stayed. We learned many things. We want more now.
More shadows. I count them. 5 distinct shades and voices, including the one that had taken Myerton, hiss in agreement.
More. We can be as many as we want. Watch.
5 shadows split into 10. They stretch, they reach around us. There's a creaking sound from the plane as the pilot's body begins to move. I am curled tight around my sister, holding our last light against the darkness. When you find us, I hope you find enough of our records to see this, to know it really happened. Not just to us, but to the Sovyagi Pass hikers. The ones we thought were dead, but who have been stuck here for decades. The shadows are reaching for us. I don't want to let them. I'm turning the light up all the way, knowing it will only run out faster. Shit. Can you hear it? The engine sound? Is that you? The plane? It's a plane, Bella. That sound is propeller chop echoing against the mountainside. Look at the way the ice and snow shakes off the peak and rains down on us. On the broken hull of the Druk Air turboprop, which starts to creak and shift. I grab for Bella as the shadows grab for us. July 0, 20. 0 hours. Latitude 0, longitude 0. The rescue plane is dark. Too dark to give you a good angle on the peak below us, which looks white and pristine above its blasted bowl. We're okay now. We're riding with a very quiet crew, but at least they've pulled us off the mountain. Bella and me. And Myerton, too. The pilot doesn't seem to mind what we do up here. The co-pilot, the one who flew our old plane, barely notices us. The new plane is filled with shadows. They tend to Bella and ignore me, except to brush gentle dusk-filled fingers across my face. It's oddly comforting. They seem to take great interest in Myerton, however, as if they all know him well, and do not like him. I tried to film the ways they've been twisting and bending his body, trying to make his shadow come out, but they're moving too fast to get the shot, so I can't catch it. Is something real if there's no record? What I noticed when they landed was their twin-prop plane shaking the mountainside and tearing my world apart as the wreckage slid over the cliff, and I held on to Bella. Is it real? Is she really here? Am I? I'm not sure. I've always wanted proof that things are happening. Broadcasts, photos, footage. But proof will have to wait until we land. If we land. How many shadow agents are there with us? More than the 5 original hikers from the pass. Many more. Myerton would have been pleased that his research bore out. If you're still getting my broadcasts, this plane is the dark one that pursued us through the clouds. The one that circled, waiting, until Myerton was taken. We're okay. We're going to be okay. I know you'll be looking for us still, wanting answers. We have them. We can see all your replies now. on the posts that made it through. We're so grateful for you. We want you to meet us when we land. Yes, Bella and I are coming back to you. Oh, wow, look at that. 135,000 of you. Bella's eyes are dark now, and she's not speaking much. But she's a survivor, and I am too. Sometimes she turns to me and smiles. She still looks like my sister when she does that. We are going to make it back. We have more peaks to climb. All of us. We want you to follow us there, too. What I'm learning on the plane is that the shadows can divide and stretch through the equipment. They're doing that now. Through our broadcasts. Reaching out. Finding new places to be. Helping us access our media feeds. Helping us connect with you. We're rescuing ourselves from Meyerton's plans. It's clear he was going to make more shadows of us. And he has, somewhat. Just not in the way he wanted. We're coming back to you, to our fans. And we've got so much to tell you. So much to teach you. We're so glad you downloaded all our data. That your screens are directing you to our landing point, where we're going to meet you all. We've learned to appreciate the shadows.
A Beautiful Darkness. Poems by Christina Singh. Do not be afraid of the monster under the bed. I am safe beneath my blanket, where the monsters can't reach me. But leave a leg dangling, and it'll be snatched up and eaten. Monsters are hungry, angry creatures, preying on innocence. But I must not be afraid. I must be clever. I must be brave. I go to the kitchen before bed and pocket a cleaver. Then I sit up and wait, dangle a doll's leg. When the monster reaches for it, I chop off its arm, blood spraying all around. It crawls out enraged from under the bed. A grotesque mask glued onto its head. I raise the cleaver and decapitate it. No more monsters to terrorize us. Goodbye, Papa. You were hell to live with. Mother Moon. My eyes do not see the moon as human eyes do. A pearl in the sky, a faint illumination in the night. I see an incandescent eye, sightless yet all-knowing, the eye of our mother, who lives now in the dark. They took her from her home, fearful of what she could do. Shape-shifting is magic to those who don't understand its science. They cut open her body but found no answers there. She was dead, yet she stared. So they gouged out her eyes and cast them into the abyss, the only parts of her that still live. One eye caught by earth, the other lost beyond the giants. Mother's mind links to ours. When she summons us, we transform to human form, walking on our new spindly legs, testing our new voices. We slip past their security to find the machine that will return her to us. Even if it will tear apart the universe, the red button beckons. I do not hesitate. Stumps. This way is best, I decide, kicking him into the vat so that I never have to touch him with my hands, not after what he's done and got away scot-free, thanks to a technicality. I pour the acid safely into the vat. It is made for this. His body is not. He screams vile curses, but they bounce off me like bare feet on concrete during the hottest months, like him trying to jump out. But he can't, because one cannot jump with stumps. The art of violence. Violence remains in your skin. After you've encountered it, it resonates like violin strings, bringing you back to the moments he had you by the neck, promising you he could snap it with a twist of his wrist. Violence resonates in your body like muscle memory. It responds automatically, violently against threat or pain, hating everything, most of all the monster who created it. Violence stains your chalice, turns water into blood, then spills it on the ground, wasted to the soulless vampire who ripped a hole in my lung. I embrace violence. I fold it like a handkerchief pressed against my heart. There it grows tendrils that spread through my body parts. I begin to fight back, shove back, train my hands till I can grasp his thick neck in a vice-like hold, lift him high in the air and slam him against the wall. It's my turn to promise him that I can snap his neck with a twist of my wrist. And I will. The eternal sleep of stone. My children and I watch the sunset for the last time. Now the night is supreme and all of us are finally safe. For it is night when humans are thick with sleep, leaving us to roam free, untouched, untrammeled. My littlest daughter waves goodbye to the amber sun as we take to the sky with wings we grow from our spines, soaring high in the clouds and through the wormhole I open to a better, safer world. Here, love does not tear and maim, nor gouge out our souls until we become shells, hollow living by automation, wishing each day for extinction. Instead, we restore ourselves piece by piece. Fragments of an infinite jigsaw that will one day fit, discarding the eggshells we so feared to step on, leaving homes that were never safe for a whole new universe, where we can find ourselves again. The builders, the dreamers, the warriors, the healers, the parents and children that we are, not the subjugated property of another. On this new world, we will rebuild, while back on Earth their battle rages on till the bone-chilling ice overcomes them, and the crops curl to sleep. The eternal sleep of stone. The monster with a smile. He wore the skin of an innocent man, vulnerable and kind, a solid catch, till the years passed and his mask slipped to reveal glimpses of the monster beneath. I didn't know what I was seeing. There were mirrors distorting him. Until the day a friend asked, "Where have you been?" I realized this monster had been ingesting parts of me. I found fragments of myself scattered all over the house, like dust mites kicked and swept around. One day I looked him deep in his eyes and saw an abyssal void with pieces of me inside. I could not hide my terror. He smiled, hands rising swiftly to strangle me while I screamed for our children to run and hide. I scratched at his face before I fled, tearing off most of his mask to discover there was nothing inside. No brain, no eyes, just a hollow skull. An empty shell, with his mouth still attached in a smile. The world in a dream. I dreamed of endless seas with bountiful shoals. I dreamed of azure skies with clouds of gold. I dreamed I flew past mountains with gnomes. I dreamed I swam with monsters of old. I dreamed I held you with my 7 arms, carried you back to a place of deep calm, a time of peace with nothing but seas, where time first began, before the world went wrong.
This recording of Weird Tales, issue 365, was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Written by Alma Katsu, Heather Graham, Yvonne Navarro, Maurice Broaddus, Priya Sharma, Jake Bible, Fran Wild, Jacopo Della Quercia, Ann Walsh, Gabby Triana, Bill Spangler, Jesse Wolfe, Christina Sung, and Gabrielle Faust. Narrated by Pat Grimes, Sue Dessner, Kari Marshall, Caitlin Levering, Angie Kane, Nick Mondelli, Sarah Young, Jamie Lincoln Smith, and Caitlin Kavanaugh. Produced by Michael Jones and Eric Black. Text copyright 2022 by Weird Tales Incorporated. Sound recording copyright 2022 by Dreamscape Media LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.